Welcome everybody, it's day number 3 of round 3 of the South Australian Motor Racing Championships from here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park in South Australia, glorious part of the world. As you can see, we've already got cars heading out on the racetrack bright and early this morning, 8 o'clock local time, so no sleep in for these guys in the South Australian Aussie Racing Car Series. I'm Dan McCarthy, alongside me, Martin and Caro. Mark, are you awake at this time of the morning?
Barely. Yeah, good morning, Dan, and good morning everybody out there on our live stream here in South Australia, here at Taylor. A bit chilly this morning, certainly a bit of an icy feel about it this morning, but the good thing about this morning, there's no wind. It was quite a blustery day here, certainly for day one. So we're about to kick off nice and early this morning. We're going to start off with our Aussie Racing Cars here this morning. And a beautiful place. That's a great shot there looking across the circuit towards turns 5 and 6 there. We can see our cars are now coming around in their warm-up lap behind the safety car. Of course, this is a rolling start. So we'll be underway very shortly. Let's have a look to see how we're going to line them up here. And obviously Asher Johnson is going to be on pole position as he took both the victories yesterday. Alongside of him will be Nathan Barber, who did chase pretty hard yesterday and did make a bit of an error also in race 2 yesterday of the Aussie Racing Cars. So he had to do a little bit of chasing to get up behind our eventual race winner. Let's go back to third position on the grid, which should be Shane Mann there in the Mustang body car. That's the safe direction entry. So they were the dominant 3 from certainly both of the races yesterday, and so that's how they finished up. Dean Mikulik chased around the top trio and we finished up in 4th position. He'll start on position number 4, and he's back there in car 176. The Holidays of the World entry in the Nissan Altima. Well, that's the body style of them. Quite a few older body styles. Go back to lead. We did a bit of chasing also. Picked up quite a few positions also in that second race yesterday. So you'll be no one. So keep an eye on that orange and white Orion out there as well. He's another one that will certainly pick his way through the field. And we'll go back to Greg Edwards in the all orange Toyota as well, back there in the next position. Leighton McKechnie in the 111 car there, the Camaro body style car back there in the next position back. The last 3 on the grid will be the debutant this weekend. Scott Blake, coming from historic Formula Ford racing. He's put a lid on him this weekend. He's going to be the tin top racing this weekend. Then we've got Glenn Hill and Jackson Hill, who failed to finish that second race. The 2 black cars at the back of the field there, as you can see on our screen. And they will start from the rear of the field. Didn't have a very good race yesterday.
Rolling start for the South Australian Aussie Racing Car Series, so they will come around the final corner 2 by 2. They're already nicely in formation, and that means that we will no doubt get a start this time by. Here they come then, around the final corner. They'll be looking at the lights. As soon as those lights go out, we will be off and racing. Let's hear those motorbike engines roar on pit straight here in South Australia. There they go. We're underway to commence the action here on Sunday morning. A good start there from Johnston straight away, and Mann is trying to drag his way through past Nathan Barber, and I think he's already got through up the inside. But look at the number 58 of Glenn Boyd up the inside. He's having a little look, trying to make up some places, and he has done. Briefly up the inside of Mikulik and makes it stick around the outside at 2 and up the inside into turn 3. The race leader Johnston has bolted. Mann has got through on Barber though for second.
Barber probably didn't get the start he wanted there, unfortunately. It was a bit of lag there, but Mann with a good start. As I mentioned, let's have a look at that. There's the orange and white coloured car there. That's the one that we were talking about earlier. He's actually got past Dean Mikulik to pick up an early position. And here we go. This is the second and third cars in the early stages of this race. And obviously, Barber's got in front of Shane Mann there, so that's a position change there. The Ballarat Performance Auto Records entry. New car for that competitor for this series. Used to see him in a black car certainly in the previous last series. So he's got a big time to chase there. Got pretty close in race 1 yesterday, Barber behind Asher Johnson. Didn't quite get it, one. So as you can see see they're driving a little, trying to drive the wheels off that car and trying to get up behind Ashley Johnson. He's actually got a nice little gap between him and Shane at the moment. And there's that ominous orange and white void there. There's Glenwood behind the wheel. Unfortunately, that won't take any further part. He was in the original lineup, stepping back from national competition this weekend to come back to state, but unfortunately he won't take any other further part this weekend. Obviously another one that's come back from national class is Ashley Johnson. He's our current race leader. He's come back to the South Australian Aussie Racing Cars series. It's been a very successful series today. Certainly in his early infancy at this stage. We ran the series last year. Good numbers here this weekend. There's our second and third car. So Main's taking a little bit of ground him under brakes down there as they come down through turn number 18 down the nearly a kilometre long main straight here at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Probably not quite as much at drafting today. Saw a fair bit of that yesterday. Very strong northerly wind blowing head on there. They would have been looking straight at it when they were coming down the main straight yesterday. Much calmer conditions. Plenty of sun too this morning.
We said it in the race yesterday, didn't we, Ashley Johnson, how fast he was on lap 1 yesterday. He pulled a margin, and from there he just held that gap, and it's happened again. 2.6 seconds down the road at the end of lap number 1. He's just left these guys fighting for the scraps, fighting for second position early on in this one. This is race 3 for them. This weekend, pretty much all of the categories this weekend have 4 races, all of the state categories anyway, aside from the National Series, AU4, which has the regular 3 races a part of its series. AU4, the renamed, I should say, Australian F4 series that it's got a new name this year, and what a race it was yesterday as well. But turning our attention back to the cars on the racetrack, they had a reasonably late finish yesterday. They finished proceedings on Saturday evening and then starting proceedings on Sunday morning, so they've not had much of a rest at all.
They're certainly racing in the darky, gloomy conditions in the late part of the afternoon yesterday, but certainly some nice bright conditions here this morning. Edwards there, the orange Toyota there. Hasn't done too much racing at the bend. He's done a couple of rounds at Mallala Motorsport Park. Back here this weekend. Had an absence from racing here in SA for probably 11 or 12 years and has made the return back to SA. Former South Australian Formula 4 competitor there. Quite a few seasons back. There's a big look in the mirror there too. You can see him looking across to see where Leighton McKechnie is, and he says, well, he's very close. He's now right up behind him. So they're going to fight out for positions. I think they're 6 and 7 on track at the moment. Edwards actually picked up a position there and got in front of him. So McKechnie there with the visor up. Eyes wide open, trying to get a bit of drafting down the main straight here to get behind him.
He's got a good run, hasn't he? Down the nearly 1 kilometre pit straight. Here he goes. Surely he's going to dart to the inside here. Is Edwards going to block? No. McKechnie up the inside later on the brakes, down through the sequential gearbox and retakes the position. So they've literally done a copy-paste from the last lap, although this time it's the triple one. Triple one on the entry list, double one on the side of the car though of McKechnie.
Just get the black text out, put another one there. Simple. So McKechnie takes that back his position there, back into 6th position in the Speedliner Adelaide entry. Got a nice bit of sponsorship on the side of the car. It's got a bit of a Red Bull look about it, hasn't it? That race car, we were picking that out yesterday.
Yeah, from about sort of 2018, wasn't it? Around that time, 2018, 2019. That was a sort of livery that the Triple Eight Race Engineering squad were running. So a bit of a nod to that livery, as we've seen so many of the South Australian Motor Racing Series categories throughout, whether it be Hyundai XL, Saloon cars. There's a bit of a nod from different competitors in all the different categories.
Actually got the only Camaro body style car in this field. I don't see too many of them these days. Back from the one of the older series of the National Aussie Race Car Series, which most of these cars have come from. The older spec type of cars. No Ruth Bowler at this round. We saw a bit of her last year. She was out here in the old Ford Coupe here during the last series.
Yes,
hasn't made the journey over this weekend.
Now, I don't think she's competed so far this year, but it was great to have her a part of the series last year. It felt like a real Aussie Racing Car Championship with Ruth Bowler and the stalwart of the National Series. And again, Edwards having a little bit of a look into turn 17, forces McKechnie to defend down there into the penultimate corner. But McKechnie has held on at this point in time. A change from position a little bit further up the field. Mikulik has got through on Mann, and in fact I think Mann may have dropped off the side of the road somewhere, because he is tumbling down the timing screens from third position. He is nowhere to be seen at the moment. Maybe a timing error, but I think that car may have stopped out there somewhere on the racing circuit. That's a real shame, because he was very much taking the fight to Nathan Barber. Obviously held second place early on in this race. Barber got through.
This might answer a few questions. Let's have a look here. Shane Mann. The big spin, and he gets. I reckon he might have tagged the tyre bundle down there on the end of the wall. Gets out under his own steam. He must be still out there somewhere. In fact, he's dropped back to ninth position. So there might be a little bit of damage on the rear of that car.
He's not rejoined the racetrack as yet, so he's still down in position number 9 at the moment, but has not crossed the line to finish lap number 3. Out in front, Asher Johnston, again, fastest lap of the race, extends the margin out to 2.7 seconds. Barber now with no Shane Mann behind him has got a reasonable margin over Boyd and Mikulik.
And there's your answer. We've got it parked up there beside the tyre bundle. Can't see the rear of the car, so I'm not too sure how much damage it could. He must have tagged that wall, surely. It was awfully close if he didn't.
Absolutely, absolutely. Here we are, the continuing battle for now a top 5 position due to the demise of Mann in that spectacular spin. Shows how dewy it is, though, offline, doesn't it? Although we've had no rain here in South Australia for a long time, any significant rain anyway, this year so far. It's cold. It was very cold overnight. Even when I arrived at the racetrack, it was only 7 degrees this morning. It's damp, it's dewy offline, and that just shows what happens if you do put a couple of wheels wide.
You don't want to be out the grass here, certainly this early part of the morning. It's a combination of Leighton McKechnie and Greg Edwards still going at it. Back here for 5th and 6th position on track. Just sort of pair off that McKechnie, just starting to get a little bit of a big look in the mirror there to see where the orange machine is of the Toyota of Greg Edwards. Nice little buffer now as he heads down towards turn 1. That's a great shot. Look across the northern part of the track there. And there they come over the little crest down towards which is basically the braking marker of turn 1. And there they go. That's a very tricky section there, turns 2, 3 and 4. They're all going opposite directions down there. So if we really can throw you off a little bit. Not down the far top northern corner of the circuit.
Asher Johnston 2:08 flat last time by. That's a mighty fast lap time. Good conditions actually these. Although the track might have a bit of dust on it from the overnight winds, which were very, very strong. Apart from that, the track temperature and due to the fact it's so early on in the morning, not too much UV. Yes, the sun is beaming down, but it doesn't have the sting, the UV that would rise and bring the track temperatures up. So I don't think these are too bad, these track conditions at this time of the morning.
No, not at all. There's Nathan Barber there, just back in 2nd position, and there's Glenn Boyd, got himself up into 3rd. After obviously Dean Mikulik's had a bit of an issue somewhere. He was in 3rd, a couple of laps back.
Glenn Boyd has been on the recovery drive, hasn't he? Unfortunately, didn't start race number 1 yesterday. Race number 2, though, was a lot better for him. He drove through the field and finished in the end inside the top 5, and he's continued to move forward in this one, now sitting in 3rd position. Jack Boyd, unfortunately, championship leader coming into this round. He won pretty much every single race last year in the South Aussie Series. A mechanical issue in qualifying put him out for the remainder of the weekend, as you touched on. But yeah, just coming back to the point of a very poor weekend for him in terms of South Australian Championship points. However, the Johnston Crail Racing team can take a bit of positives, that's the fact that Johnston has won the first 2 races of the weekend and leads the way in this one as well.
Glenn Boyd there, we just mentioned, a former national competitor too, so pretty experience under the belt there of that driver too. So he's no fool, he certainly knows how to steer one of these cars. So Jack, of course, has all taken the reins in this series, we've just mentioned there, Dan. So currently back in third position there for Glenn Boyd. Certainly the top 3 or 4 there well and truly spread apart. I guess the only real interest is with the late McKechnie and Greg Edwards combination there, 5th and 6th position. Ross Jackson Hill too, he's a long way back. I'm sure he's had a problem as well. He didn't had some issues yesterday as well. I think that might be the other hill. Sorry, that's Glenn. Back a little bit further there.
Yeah, he's only completed, sorry, that's man. No, he's only completed 4 laps. His 2 minutes 36 was his best lap, and that was on the previous lap. So he's a good, nearly half a minute slower a lap than this man on our screens right now. Cocking up a wheel through the loaded left-hander through the fishbowl, over the brow of the hill at turn 16, flat out in these cars, trying to hold the rear of the car in line, don't want it sliding out on you, and then the heavy braking zone, turn number 17, a great overtaking opportunity, but very easy to make mistakes at that penultimate turn.
He doesn't have to worry about overtaking anybody, he's out in front. And I reckon this possibly could be, will they get another lap in here?
They will.
I think they will, so you'll send him out on his final lap for his first race here on a Sunday morning. And there we go, you get Nathan Barber in the shot too, so he's not too far away. In fact, he's narrowed that margin a little bit. He's got it under 4 seconds there inside that lap, so he's found a little bit of pace there.
Yeah.
And that certainly does show on their timing screen as well. Much quicker on that lap there than Johnson.
It's not so much that Barber was that much quicker than what he's done previously. It was that Johnston was, I think he's just pulling back a little bit, just bringing the car home now, so he's a couple of seconds slower on that last lap. I think he did navigate his way past Hill in the number 34 machine, Glenn Hill, so maybe lost a little bit of time overtaking the lap traffic.
I thought Glenn would have stepped aside, no problems. He's obviously got some issues at the moment, he's well back in the field. Great shot there, climbing up there. JCRE entry, or the Johnson Crowell Racing Enterprises entry. Award-winning national commentator Richard Crowell on board here also this weekend. Not in the commentary sense, but looking after team management. His race team. Not very often us commentators get to have a race team as well.
Indeed, I had to chat to him yesterday. Very happy to get the couple of wins, the first 2 wins for the team yesterday, and he said it's always good to get a race victory, as it of course is. But Barber continues to bring that margin down a little bit, but I think it's just a case now of Johnston bringing that car home in one piece to make it 3 victories to kick off the weekend. Can he make it a clean sweep this afternoon? We will have to wait and see. He's still got a couple more corners to go in this one. Down hard on the brakes as he approaches turn 17, back on the power, sliding it out sideways on the exit of the corner. Johnston has come into this series for the first time this weekend, the South Aussie Series, and he's going to make it 3 from 3 so far. 1 to go later on today, but it's victory for Johnston, and he sets the fastest lap of the race on the final lap as well, 2:07.5. Thank you very much.
Yeah, he's put the foot well and truly down there in that last lap. So Nathan Barber goes through for second position. Glenn Boyd comes through for third. That's Dean Mikulik there. He'll be back in 4th position. Very colourful car. It's got lots of colour. We used to see him in that dark purple entry we saw last season. So a brand new car for this series as well. He comes across, and here we go. Well, that's the lap car there. So that's Leighton McKechnie and Glenn Hill just putting a lap down him as they go across the finish line there. There they go. So that's actually the lap car. Nice little wave there from Leighton down the side there, just acknowledging the flag wavers as he goes by. And you've got a fairly significant gap between him and Greg Edwards in the end there. He's really certainly got away from him.
Yeah, over 10 seconds in the end. And then one of my favourites, the AU Falcon body car, the green-eyed monster. Bit of a nod as well to, of course, the Ford Performance Racing team from back in the early noughties. And then as well, crossing the line to round out the finishes, it's our rookie of Blake in the number 7 machine, the Super Property Valuations car. Nice race to kick things off here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Asher Johnson taking the victory in the end by 4.35 seconds. Both of the top two setting PB laps on the final lap of the race. Glenn Boyd, a great recovery from him, making up a couple more places from where he started that one. From 5th up to 3rd, Mikulik and McKechnie rounding out the top 5. We're going to take a quick break in commentary. There is plenty more action to come, as there always is with the South Australian Motor Racing Championships. Also on the program today, and up next we have improved production. That'll be followed by sports sedans. Saloon cars share a grid with HQs. We've got Circuit XLs, both Masters and Trophies, in separate grids. So the older folk will be out first in the Masters, and then the youngsters out in the Trophies later on today. As well, we do have a national category, AU4, renamed from Formula 4 to AU4 in the off-season. That will be out. They've got 2 races today. Their first one at 10:15 local time here in South Australia. As our Victor makes his way into the pit lane, we'll take a break in commentary.
TyreCycle's here with the Shell V-Powered Motorsport Park in partnership with Motorsport Australia to collect the end-of-life tyres from this race weekend.
At Motorsport Australia, we see the value in partnering with industry experts as we work to shape a more sustainable future for motorsport.
TyreCycle is Australia's largest and only national collector and recycler of end-of-life tyres. We have a capability of recycling in excess of 20 million tyres a year, creating new products from what is somebody else's waste.
Tyres are one of motorsport's biggest waste challenges. This pilot is a major step towards solving that sustainably.
The tyres we collect and recycle go to a new life, whether it be in a playground, a sports field, in a road, or as used in alternate fuel. One way or another, the tyres we collect are recovered for a better use.
Motorsport Australia will use what we've learnt from this weekend to help in building frameworks that can be rolled out at more motorsport events in Australia.
We're just really pleased that we can be part of an innovative program and something that I think is going to be the future of these motorsport events. So we're really proud to partner with a great company like TyreCycle and also Motorsport Australia to deliver service not only to the competitors but also do something for the environment too. So as we continue to evolve our sustainability strategy, this is one piece of it.
It's great for TyreCycle to be partnering with the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park and Motorsport Australia in delivering positive outcomes for the end-of-life tyres.
improved production out on the race circuit. Good field of improved production cars this weekend here in South Australia. As always, lots of different machines, from BMWs to Mitsubishi Magnas, a couple of Nissans as well, and there's quite a few cars that we saw battling up the pointy end and as well towards the middle and the tail. There's action aplenty in South Australian improved production. Looking forward to this one. Of course, got the big Monaro as well, number 96 out there. Didn't have the greatest of days yesterday. Hopefully things are a little bit better today. But out in front, after taking the victory in race number 1 yesterday, it will be Scott Cook. He will be starting alongside Jason Palmer in the little BMW, a fantastic little BMW. That one always goes well, does the E30 in Schnitzer colours. Behind that will be George Mikel in the Nissan 200 SX. Stephen Campbell alongside of him in a BMW E36. So a couple of Nissans, a couple of BMWs on the front 2 rows of the grid. Behind that we have Ian Statham in a Mitsubishi Magna, Jaiwei Chen in a Civic, Mark Kempster in another Magna. There's quite a few, there's 4 Magnas in total in this field. Andrew Cogan will be next, starting out of 8th, and James Myhill, Braden Cogan, Robert Kilmartin, Marco Mack, Keith Wong, and as I say, the Holden Monaro, which sadly did not see the end of the race yesterday, and that is Gregory Lewandowski. So that's a shame, but good to see him back out there in the big Monaro, and it looks like there's another car behind him as well. That looks to me like that is Coppola, which is great to see that car out there. Car number 27.
Didn't see too much of Tom Coppola yesterday either, so he's certainly had some issues. A couple of big fast cars there at the back of the field. Greg Lesnikowski, you just mentioned, had failed to finish his race yesterday also. At the back of the pack there in the V8 powered Monaro. A bit of smoke coming out the side of that car as I look across. Not sure what that was all about.
These drivers only had the sole race yesterday, so they've got 3 today, so plenty of on-track action for these guys. Improved production will be scattered across the rest of the day, as will sports sedans. They also have 3 races to complete here today. Here they are then lining up on the front row of the grid, and the rest of the cars coming in line as well. You can see as each row forms up, the yellow flag is removed.
Pull the yellow flags in?
Yes.
Well, only for the green one. That's the one with our official down there with our green flag, ready to put the last cars in position.
So you can see that the green flag can't be waved until all of the yellow flags are removed from the right-hand side of the screen. Once they are, the official walks to the centre of the grid, waves the green flag. That signals to the starting marshal in the tower that the 5-second board can go out and begin the light sequence. Revs are rising and we are underway already. A very quick start, that one. Even jump on the front row, but it looks to me like the Nissan of Cook has got the better jump and will lead down towards turn number 1. Will he be followed through by the other Nissan? No, not quite, but the top 3 have broken away already from the chasing pack. A good couple of car lengths, but look at Mikel hounding the tail of Palmer already through turns 1 and 2. Oh, a big twitch of oversteer there for Mikel, costing him a little bit of ground, but on cold tyres there, he was caught out a little bit on the change of direction.
Certainly was good to see George Michel back here this weekend as his first run at the bend in that new car. Did made his debut at Phillip Island. Now he's brought it back to SA, and he's back in the improved production racing circles here in South Australia once again. Previously raced a little orange Datsun back probably about 7 seasons ago, a little while ago now. There we go there, the second and third. Jason Palmer, the president of the Improved Production Racing Association here in this state. And he's got a real presidential car, that little BMW. And he'll got the wheel up on the curb there a bit. Back here to Steve Campbell. A couple of Magnus making their way through. Ian Stave, a long time stalwart in this group. Kempster, Gary Chen there in the Como entry. Good to see Chen back into this group as well. The colour scheme on that car. A bit of livery and a nice new sponsor on board for this series. And he'll chase down Mark Kempster, who made up a bit of ground yesterday also in the Missy Bits entry. one of the two Mitsubishi entries obviously in this group. Also long-time supporters of this group as well. And there's Mark Kempster. Does a bit of lawnmower racing in the off-season. Interesting comparison, isn't it?
Oh, certainly is. I mean, they say any miles are good miles in a racing car, but I'm not sure lawnmower racing can take much from that and put it into car racing. But there we go. He is keeping himself busy anyway. Here we go up the inside. This is the recovering. Yeah, Coppola, exactly right. So DNS yesterday for him. Did not take the start of the opening race, but is moving through the field now. He's already made up a couple of positions as the field come through to complete the opening lap of the race. He's got a good run as well on the Honda Civic, moves to the inside straight away, but already is up from 17th to 13th. Good start.
Good to see Keith One back in the group there in the Type R. It was actually the Integra. The model Integra there. So Dom Coppola, who didn't get a berth yesterday in race one, trying to chase his way back through the field, and one of the three Nissan Silvia style cars in this field. So he's already made up. Didn't see too much racing from Dom last season, so good to see him back in the series for 2025. And there we go. And that's Rob Kilmartin. That's another one of the Magnus. Oh, there's touch bit close there between Kempster and Chen there. In fact, Chen looks like he's going to get a pass done here. Not quite. That was the exit there at turn 6. He had a shot. That's the skill climb up to the top there at turn 7. That's Mark Kempster there in the Tonsley built Magnus. We've got three, I think we've got 4 of them in the field here this weekend.
He went over the grass there on the inside of turn number 8, and it really got the car all crossed up, had to come well out of the power to get that settled back down, and that certainly cost momentum, and it allowed the Honda Civic to close right on in on the tail of him. This is a fight for 8th position. Kempster and Chen, two very different machines, achieve their speed very differently, but have a very similar level of speed. They're quite evenly matched, these two cars, the Magna and a Civic. Of course, a Magna can't be more locally based and built, could it? The Mitsubishi Magna, as you say, built in Tonsley, but of course this was the old Mitsubishi proving ground back in the day.
Come back home and do a bit of testing.
Exactly. Here we go. That's about to lose a position on home turf, is it? No, not quite. The Japanese attack coming there from the tail, but Chen couldn't make his way through into the final corner. The fast sweeping turn number 18. We've seen it catch out the very best in the business in supercars, and of course in race number 1 of the day it's already caught somebody out. It caught out Shane Mann in the South Australian Aussie Racing Car Series, but out in front Cook 2:05.4. That's 2.5 seconds faster than anybody else. He has a 5-second buffer over Palmer. Palmer and McKell pretty closely matched, just half a second separating those two in the fight for second position.
Yeah, so Michelle doing a bit of chasing there behind Jason Palmer. Jason Palmer, another former state champion too, president there. He's done a few seasons in that car now. No Brett Waters here, unfortunately. They had electrical issues yesterday, I think, so that's the end of that weekend. In the Peugeot.
Yeah, the Peugeot's shown a fair bit of speed, hasn't it, in recent rounds, but sadly just hasn't had the reliability. And we can see on the screen at the moment that the fight continues. I thought the Honda had a pretty good run there, but not quite able to make his way by on the exit of turn number 6.
So there's that pair again between Kempster and Chen. That's 8th and 9th position on track. Turn 10, 12 down the back there. And that's the climb up towards turn 13 there. So that's where they are, right over the far western side of the track here. 4.95 kilometre circuit. This is actually the international track that we have we're racing on here. This is the one that the supercars will run on a little bit later on in the year. It's probably the most popular layout also here at this circuit, or the most used. There's a few configurations of tracks here at this particular venue.
Of course, last year we we're lucky enough to commentate the 777. As Chen has another look, Kempster though is going to close the door. Chen is not quite deep enough under the brakes to be able to pull that move off, but going back to that previous point, we're lucky enough to call the 777 endurance race 777 because it used the full 7.77 kilometre layout, and it's a big racetrack. It's certainly a big racetrack to cover, isn't it? It's the second biggest racetrack in the entire world. It's absolutely huge, and they were doing lap times well over the 3-minute mark, nearly the 4-minute mark. Of course, it was used several years ago for the Asian Le Mans series when it visited in very early 2020, just before that pandemic hit.
Yes, and I was here for that. Remember that very well. Yeah. Copola's just got another position there too while we were just talking about the things there. I'll pass Rob Kilmartin, get up another position, and he'll go up to 11th position. So he's basically picked a few off to the back of the pack there. The 27 car on screen there of Dom Coppola. Actually, once he's got that position, he's scooted away from Rob Kilmartin there in the South Australian built Mitsubishi Magna. They're very popular in the South Australian series for obvious reasons. They're a great wet weather car too. Oh, that's Greg Lenskowski. He had some issues yesterday in the Monaro, the Stratford Park racing entry there. And that's just limping its way back around by the looks of things. And
speaking of,
that's Kogan, that's Braden Kogan there. Unfortunately got some issues too with that new colour scheme for this series. But that's not going very fast at all. In fact, that's just absolutely crawling its way back. It'll be interesting to see if he can actually get back to pit lane. Looks like he's over the furthest part of the circuit, right over the back there too, which is a bit unfortunate. Yeah,
Braden Kogan, who's just coming through this sequence of corners right here. He finished inside the top 10 yesterday, 10th place finish. But this race has come to an early end. Still 3 minutes left on the clock. We continue to look at this battle, but Chen at the moment just cannot find a way through. Kempster slightly defensive, not the full defensive line all the way to the right-hand side, but just moving better car length to the inside, and it means Chen isn't quite as comfortable to have a lunge up the inside into turn number 17, but it is the corner, lap after lap, where he is closest to the Mitsubishi Magna. Improved production in South Australia, sponsored by Autosport, a long-time supporter of the series, and you can see all of the cars with the Autosport logo and banner across the windscreen, the front windscreen of the car.
They've been a long-time supporter of this category, and they're certainly still on board again this season, as they will probably for a bit longer. That's Mark Kempster there, under attack too from Gary Chen there just behind him. And Mark spent Mark spent a long time actually turning Spanish Marine Statham for years as his pit crew, and in recent years he's become a race driver himself. In fact, he's about to lose the position, is he? Chen around the outside, going around the long way at turn 6. Gives him a good position for 7 though.
Great move. I thought the front lockup, I saw a little lockup from Chen. I thought, nah, he's in a bit too deep. He did go in a bit deep, but he was able to swoop all the way around the outside. And great sportsmanship from Kempster, left him room on the exit of the corner. And Chen, with the outside line around the corner, was able to get on the power that bit earlier and launch out of the corner. But what a move all the way around the outside. Oh dear.
There's the Kogan car again. That's absolutely crawly. He's got a long way to get back to the main complex here.
And he's about to go into the blind turn number 13 as well. You don't want to be steadily moving around there. How good does that camera angle look? Really shows the elevation of turn 13, doesn't it? This is the fight for 5th position that we're focusing on now. Kogan has closed in on the tail of Statham.
That's Andrew, that's the senior.
Yes.
So he's up on the behind Ian Statham. They're talking about senior. There's another senior. He's a long-time stalwart of this category. Another one of the Magnas. I think, of course, the all-wheel drive Magnus. These are great cars in the wet weather too. They love the rain. Ian Statham knows how to drive these things in the wet. Done it a few times and actually won races in the wet. So no rain at this stage, but hopefully not.
Yeah, what are you trying to do to us? Talking about the rain.
We need some.
We do actually. No, to be fair, you are correct on that. We've had about 2 days of rain here in South Australia all year, and they've not been significant downfalls. So yeah, it's a very dry start to the year, the driest ever start to a year here in South Australia on record, as they flick it through the fast left-hander and head towards the turn 6 hairpin. Kogan not close enough on this occasion, although he is darting to the inside. I think that's more to put Statham off. In fact, he has lunged it up there. Crikey, he must have been 50 metres or more behind. I can't believe he even attempted a move there from that far back. But I think what he did was exactly that. He showed the nose to Statham. Statham saw him coming, left him a bit of a car's width because he thought it was going to be a bit of a dive bomb. So good thinking there from Kogan. Just showing the BMW M3 in the mirrors and forcing Statham to leave him a bit of racing room. He's putting him under pressure, threatening him there.
Yeah, it certainly was. So they're currently in positions 5 and 6 on track. Each other out there. Behind Crest to come to turn 13, come up beyond the catch fences there. Come back inside the bowl area here at turn 14. Not close enough there. You need to be right up on the inside of the car in front of you. You want to pitch a pass there. Not close enough. Good to see the Kogan combination with different coloured cars this series. They were both blue last year.
Oh dear, look at that bit,
there's,
still coming. Oh, Kogan up the inside of Statham into turn 17. Not quite able to make it stick, just didn't have the drive out of the corner. Look at the gap that the Magna pulls. As you say, the all-wheel drive coming into great effect there.
I tell you what, Braden Kogan, it's taken him a long, long time to get around the back there. He'd be very happy to get back to pit lane.
It's the slowest lap in history.
He must be stuck in first gear, surely.
He's got to be. He's got to be. It's the slowest lap I've ever seen, quite frankly. It'd have been quicker walking back, I think. He's glad it's not the full 7.77 kilometre layout, or else he'd probably miss the next race by the time he got back to the pits. Out a bit further forwards though, look, Cook, I think that is a change of position. Is that not Palmer ahead of Cook?
Let's have a look at the blue silver behind him.
It
Yes,
is.
it is.
So a change for the race lead on this lap. Palmer has gone Cook has gone very slow in the last couple of laps. A 2:14.6 last time by. And he is a bit of the walking wounded out there at the moment. We saw this in the race yesterday, didn't we actually? Cook limped it home, but yesterday he had a margin and he was able to nurse it home and still take the victory. He's not been given that luxury today. Palmer has kept him honest, and on the final lap of the race, this reoccurring issue has reared its head once again for Cook, and through goes Palmer. So late race drama here in the South Australian Improved Production Series. It's a problem for Cook, has opened the door for Palmer. He's close enough, he's taken advantage, and it's going to be him. He's sliding out of turn number 17. He's clearly quite pleased with how this final lap has gone. He was patient, bided his time, and that problem occurring ahead once again has allowed him to take the lead on the final lap. No, we come one more. There's the checkered flag. I didn't see the marshals there. We have gone checkered flag. Palmer taking the race victory. And to be honest, Cook is lucky that was the final lap, because Mikhail was not too far behind either.
No, he was. Oh, here's the Kogan, and that's Andrew Kogan there.
Oh, he's in a bit deep.
Oh, we've got a bit wide there. Outside there of Ian Statham.
He's held it though.
And they're down in tight. That's the final turn there at 18. So it'll be a drag race down to the checkered flag for this position.
It is going to be a drag race. Who's it going to be? A photo finish. Kogan just holds on.
No, that's 5th and 6th position. That's sorted out. Back to Jim Mile there with the headlights ablaze. Replay coming up here. Oh, this is the pass we missed.
Oh, that was so deep under brakes. You could hear the tyres protesting. Statham just had to get out of the way. It meant, though, that he couldn't get the cut back. He just quickly had to open up the steering, allow the BMW by, but in doing so, it affected his exit as well. And Kogan, the dive bomb, but he made it stick.
And the next few positions, you've got Jim Mile, Chen, Mark Kempster in front of Donker Pole. That's the 27 on screen. And that'll be Rob Kilmartin in the Aussie Home Loans entry there, just coming through in the Magna. And our final position there should be, who are we looking for? That's the Marco Mack entry. Another one of the Hondas that fit on debut here this weekend.
He was our under 2 litre winner last round, and he's continually getting the points in this one. There, though, is the number 26, led the vast majority of the race, but for the second race in a row.
Bit of a niggling injury, issue there, but just towards the end of the race, just as you mentioned there, the race yesterday, the same issue, just towards the end. So
he's got to get that sorted for the final couple of races.
Something a bit annoying there, I would probably suggest. It's probably something pretty minor. So there goes our race winner there. Jason Palmer to come back around.
The fact that Palmer's gone around again proves to me that, I don't think he was actually shown the checkered flag. He has taken the race victory, but the checkered flag was thrown to Scott Cook there because of the last lap change of position. So Palmer taking the victory. A shock, a surprise late on in the race, but Cook will have to get those niggling issues sorted for the final couple of races later on today. Race number 3 takes place just before the lunch break at 11:40 local time here in South Australia, with the final at 2:55. Looking forward to those 2 races. Up next, though, another historic category, another incredibly popular category. It's the Big Banger Sports Sedans on the other side of this. Great little package about the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. It really does highlight what a motorsport precinct it is, whether you want to do a bit of karting, if you want to go four-wheel driving, drifting even. There is something for absolutely everybody. It is very much the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. And of course, in recent times, the Dragway has opened as well. And boy, oh boy, has that been a big success.
Got the Spring Nationals coming up, and I think tickets are just about all been sold for that.
Yeah.
So it's very, very popular over there at the drag strip. Meanwhile, let's come back to the circuit. This is the second round of the South Australian Sports Sedan Championship. Just a small select field here for this round, unfortunately, with a few omissions. But we saw yesterday the canary yellow Tuscan TVR there of Ian Wilson really dominate yesterday. We probably thought Michael Barsh might be the man to chase, but certainly had the Tuscan certainly had plenty of pace yesterday to take that win from the 6-litre Toyota 86 of Michael Barsh. That's not a normal spec Toyota 86 by any stretch of the imagination. It's got a big donk underneath that bonnet. And we go back to what should be Gavin Ward, I should say, in the Honda Civic. So it's a lighter capacity car there in that field. And then we've got the battle of the minis. We have Steve Turner. You can see the malicious, delicious entry there, leading him around from Steve O'Malley and another mini. And the last of the minis there will be Alex Lee, which is the red mini with the checkered roof there at the rear of the field. And that is the half a dozen that we do have left here in this field.
Yeah, we did start with a few more at the start of the weekend, but sadly we have lost a couple, including Ryan Smith in his Ascent Skyline and Nathan Mills in his Datsun 1200. There were a couple of others as well, but they have fallen by the wayside. But that is sports sedan racing.
Yeah, that is absolutely. I was just about to say that is typical sports sedan racing. When you get highly modified race cars like this, they break very easily. They're under a lot of stress, so they tend to break things like diffs and smash clutches and do all these other strange things that they do. So
these are cars built right to the limit of their engineering capabilities, and that's why there are quite a few mechanical failures. But these things as fast as ever. And these are, as we sort of mentioned yesterday, we'll talk about it a bit more, these are proper old school sports sedans as well. Safety car lights though are out. This is going to be a rolling start, so they'll get into 2x2 formation for the start of this race.
That lead carrier Wilson's done a few different styles of racing. It was a competitor in the South Australian Sports Car, of a previous Sports Car Championship. It's done time attack as well, so it's done a few different things. Now I'm back into the typical sports sedan fray. Geez, it's fast yesterday. Yeah. 5.3 litre V8 underneath that hood. All British built and engineered. And around the outside goes Michael Barsh in the heavy-hitting 6-litre Toyota 86 body shell car. And that's about all of the Toyota 86s remains in that car, because everything else is basically stripped out of it in typical sports sedan fashion.
Maybe the headlights, I think. That's maybe the other thing that's standard on that car. We're about to get racing. They're waiting for the lights to go out, and the thunder will roar around the bend. Here we go.
Fast to get the jump here. Wilson was pretty quick yesterday. Just going to tuck it behind him and they'll run away. With Gav Ward by himself. The little fog lights on there, or the rain lights on ablaze there on Ian Wilson's car. The JC&J construction entry there. Michael Barch, that's a new sponsor for this series as well for that car, so good to have them on board. Helping him to keep him go racing. Pretty experienced campaigner, Barch. We were talking about it yesterday, a former national V8U competitor. Or Rowdy was his nickname back in the day, because he was probably one of the most quietly spoken blokes in the paddock. He still is to this day. You can hardly get a word out of him.
Does his talking on the track, doesn't he? Maybe he doesn't. He's straight on around at turn number 6.
We just praised him up, and that's going to bring a safety car, because he's got that thing absolutely buried there on the inside apex. I think that's turn 6. So a bit of panel damage too. Looks like he's ripped the back skirt off that car, so I would suggest we'll probably have a yellow flag situation in just a moment.
That was a commentator's curse if ever there is one. I literally said he does his talking on the racetrack, and then we come to a shot of him facing the wrong way.
Right on cue.
Yes, he is the championship leader. He won all 3 of the races in the opening round at the Bend here several months ago. Yesterday, though, had to settle for second position, but this is going to be a bit of a dent in his title chances.
He must have got the car up and running again, because they're still going green here at the moment.
That's good news.
That's good news. So obviously not too much damage occurred there.
He should be able to overhaul these minis just with the pace advantage that it had over a lot of these cars yesterday. So I think if he has got it back the right way, and he is back out there on the circuit, and I think he's got a good chance of catching up with the minis and still potentially getting a top 3 finish in this race.
Depending on how much damage there is, I did see a bit of the bumper dragged off of that. Probably hooked that up when he's gone over the curb there. So we should see him back in our view somewhere. Steve O'Malley is back of the pack of the minis there. In fact, he's not the back of the pack.
A bit of understeer there for Leon to the pit straight, and it's I saw him looking in the mirror, and he's still looking in the mirror now. Oh yeah, look, Barcher's nearly caught them up already.
So he's found top gear and he's away. So he's going to bear down on these minis very quickly. Go past them and probably give the mini drivers a cold as he goes past. It's going to be, you go flying past them.
That's not too hard in these chilly conditions today, that's for sure. It is quite nippy. I've got a jumper on underneath my jacket in the commentary box.
I'm brave, I'm in short sleeves.
Yes, you are very brave. Brave or stupid, I think, Mark. As they go around turn number 5, here's a replay of what happened.
What's happened here? Oh, he's just outcooked himself there. He's gone in too hard and he's just looped it, has he?
Yeah, so it looked to me like he went in too deep, locked the fronts, and then got on the brakes even more, and around went the rear. He's made hay though. 1 lap later, coming out of turn number 6, he makes up not 1 but 2 positions. So straight up into position number 4 there, making very light work of the 2 minis. But yeah, just in too deep, locked the fronts initially, and then on turn-in, the rears protested on cold tyres. Around she went.
And the minis, well, that was all happening while Barsh has gone past. 2 battling minis here of Steve O'Malley and Alex Lee.
Oh, that's not what
that
you
was
want to
close. Goodness me.
Dropping 2 wheels in the grass and then rejoining back onto the road. Put a bit of steering lock in and nearly drove into the side of O'Malley. O'Malley makes the move, but for how long? The 28 shows the nose back up the inside again. Oh, in too deep though.
Too far.
Far too deep. Missed his braking point, trying to reclaim the position, and ran wide. A mistake there from Alexander Lee, but he not too much damage done, just a bit of dirty tyres, nothing more than that, but has lost a fair bit of ground as a result of that error. Just keen to get the position back as quickly as possible. And here on the pit straight, Barch will make another position on the top running mini, the number 9 machine of Turner. Boy, oh boy, the way the minis are fighting there, it's like mini challenge back in the day.
Back in the day?
Yeah. What a great little category that was.
You wouldn't remember that series, would you?
No, I was 12, 13, something like that. I was pretty young.
It's a long time ago now.
No, it was a good little series for a while with the likes of Paul Stokel, Chris Alajarjan. Grant Denyer did it as well, didn't he? It was a good quality series for a little while there. There's some good names at the pointy end of that field. And they put on a good show for a good number of years, but that series fallen by the wayside, long gone now.
Like a lot of series during different periods. Let's have a look here. This is Michael Barch. Now he'll have Gav Ward in his sights there. There it is. There's the big error fell on the back of that Honda there. So that's what he'd be looking for at the moment. Good to see there's no damage on that Toyota either. He looks like it's really nice and straight. A bit concerned when he went over the curb because they sit so low to the ground that he ripped the front bumper or the skirt off that car. But no damage occurred there, so all good. And there they are. Come right into our view side of each other, and Barsh will go, see you later. Give him a little wave as he goes past. Yeah, the low budgeted Gav Ward there. He's no sponsorship on that car at all. He does back to the orbit himself. Does all his own mechanical work and engineering work on that particular race car.
The little yellow mini flicks out a bit of flames, I've noticed, as it goes down through the gears out the rear of the car. Pretty cool, and not something you see from a mini normally.
No, not
there. It is. Look at that. How cool is that? Turn number 13. We'll see it again probably here.
Bit of flame out.
I don't think that was quite the right angle, but at certain corners we can see it out the tail. Oh, again, second lap in a row, the number 28 washing out with enormous understeer, and again. Oh dear, that car is certainly not the nicest handling machine out there. It is understeering like a pig. Pigs known for their understeer.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Okay, that's Alex Lee there, referring to. 28 Mini there. O'Malley's really got away from him once he's got past him, so going to skip away. Now, where's Bart's to? Ian Wilson's in a world of his own. He's a mile in front.
32.2 seconds the margin. He said a 2-minute 4.4 last time by. I'll be interested to know now what Barch can do, though. This will be his first lap in clear air this race. He's had to navigate traffic so far, although he's made such light work of them, it probably hasn't affected him too much time. There he is, the race leader.
I wonder where he was. He's just having a nice little rhythm there in his own little world. In the British-built TVR Tuscan sports car. Isn't it a beautiful looking piece of machinery? It's beautifully engineered. It's real typical British style, isn't it? The big long nose.
I love the diffuser at the back. It looks like the Brawn GP car from back
in right. Could be right there.
Yeah,
oh, you can hear it too. Beautiful. Look at that beautiful V8 tone as it comes down through that section underneath our camera. And how are we going for time? We've still got another 4 minutes to go on the clock. So he'll put down, and that will be his. That's lap 4. That's 4 laps down there for Wilson.
Get at least
got the racing lights on, just to let people know that I'm coming through. Not that he's got anybody in front of him, but he's in a different part of the lap altogether. There's Bart and Gav Ward there. It's kind of sticking to his guns a little bit here too, but looks of things. Bart's not too far in front. 2 totally different engineered cars there. Obviously a couple more extra cylinders in Michael Barsh's car there.
Look at the grass in the front of that car. That would be very, very hot. That's from the lap 1 excursion. Oh, the window. The window's just popped out the Honda Civic on pit straight. I'm sure it was the window.
I didn't catch the end of that. Let's have a look.
It's the driver's side window. I'm sure that it just got ripped as it went down pit straight. So we can't see from this side. But I'm very sure the window net is all that is there on the side of the 916 machine. That was spectacular. Just sucked out, it was. Out to, it is gone. The window, yeah. I'm certain it was. My eyes were not deceiving me. The speed, the power.
We call that instant air conditioning.
Yes, that's right.
pretty much it just sucks the window out.
Which they wanted yesterday, but not so much today. No. I would have given him the fright of his life, I imagine.
Just pops it out.
Yeah.
Oh, well, there it goes. Goodbye window. Pick that up back the way back through. Does a great job, Gav. He's a real budget racer, and the car was basically set up for time attack. Because that explains why it's got the massive diffuser on the rear of the car.
The big rear wing and the splitter on the front as well. It's very much a time attack looking car, isn't it? He's doing well out there at the moment. In 3rd position, set his PB lap last time through 2:07.7. That's why he's able to keep up with Barch. And in fact, on the previous lap, he was ever so slightly faster than Barch, but on this lap, he has lost a bit of ground.
He's gone that fast to suck the window out.
That's exactly right. Oh, actually, I think he was running a little bit slowly there through turn number 13. But out in front, Wilson is not running slowly. 1:59.4. First lap in this race underneath the 2-minute barrier. That is a fast lap time in any race car.
He's absolutely flying at the moment. And here he goes, dominating this motor race as he gets nearly 40 seconds in front of his nearest place getter, which of course is Michael Barch. So increases that lead. Handles beautifully, gets around their circuit nicely. Good to see Ian back in racing form back this season. Just a few rounds. He had an engine issue the last time he was here. Now what are we looking at here?
The Civic is going slowly. I thought it was, and he has plummeted down. He's lost a place to the Mini. That's a real shame. In fact, I think he's going to struggle even to hold on to 4th position. He's got a 20-second margin over O'Malley at the moment. but there's still a couple of laps remaining, so it's not good. He was just running really strongly, and then the moment the window popped out, the race has sort of gone wrong for him since that moment, because yeah, I just noticed in the middle sector last lap the car was running very slowly off the pace, and Barch had pulled miles ahead of him, so some sort of mechanical drama there on the Civic.
Yes, it's a bit unfortunate. We're just praising him, and unfortunately, typical sports sedan stuff. Things do go wrong. Don't want any more less in this field where we left with too many cars. But so how many laps? We should get another lap in here for Ian Wilson, coming around to complete his 6th race lap. Timed events, of course, these days. We don't do lap counts, but
this should be the last lap of the race.
I would suggest so.
Another 59 for him that time by 59.72, just a couple of tenths away from the fastest lap of the race that he set 4.95 kilometres earlier. Of course, that's the length of the international circuit. As you say, we've run several events on the full 7.77. We've run a couple of events as well on the shorter layout. Of course, supercars have used that shorter layout as well. We'll go down here towards turn 6, the left-handed hairpin, but the shorter version, the West Circuit, goes straight a little bit more and then turns hard right. It cuts out the middle sector of the lap. Here is the slow-moving Ward. The question for me is, how close is O'Malley and Lee? How close are those other two John Cooper Works minis? Are they going to be a threat on the final lap of this motor race? We look, we zoom out, we await to see where those minis are. And the good news for him is he does have quite a significant margin, a very significant margin. There they are, just going into turn number 13 now. So he does have a big gap, but I'm sure that will come down on the final lap of this race. As our race leader Wilson moves on past. In fact, he's put 1 lap down on Lee, so that's good news actually, because that means Ward won't fall to 6th position. 5th is the furthest he can fall.
So this will be for the checkers here for Ian Wilson. It's been a great weekend to this point. And he'll come around a couple of corners to contend with. Lap down there on Steve O'Malley, as we just mentioned. Through to collect the checkers here for, which is race 2 for our sports sedans for the weekend. Championship, which has come alive over the last couple of years.
Our race leader cruises across the line.
Just backs it right off and takes it nice and easy across the line.
I think he was trying to let the Mini back through to say, no, you go on the last lap, you have another lap, mate. But the Mini didn't have enough poke in a straight line to pull back through. So I think that was good sportsmanship there from Wilson, but unfortunately to no avail. He did finish a lap ahead of O'Malley. Ward has begun this final lap with a 21-second margin over Lee. Is that going to be enough in the ailing Honda Civic? Well, the last lap by, Lee was 19 seconds faster. He's got a 21-second margin. It's going to be tight.
Look at all the rubbish in the front of the car. We mentioned that before. That's going to be affecting the temperature of that car. Right on the intercooler there on the front of the car. That's absolutely covered in grass and rubbish. That Michael Barsh entry. Take a good look at it there. Look how green it is. And there's Steve Turner. He'll come across to collect overall 3rd position at this stage.
Very good.
He'll be happy to get on the podium there after that race.
He will say, that's malicious delicious. I'll take that. 3rd position for Turner. Comes across the line miles ahead of his fellow Mini competitors. So not that there is a Mini class, we keep referring to it as one, but he has beaten. He's really shown a clean pair of heels to his rivals.
And there's Gav Ward there, so we're looking for, where's the other Mini? Can't see that at the moment.
It'll be closing.
It can't be too far away, surely. And then we're looking, so can't see Alex Lee at the moment. Where is that red Mini? No, I can't see it in the screen, so Gav will hang on here and collect overall 4th position. Obviously there's some issues there with that race car. Yeah, actually, I don't think it's got a back windscreen. Let's have a look at that again. I reckon there might be the back windscreen out.
It's certainly the drive one. That's the one I saw.
I don't reckon it's got a rear one either. I just caught the end of that. I wasn't too sure. We have a look at the moment when it goes past.
Comes across
No,
the
it's
line.
got a rear one. It's okay.
Look at that. The margin was not too
There it
much
is.
in the end. The answer was just 5 seconds. So Ward, a 2 minutes 36.8 was enough just to hold on to position number 4. But that was not the race he was after. And he was even at one point taking the fight to Barch for second position, but ends up limping across the line. There's O'Malley. He did finish in the end a lap down, which was a shame, just lapped right at the very end. But he had a good race-long battle with the number 28 of Lee.
And that's a wrap there on those 6 race cars. Just waiting for Steve to come back. He's lapped down, as we just mentioned. I think Ian was trying to back off, like you said, trying to get him another lap in, but he just didn't have the toe down the main straight to do that. So as Steve just comes back inside of pit lane. Back in South Australia racing once again. Good to see him back.
There may have only been 6 cars, but there's certainly lots to talk about in that one, wasn't there? There's plenty of drama.
There's a lot of good stories around sports sedans.
Always.
Trust me.
Yes. Absolutely. Up next, 2 more very well-known categories. It's the South Australian Saloon Cars and South Australian HQs. Myself, Dan McCarthy, and Martin Ancaro will be back on the other side of this.
TyreCycle's here with the Shell V-Powered Motorsport Park in partnership with Motorsport Australia to collect the end-of-life tyres from this race weekend.
At Motorsport Australia, we see the value in partnering with industry experts as we work to shape a more sustainable future for motorsport.
TyreCycle is Australia's largest and only national collector and recycler of end-of-life tyres. We have a capability of recycling in excess of 20 million tyres a year, creating new products from what is somebody else's waste.
Tyres are one of motorsport's biggest waste challenges. This pilot is a major step towards solving that sustainably.
The tyres we collect and recycle go to a new life, whether it be in a playground, a sports field, in a road, or as used in alternate fuel. One way or another, the tyres we collect are recovered for a better use.
Motorsport Australia will use what we've learnt from this weekend to help in building frameworks that can be rolled out at more motorsport events in Australia.
We're just really pleased that we can be part of an innovative program and something that I think is going to be the future of these motorsport events. So we're really proud to partner with a great company like TyreCycle and also Motorsport Australia to deliver a service not only to the competitors but also do something for the environment too. So as we continue to evolve our sustainability strategy, this is one piece of it.
It's great for TyreCycle to be partnering with the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park and Motorsport Australia in delivering positive outcomes for the end-of-life tyres.
They come, Saloon Cars and HQs onto the circuit. These guys really put on a show yesterday, the Saloon Cars in particular, 2 cracking races, and this is going to be their 3rd encounter of the weekend. A good grid of cars, got a few Victorian visitors in the saloons and a West Australian visitor as well. Of course, the Nationals will be held here in September for the Saloon Cars, so I think a few interstaters trying to get a bit of practice ahead of the Nationals in September later on in the year. Martin Ancaro, this should be another cracking race. Some stalwarts of the series though at the front.
They certainly are, and this is race 3 for the weekend for a combination here of Saloon Cars and HQ Holdens. Just a small select group of HQs here this weekend, but the Saloon Cars, well, they've turned up the volume, no worries here. It's been terrific racing up towards the front of the field. Let's have a look at the grid. And we saw Scott Dornan take that victory yesterday and later in the afternoon, and he'll be on pole position in the Action line marking entry there in the Commodore. Alongside of him with the other Commodore there is Sean Jamieson in the Sedan Hotel entry. Third position on the grid will be the first of the Falcons there in Wayne King and the KW Home Improvements entry. Go back to our Victorian champ there, Kane Baxter-Smith. Back there in another one of the Falcons, so Falcons on the second part of the grid. Then we go back to Dave Lyons in the VT Commodore in the Evolution Crash Repairs entry. Go back to position 6 on the grid there, which will be Blair Davies, and one of the 2 Rob Sinclair Equipment Finance entries. The 2-car team here for this series. Then we go back to the Western Australian there in the borrowed car there, the second on the Sedan Hotel there, and Reggie Ralph. Mentioned there, Dan, they're over here doing a bit of testing for the Saloon Car Nationals coming out back in September. That's not the cars they will bring, they're borrowed cars. They'll bring back their own cars when they come back a little bit later on in the season. And they really look pretty competitive, and his fellow Western Australian there, Vince O'Yella, in the all-yellow Commodore. That was the car that was competed in the previous round by Luke Curry. Also, we did mention that yesterday. And we'll go back a little bit further to James Jetski in the Falcon. And then we go back alongside of him will be Rob Sinclair, I just mentioned. Sean Berger in the next Naomi Bobby Greyhound Express Commodore there. So they're stepping up from Circuit XL Racing. And then we got number 5 there, which is Ben McLeod from Victoria, and they're very much Peter Brock inspired Commodore there with that striping on that particular car. And then we go back to, probably should be our HQ, we've got Kerry Bright, who didn't finish yesterday, so he had issues, so it was a DNF at that race yesterday.
Speaking of DNFs, DNS for Smith, who's come to a stop out there on the racetrack. We spoke to him just earlier on in the day, didn't we? And he was pretty disappointed with how his day went yesterday. Well, sadly for him, today's not got off to a much better start.
He was going to start at the rear of the field there of the HQs, but I'm not too sure he's parked up there, but I'm not sure he's off track or on track where he is there at the moment. So it doesn't matter, we'll have a look in a moment. So the HQs will line up with Nathan Roberts in the green HQ, the SA Excavations entry. Alongside of him will be the Northern Territorian there, Peter Anderson. Tony White here back in third position. Then it'll be John Hill, and unfortunately for Lee Smith, has come to a standstill out on the track. Didn't have a very good day. He had a bit of contact in race 1 yesterday. Unfortunately, gave him a bit of panel damage and a few other issues, so it's not a good start to his Sunday program either.
No, absolutely not. If it's in a safe place, we will go racing. If not, we might do another formation lap. But it looks like that other car is in a safe position because the green flag is waving at the back. 5-second board has gone out. Just in the right
up the front here too. This is going to be interesting. This will be a great run to the turn 1. And there we go.
Stall.
What about Baxter Smith, who's trying to split the pair? No. So Jamo is straight to the front there. So Jamison goes to the front. Good clean start there in the Sedan Hotel entry. He was penalised yesterday too for overtaking under yellows as well.
Good start from Kane Baxter-Smith and from King. They move on through on Dornan. So our race 1 and 2 victor yesterday already demoted to 4th. Here comes King, harassing the tail of Kane Baxter-Smith. He has a big look up the inside into turn number 3. Can't make that one stick, but look at Dornan sweeping around the high line at turn number 3 using the banking. Gets a great run and tries to attack both the Fords, but they're side by side through turn 5, and we could go 3 wide down here. What's Dornan going to do? Is he going to try and fire up the inside of someone? He is. No, not quite. He had a look though, didn't he? There's Baxter Smith taking King back. So those two have exchanged positions already a couple of times, but this fighting has allowed Jamison to pull away. King with a good exit up the inside through the fast right-handers. He gets his nose chopped off there. No room at the inn for Wayne King. Dornan's got nowhere to go, and just behind them is Ralph in the number 46 Sedan Hotels Commodore as well. But look at Jamison. He's pulled a significant margin out at the front of the field. He's pulled a couple of seconds buffer already. And behind that, the trio is going to quickly become a quartet if they keep fighting the way they are at the moment. Kane Baxter-Smith trying to settle into a bit of a rhythm. He's taken second place and he's just gapped King over the last couple of corners. He was trialling a couple of setups yesterday, and he said they just weren't working at all. We saw him run with no spoiler. That was a gamble that definitely didn't work. The car was all over the shop. He has elected to put that back on overnight, but chatting to him yesterday, he says, we're going to go back to Friday's setup. That was absolutely mint, and clearly it's worked already up to second place.
Got the pair behind him, catching up too. That's Reggie Ralph, the West Australian, there behind with Dave Lyons just behind him. There they are. Trying to sort each other out, but it's the two Falcons and the Commodore on shot at the moment. Bit of experience there with those two Falcon drivers, the Victorian champ and the Holdens South Australian champ there. And they are side by side down to turn one for position change.
3 wide.
What about Dornan? I reckon Dornan will get him here. He's got the better track position. Oh, goodness me. How tight do you want it? That tight. That is tight stuff. And look at King. Because Baxter Smith got on the curb there a bit, jumped him around, so just spat him out the side, but King got his nose right up on the inside.
King there was squeezed in the middle. He tried to back out of it at the last minute, did the best job he could as the two in front of him were squeezing him, pinching him down towards turn number 1. King tried to get the nose out. He just made a little bit of contact with Baxter Smith, which pushed the 56 Falcon that little bit wide, and Dornan picked the pieces of both of them, taking them both from 4th to 2nd in one foul swoop. Great move from the Action line marking car, giving us plenty of action at the start of this saloon car race, and there's going to be plenty more action to come. Oh, Kerry Bright off again. Oh dear, it looks to me like it's down pretty low on the right front. Yesterday, Mark, I'll show you a photo of it. He had a remarkable wheel failure. The whole inside of the wheel buckled.
Pulled the inside hub out of the wheel there.
Yeah, it was a remarkable failure, and that's why it had to be towed back into the lane yesterday.
I think he's down at turns 5 and 6 earlier there by the looks of things. Not too sure how far there are safety cars, because I wasn't sure where he was, but that's confirmed that he's in a bit of a dangerous position down there, so that means safety car will be called.
It's been a torrid weekend for Kerry Bright. Even before he got here, he had 2 punctures on the way from Victoria to the Bend, and that sort of summed up his weekend from there, unfortunately. So yeah, yesterday, as we say, the wheel hub came out. He also buckled the wheel in the first race, and now this drama as well. Oh dear, there's a couple of people completely unaware that we're under safety car conditions here. Oh dear me, this is a big no-no in motorsport. We got several cars racing each other and overtaking the Falcons. David Lyons, the number 46 of Ralph, has noticed what's happened, but look at David Lyons. He's taken off into the distance.
Yeah, there'll be a few questions asked in the stewards office, I reckon, after this race, if that's the case. Not too many people aware there. Dave Lyons certainly wasn't aware of the safety car. He has to drop back into his normal position there.
Yeah, I think he's aware of it now as he sees the Hyundai i30N safety car pull out onto the circuit. You can see he's slowed down, he's realised, and I think he's trying to let the others back through. This is messy. There's no other word for it, really. They're not really sure what positions they should be in. At the back of the tail of the saloon car field, number 69 of Sinclair unfortunately stalled, a brief temporary stall at the start, so he fell to the back of the field, of the saloons anyway, and he is now, fortunately, with this safety car, caught back up. So a good safety car for the number 69. Not so much if you're Sean Jamieson, because you pulled a 2.5 second lead over Scott Dornan, and with 5 minutes left on the clock, that's a pretty good buffer.
Yeah, that's good for Dornan. Not so much good for Jamieson.
No.
Well, there's the bright car there parked up on the tyre bundle there, or alongside the tyre bundle.
That would have been a huge off. That's the fast turn number 5. I hope he hasn't had another wheel failure through there, because it certainly looks low on the right corner.
That's not the place you want to go off. That's a very fast part of the circuit there, and you get that wheel out in the grass, and we've seen it many times, and that's where you end up, either side of that track. He's a long way down. Geez, he's nearly up against the tyre bundle. I don't know if there's been any contact there.
Car looks relatively untouched, but isn't that an immaculately presented machine? Obviously, it's not the way we want to see the connected automotive car stationary on the side of the circuit, but the livery's awesome. I really like the livery on that car.
Let's get a few Victorians here this weekend, testing out the waters for our Nationals coming up here in September. Got a few on board here, certainly, over the weekend. There's our HQ guys there, the Nathan Roberts and the green SAS Cavasis entry. They're a top 3 in the HQ group there. Peter Anderson in the 88 car. And Tony White here back there in the 17. Got the bright, shiny gold wheels there. Got them on board this weekend.
If you are just tuning in on Blendline TV or just arriving at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park, welcome to you. This is round 3 of the South Australian Motor Racing Championships, the SAM Champs as we affectionately know them. There's lots and lots of South Australian categories here this weekend. We've already seen improved production, sports sedans, the South Australian Aussie Racing Car Series. You've got a couple of XL categories to come as well, but one of the feature categories this weekend, the National AU4 Championship. They've got 2 races to come in the not too distant future. The first one is after XL Masters. XL Masters is next, and then the second AU4 race of the weekend is at 10:15 local time. It's an early start to the day. It's only 9:30, and we've already been racing for an hour and a half.
Yes, it's an early start this morning, so we've had to miss out the Sunday morning church service.
For our international viewers, they're having a good little chuckle at that.
A little bit of house straight there.
Yeah.
I should have an act of the fringe.
Oh dear, mate. You
me.
probably could, to be fair. But our South Australia, for our international views, they probably won't be aware of what some of these vehicles are. So we've got Holden Commodores and Ford Falcons in the Saloon cars. You can see the little logos on the front. It's a Holden 1, 2, 3, and then we've got Fords in 4th and 5th position. So very much like what we saw in, their checkered flag has been waved. So they've called the race early. So they're clearly they're going to have issues getting that Kerry Bright machine back from the paddock. So they've elected to call the race early and get the recovery done ahead of schedule. That's a shame. Also a recovery of the number 54 machine. So there's cars scattered around the racing circuit. But it is true Aussie motorsport, isn't it? Ford versus Holden, the Blue Oval and the General.
All the 6-cylinder motors pumping away under the hoods here. All 6-cylinder here, of course. Either got the 3.8 litre or the what have we got, the 4 litre in the Falcons. So our recovery crew down there pull out the big winch.
This is a shame. Second time we've seen this already this weekend. The 45 going on to the tilt tray. Unfortunately, you can see
he's parked a fair distance away from that car. He's got a bit of pulling to do with that cable.
he's only about halfway. He's still got a fair bit to go. While he is doing that, we'll take a break, I think, in commentary, because it'll be quite a while. But Sean Jamieson taking the victory in that one, his first victory of the weekend after race 1 was taken away from him with a 15-second post-race penalty. So Dornan, race 1 and 2 winner, comes home in second ahead of David Lyons on timing. I don't think he'll be keeping that. We saw him make not 1, not 2, but 3 positions under safety car. So I expect a penalty for David Lyons, and I expect Baxter Smith to be promoted to 3rd. In the HQs, Roberts took the win ahead of Anderson and Whitehair. But we're going to take a break in commentary. On the other side of this, we have Circuit XL Masters. XL Masters are heading out onto the racing circuits. It's the over 35s that are out there currently on the grids, and it's going to be led by Kim Anderson. A good field of cars in the Masters, and an even bigger field in the Trophy Series that we're going to see in the not too distant future as well. In total across the two classes of XLs this weekend, 45 cars, Mark. A huge amount of XLs this weekend.
Yeah, as you would normally see in an XL round, it's these days, once upon a time, they all used to race together, and now we split them up and putting out the Masters class here at the moment. Cars getting themselves sorted as they come out track. Let's see how they finished up yesterday. Obviously, we saw Kim Anderson finish up winning the race yesterday in pretty convincing fashion, so he'll take pole position. Alongside of him will be Vaughan Colwell, the Bordertown-based driver, alongside of him on the grid. Then we go back to the high beam car wash and Gawler entry there of Brian Smith. And then we go back to Troy Dontis in the Stanford Mowers entry. Go back a little bit further, alongside of him Aaron Semler in the Bailey's vehicle hoist entry. Alongside of him on the grid there will be Sean Panowich, who didn't finish the first race yesterday, so he's made up considerable positions in that second race. Then we go back to Jordan Johnson in the Hampstead Auto and Dyno entry. And a bit further on the grid there, we've got Rob Zonetti in the 25 car, so it's in the Mrs. XL Garage entry, not the original car that was meant to be in. He blew the original car up yesterday, unfortunately, and during the qualifying session. And then we go back to Ash Bennett, I should say. And then we go back a bit further, Bo Hastings in the 118 Motorsport entry. And then we got Rebecca Bosciano a little bit further back, our lady driver at the field. And then we've got Andrew Young and Alan Hawkins at the back of the pack there as well. And looks good to see Adrian Gallia also at the back of the pack there in the Castrol Livered car, who had some issues yesterday. Good to see them. They've had a bit of a long night there to get that car back to spec, but it is out there and the wheels are rolling, so that's great news.
You've got two tribute liveries on the back row of the grid. It looks like V8 touring cars in the early 90s with the B&H, not related to any sort of cigarette sponsorship. The B&H liveried machine alongside of him is the Castrol car.
Someone's coming to pits there.
Panowich.
That's Panowich, I would suggest. Look at the colour scheme there.
Not a good weekend for the defending Masters champion. It's not been the greatest start to his season, really. Yet to have a round victory so far this season, but a retirement in race one. Recovered well, though, didn't he, yesterday, to finish in 6th. However, Sunday's action has not started well either in the lane before the race has even begun. Hopefully they can get that fixed up, or whatever the problem is, and he can get back out there during this race. But that was a late call to come in at the last minute. A hard left turn underway. Colwell had about a meter's advantage, and he's just extended that, and it might give him enough of a margin to pull across on the run towards turn number 1. Great camera angle this from the pit lane exit as they go side by side towards the first corner. Are we going to go 3 wide? Not quite. Maybe a bit further back, but Colwell not quite able to make the move into turn number 1. Didn't quite get the full car length ahead.
No, not quite. So that's not Shane Nowicki in that car. That's Rob Zonetti, just to confirm that on this car on shot. So yeah, it is Colwell. He gets himself up in the front from Kim Anderson, and then it's the familiar blue-coloured car there, the high beam car wash entry there of Brian Smith, but he's under attack, and I think that's Troy Dontis here, the Stanford Mowers entry just tucked up underneath him, trying to get a pass down there at turn 6. Certainly got the car in the correct position. Get up on the inside there on the hairpin, and you'll get that position done. In fact, Smith very wide there and way out into the dirty side there. Semler goes through. Johnston there goes underneath Smith as well, so he loses another position.
Smith might be able to fight back up the inside here. No, Johnston with enough of a momentum advantage is able to take that one up. And speaking of taking up, Colwell's taken up the running at the front of the field in the last couple of corners. So although he didn't lead into turn 1, he has now made his way to the front, but Anderson doesn't like that. and he's going to try and retaliate as soon as possible. Does he go up the inside at 13? No, nowhere near close enough. But if he gets a nice run through here, 14 is an overtaking opportunity. And look, Colwell's forced to go defensive, but not enough. Anderson fires up the inside, not quite deep enough under brakes. Colwell outbroke him and holds on. But Dontis has been getting faster and faster as the weekend has gone on. Didn't qualify too well. Moved forward in both of yesterday's races. He's now in third position, and he looks to me like he's got the pace of these front two as well.
He has. He's sticking to his guns there at the moment. Semler the same. Just behind them. So Anderson looking for a passing opportunity. A bit tight here. And both have gone fairly wide over the curbing there at turn 17. So just following each other through. There's that section of the track. Down to turn 18 they come. And now this is where the drafting comes into play. With Anderson, doesn't stay there for too long, just comes out early, and he'll get himself on the inside there at turn 1. If he's got the pace, he should be able to get back up into the front position here. I just saw Gallia in the background there just come into pit lane, but have a look at Dontis too. He was a part of this as well. Big part of it.
Up the inside
goes
comes Anderson.
Yeah, that's exactly what I predicted.
I saw Colwell make a bit of a signal, a hand gesture. I think he was saying, give me a bit of a bump draft. We'll try and pull away from those behind. Anderson didn't take that advice, and he moved straight through. I'm pretty sure that's what the hand gesture was. It was a wave, a sort of push forward gesture. So Anderson, though, electing to not do that, take the lead. And as a result, that means that Dontis is vying into the fight. Semler not too far behind. He's within touching distance. However, the big loser on the opening lap was Smith after he ran wide at this corner. So the 2023 champion in the Masters class, inaugural Masters class champion here in South Australia. There he is, the number 99 machine, the High Beam Car Wash Gawler sponsored car, down to 6th position. He said about Gallia coming in the lane. We had a quick chat to him earlier on. He swung past the blend line commentary box earlier on, and he said, yeah, he had an oil pressure light come on in yesterday's race in the Masters class, so elected to err on the side of caution and bring that car immediately into the pits. So maybe that same problem has reoccurred on the opening lap of this race.
Possibly. Guess we'll find out a little bit later on. Gee, Semler's under attack here from Jordan Johnson there. The Hampstead Auto and Dyno entries. We unfortunately didn't see too much of Isaac Sparks in a similar livered car yesterday. He's running in the trophy class. He's still got Dave Zolo's name on the side window too. There he's a Spanish swinger there. Let's have a look to see if he can get a pass done under Semler. He's got himself in a nice spot here, right up on the inside. Down there at 17, and things tighten up a little bit. Semler gets pushed a little bit wide, and so they are now alongside of each other down to the entry to turn 18. But have a look at Smith behind him. He's ready to pounce too. He wants a part of this.
Yeah, he'll get the best run out the final corner, and he does. He's done it even before I could finish the sentence. I thought he'd get a better run with the 49 taking compromise line on the inside, and Semler forced on the outside. Smith's got a great run. We might even go 5 wide here. Look at these guys side by side down towards turn number 1. 4 wide. There's a bit of contact as well. They're trying to sort out their own piece of real estate. But the 25 and the 118 all take 3 in 1s. Zanetti and Hastings rubbing their hands together with that one.
Hastings was the winner there, wasn't he? He passed him easily. Well, there was a bit of rubbing going on there. Sometimes trying to get 4 cars down into one corner doesn't quite work, and so contact was made. Yeah,
it nearly didn't work, did it? There was big contact down in the braking zone, but they just about got away with it. Semler coming under pressure from the 49.
Oh, a bit of a brake lock there from Semler too. Got a little bit late on the anchors there. So he's feeling the heat there from Jordan Johnson behind him. Oh, it's great racing. There's lots going on here. Certainly lots going on. There's Smith on the attack on the back of Hastings now. Had a good race to this point. And there's Zanetti as well in front of that pair.
Smith made up 2 places on the pit straight, however he's still in the same position. Such was the way it was on pit straight last time by. He tries to have a look at Hastings on the back section of the course, who's got the car all crossed up, the 118 car, the Titan air conditioning XL looking a little bit ragged through the S section there around Crofty Corner, and the short blast towards turn number 13. These two have dropped off a little bit, Semler and the 49. In fact, Semler's dropped off the road, not just off the back of the train.
That's a very unusual place to drop off there. But he's actually got himself a better position in the next corner. So he hasn't featured too badly there.
It's the momentum he lost, though. There. The momentum he lost in running wide has allowed the Johnston car up alongside through the fishbowl, and we'll have the inside now for turn 17. Smith makes the move on Hastings, and just behind that there's going to be a potential move for position as well. No, 36 just about late enough under brakes. Semler holding on, but just a couple of unforced errors there in the final sector, but he does just about hold on to that position. Look at the timing, it's going to shuffle all around as they cross the line. Thus was the battling that we saw last time by, but look at this for second place. Dantas with a run up the inside, the 27 on car number 86. Dantas, huge moment on the grass. Johnston up the inside of Semler, sideways, out of control on the inside of the circuit, down towards turn number 1. He gathered it back up and got it stopped for the apex of the corner. I just caught that in the corner of the shot. That was hairy.
Gee, I wish we could get a replay of that. I want to look at that again. That was interesting. Gee whiz. Those pair are absolutely going hammer and tongs there. And they're not even up the front of the field. Unbelievable.
Colwell was...
This is Colwell and Dantas, second and third position.
So Colwell was able to hold on. We ended up not focusing on the battle for second because we were so amazed by what we saw behind with the off-track excursion of Johnston. But Colwell retains second position, but Anderson has pulled away now. He's pulled a bit of a margin out in front.
Here we go. Have a look at this. On the grass.
Far left-hand side, Semler pulls to the inside.
Me.
Johnston was there with the overlap. 2 wheels through the grass, right out sideways, slewing down towards turn number 1. Just about gathered it up. Great car control.
Could have been a lot worse than that. Doesn't matter. We'll carry on. There's first, second and third position on screen. So it's Anderson, Colwell, Dantas. Then we go back to Rob Zoanetti. He's got Brian Smith absolutely breathing down his neck at the moment. He'll be looking for a bit of track position here at turn 14. And Hastings coming to that trio as well. He's coming to that group. The 118 racing entry there, just tucked in behind him. He's a much improved race car driver too, Bo Hastings. Picking his way through the field. A little bit of dust kicked up there on the curb. Gee, Zoanetti, he's got a mirror full of cars, isn't he? Have a look at the blue machine behind him. And not think they'll be quite close enough there for a pass of Wooey. Well, hang on, he's got himself a nice track position to the next corner down to turn 18.
Yeah, got the crisscross.
I reckon he might get it done. Gee! I reckon there was a bit of rubbing going on there, if you don't mind.
Certainly was, and it's affected both of their runs onto the pit straight, so will Hastings be able to benefit? Neither wanted to yield into the final corner, and it saw that they both made contact. Here comes Hastings. He's giving a bit of a bump draft to the 99, and they've both moved on through as a result on car number 25, but the 25 of Zoanetti fires back up the inside into turn 1, but to no avail. This is hard racing in the midfield.
Gee, no one's given an inch, are they? Everyone wants to get up another position, have a look at Semler. So he's got Zoanetti in his sights. So this could be another passing opportunity. Geez, it's all happening in this Masters category, if you don't mind. Geez, absolutely everything going on. Johnson's not too far away either. He's made up a little bit of ground, and Semler with a little bit of a brake pinch. A little bit of wheel lift there as they go over the dip down there at turn 6. Now the crest they go, so things could change here in just a moment. And it's just starting to get away a little bit while these other two battling for second and third position are trying to sort each other out. The two green and white coloured cars there. Let's have a look at this. This is the moment. Have a look at this. How's this for panel rubbing, if you don't mind?
Oh, they're both at sideways moments. The 25 even more notable. Gathered it back up though. And I think Smith didn't want to really make that move. I think just lost the momentum, got balked, and then got the tap from Hastings as well. That was all very awkward. That could have been a lot worse, though. The amount of lateral movement that the 25 machine had, it very nearly rotated. So we're lucky to get away with that. We are continuing under green flag conditions with no real damage, fortunately.
That's the last 3 positions on track. That's the nobody wants to come last trophy. That's right there at the back of the field. Andrew Young and the Chrysler team inspired car there, leading that pack. And I think Beck Boggiano there just picked up a position there on Alan Hawkins.
Now I think Hawkins tried to get him, but didn't have the straight line poke. Saw Hawkins yesterday, and he said to me, yeah, this weekend just down on power, unfortunately. And he was quite a fan yesterday of the big headwind down in towards turn number 1, because it meant he could get in the toe and keep up with those in a straight line. Doesn't have the luxury today. The wind has certainly died down overnight, and it's nowhere near as blustery as it was here yesterday. It does mean, though, that the slipstream effect nowhere near as effective into turn 1.
Talk about slipstream. Here we go. No, so Coble still retains that second position in front of Troy Dontis there. The wings of that B flapping a bit harder there to try and get past him. Oh, down to turn 6 they go. Well, these two have been going hammer and tongs too for lap after lap. Nobody's really made much headway at the moment as Kim Anderson gets a little bit further in front again. So he's just getting, widening that gap between first and second position. Oh, there we go. There's the last 3 in the pack there. Andrew Young in the SBR dealer team, or Stooge Brothers Racing, that stands for. Not Stone Brothers. Used to be a team of 3 cars actually involved there, but Andrew's unfortunately is the only one left.
Good exit from Hawkins, but he's got nowhere to go. He's just tapping on the tail of Boggiano as they go through the right kink of turn 4. Not really a corner, that one. This one is also a kink, but it's a lot more significant. And in some categories you have to brake, others it's a let off of the throttle, other ones it's full throttle. Here comes Boggiano late on the brakes into the hairpin. The 53 leaves a little bit of room and gets the cut back because Boggiano understeered wide late on in the corner there, side by side through the right-handers, the fast right-handers of 8, 9 and 10. Who's going to yield around here at the moment? The 53's leaving a bit of room, but Boggiano doesn't want to poke the nose in and make any sort of contact. Very respectful racing. The 53 holding on. Bit of a nod to Herbie, actually, isn't it? The way the 53 is in the circle.
I just picked that out earlier. Glad you mentioned it, not me. SM Fabrications entry there of Beck Boggiano just behind. She's looking for a pass here. Get underneath Andrew Young.
Oh, that's a dive. Nicely done.
Just nice work. That's a very hard place to pick one off there at turn 13.
Hawkins is going to pick up the pieces.
And there's checkers. So that's the end of the race. So we'll go to Anderson, Colwell, Dontis, the top 3 to finish that race. Then it'll be Brian Smith, Rob Zoanetti, and the other 2 between Bo Hastings and Johnson. And looks like Hastings has just got Johnson there on the line. So this is the next group. That's the last group. We're waiting for Aaron Semler to come across the line, and then there's Andrew Young.
Young's got back through on Hawkins into the stadium section of the circuit, and I think he will now hold on. But Boggiano has made his way into the top 10. Into the top 9 on this final lap. The 53 demoted a position and will just hold on from Hawkins as they come across the line. The 3 of them separated by just 0.6 of a second.
So that's
a great battle.
Nice close finish for last. Nobody wants to come last.
No, 11th, Mark. 11th, not last. 11th. How dare you say such a thing?
When you say that, it's just outside the top 10.
Exactly. Exactly. You've got to look at the positives. Exactly right. Our winner then, in the end, by 2 seconds, pulled out the margin early and cruised to the victory from there. It went the way of Kim Anderson. Colwell and Dontis were locked in a great race battle all the way through. Colwell, in the end, coming out on top. Didn't put a foot wrong, despite the relentless pressure from Dontas directly behind. He prevailed in that fight. Smith recovered to finish in 4th position, overtaking Zanetti and Hastings late on in the race. Johnston had that huge moment across the grass towards turn 1 and finished in 7th. A clean pair of underwear is being ordered by him. Semler in 8th, Boggiano 9th, and Young rounding out the top 10. We had a few DNFs in that one. Hawkins is 11th, Gallia a DNF, Panowicz, Bennett, and as well Neve DNSs for those guys. Dramatic affair here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park Circuit XL Masters. A barnstormer of a race there. Final race of the weekend will take place at 1:20 local time, so not too far away. But for now, we are going to go national motor racing. We have the AU4 Championship on the other side of this.
TyreCycle's here with the Shell V-Powered Motorsport Park in partnership with Motorsport Australia to collect the end-of-life tyres from this race weekend.
At Motorsport Australia, we see the value in partnering with industry experts as we work to shape a more sustainable future for motorsport.
TyreCycle is Australia's largest and only national collector and recycler of end-of-life tyres. We have a capability of recycling in excess of 20 million tyres a year, creating new products from what is somebody else's waste. TyreCycle's here with the Shell V-Powered Motorsport Park in partnership with Motorsport Australia to collect the end-of-life tyres from this race weekend.
At Motorsport Australia, we see the value in partnering with industry experts as we work to shape a more sustainable future for motorsport.
TyreCycle is Australia's largest and only national collector and recycler of end-of-life tyres. We have a capability of recycling in excess of 20 million tyres a year, creating new products from what is somebody else's waste.
Tyres are one of motorsport's biggest waste challenges. This pilot is a major step towards solving that sustainably.
The tyres we collect and recycle go to a new life, whether it be in a playground, a sports field, in a road, or is used in alternate fuel. One way or another, the tyres we collect are recovered for a better use.
Motorsport Australia will use what we've learnt from this weekend to help in building frameworks that can be rolled out at more motorsport events in Australia.
We're just really pleased that we can be part of an innovative program and something that I think is going to be the future of these motorsport events. So we're really proud to partner with a great company like TyreCycle and also Motorsport Australia to deliver a service not only to the competitors but also do something for the environment too. So as we continue to evolve our sustainability strategy, this is one piece of it.
It's great for TyreCycle to be partnering with the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park and Motorsport Australia in delivering positive outcomes for the end-of-life tyres.
AU4 heading out onto the racing circuit. The Australian Open Wheel Series, a great pathway into international competition. These machines the same as what they are over in Europe, in America, in Asia, and that's why it is such a great platform. Renamed in the off-season, formerly Australian Formula 4, now known as AU4. And we can see the cars heading out there on their formation lap, heading to the grid, where they will have a staggered start. Race number 1 was an absolute cracker. There was action everywhere, whether it was the front of the field, the tail of the field, and everywhere in between. We had a great three-way fight for the race victory. We also had a great battle as well for the Generation 1 honours. So there's 2 classes out there, the newer machines, the Gen 2 Tatus chassis, which we can see on the screen now, and also the older spec McGale cars that was used in Formula 4 there. That car there is a McGale, the slightly smaller machines. So we had battles in both classes. There's about 7 or 8 in each class. So a good portion of open wheel machines out there on the racing circuit. I'm Dan McCarthy. Alongside me is Martin Encaro. Mark, if this race is anything like as good as yesterday, we're in for a stellar one.
Well, it certainly will be. Cars is making their way out onto the track in their formation lap. We were describing it yesterday, broken down into different classes, as Dan's just described. A lot of young drivers involved in this series. Lots of teenage faces in these behind these helmets. Very cool, still very cool out there too. See, they're really scrubbing those tyres up, trying to get some heat into that rubber. Track temperature will be quite fresh at the moment. It just went out there. The air temperature is still quite cold, even though the sun is out, and some of the drivers are opt to come back into pit lane. Some will grid up. We saw this yesterday as well for our AU4 Championship. Recently rebadged, of course, for this season. Big field too. It's good to see that we've had the big field here yesterday skirting around. Cars coming back into pit lane. Well, the window yesterday to... Pick up where we are. There we go. The dusky entry there.
From he'll start this one from second
the Tasmanian.
Position. Yes, correct. The Tassie Devil. Certainly a thorn in the side of his competitors yesterday. And starting this one from second position. Killian will start from pole position. He had an off-track excursion early on yesterday on the opening couple of laps. However, once he rejoined, albeit 10 seconds back, he was matching the pace of the race leaders. So I'll be very interested to see what he can do from the front of the grid in this one. Third position will be Imogen Radburn, who finished second yesterday, and fourth position will be Isaac McNeil, who finished third yesterday. So all of our front runners back up the front. Kokotowicz will start from position number 5. He stalled at the start of the race, fell to the very back, but recovered to finish in that 5th position. So a good recovery from him, and he has a nice reset for this one. Behind him will be Brock Burton and Georgia Morgan. And then following that, we then move on to the Gen 1 machines. Jensen Marold, who won the Gen 1 race yesterday, will start from P1 ahead of Kobe Wilson, Andrew Fitzpatrick, Diago Stewart, Jesse James Samuels, then Chloe Lane, Nicholas Filippetto, and Lawrence Katsidis.
Who didn't finish yesterday.
That's right.
So he had some issues yesterday as well. Really dominated by that top 3. They were really in a world of their own between Killian Dusk and Radburn. Imogen Radburn had a great race yesterday. She was highly competitive. She was very busy. She had a lot of work to do to get up that 3rd position. But certainly our race winner yesterday, very dominant again. Had a few challenges throughout the race, no doubt about it. But certainly without all the challenges to take that victory yesterday in the Dusk entry, or Harrison Dusk. Come around to form up on the grid as they make their way around. It's a great wide shot there. You can see in the background how dry the country is here in South Australia with virtually no grass out in the rural setting.
You can hear the winds got up again in the last few minutes. You can see the trees just blowing there in the background as the number 44 machine pulls up onto the grid. That is Kokotowicz, who, as I say, will be looking to right the wrongs of yesterday's stall on the grid. But again, a driver that showed great race pace, was able to march through the field with very, with a lot of ease. Kokotowicz, 17 years of old, a karter that has stepped up into this series, and he wants to take the US path, which is a pathway that a lot of drivers are tending to take these days. IndyCar, of course, Indy 500 on this weekend.
At this moment, yes.
Yes, so that really has become, it's quite a few pathways. For many people, it was either supercars or Formula One, but in recent years, a lot of people going the GT3 route and into, hopefully, endurance racing, maybe potentially into hypercar, the Matt Campbell route, you can call it, and a lot also going overseas to go and race in IndyCar. Of course, the Kiwi in recent times, Hunter McElrea, has gone over there, and he's doing very, very well, or did in Indy Next, and he did make his IndyCar debut last year. So shows that there's a few potential pathways, and IndyCar certainly one of them. Of course, a lot of light on that at the moment, particularly this weekend with the Indy 500. But there's plenty of stars that have come from this series over the years, back when it was known as Australian Formula 4. Most notably, Liam Lawson. Well, he's gone on to do all right, hasn't he?
He certainly has a bit. There's a winner from yesterday, Harrison Dusk, getting himself all psyched up in there. You can see him moving around and getting himself all pumped up, ready to go. It's one of the Tim Macro racing entries. There's 4 of them in this field. Safety car being sent on its way. So great shot there. The breeze has certainly picked up. We just saw a shot of the level 4 viewing platform there on the main complex, and that breeze has certainly picked up, and it is now blowing back from the north, as it was yesterday. So headwind going down the main straight once again.
That's the Valente Rosso entry of Isaac McNeil, finished in 3rd position yesterday, just behind Imogen Radburn. He was locked in a battle with her for much of the race, but Imogen just got the better of him late on in proceedings. So I'll be interested to see what the karting champion can do in this one. The siren there signalling everybody to make their way off the grid. We're not too far away now from the start of this race. And we can see there just at the first car, that's Adam Gotch, the man behind AGI Sport, and the man who's now heading the series. Or I think actually Adam's a bit further back. There's a couple of people in AGI shirts there. It's hard to...
Very distinctive blue and yellow shirts down there.
You can see the difference in those AGI cars. So although there's 3 in a row, different coloured halos indicate the different driver. So the AGI blue halo there is number 13. That is Noah Killian, who will start this one out of pole position, as we say. Looking forward to seeing how he goes in this one. He's just 15 years of age. When we talk about kids in this category, there are kids as young as 14. I saw a couple of them yesterday, and I think they're about 3'5". They're tiny. They are tiny, some of these guys. 14, 15-year-olds. And Noah Killian stepping into AU4 this weekend with the...
Well, you wouldn't want to be because the inside of these race cars are tiny. They're only a small cockpit. Very tight squeeze to get in there, so you don't want to be a big lump like me trying to get in there, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just to put a staggered start, we saw this yesterday, just like we do in Formula One standards, but not sitting alongside of each other on the grid with the staggered start, which I think is a great concept anyway. I think it gives everyone a bit of a fairer go off the grid. The AGI Sport entries there.
A karting graduate is Noah Killian, making his debut in the series this weekend. He has aspirations to make it to F1, and I believe his plans are later in the year to take part in the UAE F4 Trophy Series. which is a huge Formula 4 series, the biggest, I think, in the world. They have grids nearly 40 cars, so that is one of the ones that you want to get into. And it takes place in the Australian off-season as well. Oh, no, the 44 has stalled of Kokotowicz, and he cannot get the car refired. He stalled on the grid yesterday at the start of the race, but this is before the warm-up lap has even begun. What a shame for the 17-year-old.
Yeah, he's signaling a pit crew there that he's got some issues there. So no refire there on that race car. So they're going to have to sort that out pretty quickly as these cars make their way around.
For the second race in a row, he's going to have to do it the hard way from the back of the field. That's a shame. Hopefully it's just a quick refire and he'll be good to go again, but he will be starting from pit lane at the very best. Lovely sunny conditions here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park this weekend, and what a way to kickstart the new era for this championship. AU4 just trying to squeeze it through the barriers, and then hopefully he can start from pit lane.
Trying to get it through the big gate there, so that's convenient. He was parked right by the gate, so he just opened the gate and the slipping line in. So that's been done. Shut the gate. Hopefully he can get that thing refired. He'll probably have to start from pit lane if that's the case. Well, he will be.
Through they go through the middle section of the lap. So just to run through the grid, we did several minutes ago, but we'll go through again. So Killian will start from pole position alongside of our race 1 winner yesterday in Dusk. Imogen Radburn will start from 3rd alongside McNeil. Kokotowicz will not start from 5th. After we saw him stall and be brought back into the lane. So instead, there'll be a vacant spot there. Burton ahead of Morgan, 6th and 7th. And then the first of our Gen 1 machines, Marold ahead of Wilson, Fitzpatrick, Stuart Samuels, Lane, Filippetto and Katsidis. A couple of Masters class entries rounding out the field there with Filippetto and Katsidis. They're all outright runners in the Gen 2 class, but in Gen 1 there are some youngsters and some Masters class cars as well. We've coloured the different generation cars for you on screen to Blendline TV. Blue indicating the modern Gen 2 machines, the Tatus chassis, and the green are the older school Megales, which are still raced in many countries around the world. They're still modern, but just not quite as modern as the Tatus chassis. Yellow flags are just being brought in as the final couple of rows file into their grid positions, and that means that we are going to have a green flag at the back, and we are moments away from the start of this one. On the left hand side we have our race 1 winner Dusk, but ahead of him is Killian. Staggered start for these guys. Revs have risen and we are underway. Pretty good launch from both of those on the front row of the grid, but looks like Killian has made the better of the starts, easily able to pull across on the run towards turn number 1. He's going to have to go pretty defensive down there, and does so, but around the outside, Isaac McNeil, what a start from him from 4th position, takes up 2nd place. Brilliant start, late on the brakes around the outside and moves up to 2nd.
Good start. So there was a car at the back of that pack was very slow off the line. That might have been the Castidis car. It was very tardy off the back of the pack there. Nevertheless, we are down to turn 6 already, and it is Harris. No, that's not Dust. That's the car there of Killian in front. The Radburn was pretty good off the line too as well. So there's the 11 car there. That's McNeil in front of Dust there.
Yeah, so
that's a change around. Didn't see that pass.
He made up the 2 places on the run towards turn number 1. So brilliant start by young McNeil. And he's trying to go with our race leader Killian, who's pulled away early on. That's what he tried to do yesterday when he just ran off the road. Behind that, though, the number 30 of Burton, as he didn't have Kokotowicz in front of him. He has been able to close right in on the leading quartet as well, right on the tail of Imogen Radburn, who doesn't look too comfortable early on the cold tyres. You can see her working away at the wheel. She is really struggling out there. I'm not sure she got quite enough heat into the tyres, and she's lost touch with those top 3 at the start of this one. Imogen Bradburn, she finished second yesterday, but coming under huge pressure from the Tim Macro Motorsport machine car directly behind.
That's Brock Burton behind him in the 30 car. They come down the main straight here for the first time. Great shot there from that camera there, the pit exit. We didn't have that angle yesterday.
Here we go,
here
up
we
the
go.
inside
Let's
for the race lead. That's McNeil diving up the inside and through. What a brilliant start to the race for the youngster in car number 11 from 4th on the grid. He's already up to the front. Brilliant start.
Had a moment yesterday too in race 1. Had to fight his way back to the field. So the car's got plenty of pace. He certainly showed that yesterday during that race yesterday. So let's have a look there. So McNeil in front. And now to turn 6. So see if Killian can get himself back. And didn't let him get away too very good under brakes there at turn 6, Killian. So he kept him in touch here with McNeil. And there's Dust just behind him back there in 3rd position. So these are the ones that were certainly up the front there yesterday. Let's have a look at this. This is the replay of the pass. Oh, he does a little switch back there, got himself, that's a terrific move. It was a bit of the old bluff there. Switching sides there, so got himself on the inside. Tried to fool the driver in front of him. And he certainly did that okay.
Pulled the old dummy and then did go to the inside. It was a great pass from Isaac McNeil. He'd have learnt that one in karting. I say he's an Australian karting champion, but he won the KA3 junior title and the KA2 AKC championship. 2 very high quality categories in the junior ranks. So I'm not surprised to see him taking the fight up the front of this field this weekend on debut. But look, he's not been able to break away. Killian is trying to follow suit, as is the race 1 winner Dusk as well. The top 3 have broken away from Radburn and Burton by a margin of 2 seconds. And look, the pole sitter goes defensive. Killian, but around the outside, that's brave stuff from the number 35 machine of Dusk. He can't do it, but he's got the cutback, the switcheroo on the exit of the turn 3 hairpin. He is, though, Mark, on the wrong side for turn number 5. Who's going to yield? Are either of them going to yield? They're flat through the fast left-hander, and who's going to emerge in front? The answer is Killian.
Yep, you hold on there. Little low shot down there at turn 6. So here's Dusk. And Killian once again, still trying to fight and sort themselves out. This is for 2nd and 3rd position. And McNeil's got a little bit of a break on them now out in the lead. Only while Killian's been trying to drive fairly defensively and trying to hold off the challenge from Dusk, who was our race winner yesterday.
And he looks fast at the moment.
He does, very good. Just got to find that passing opportunity. There's not a lot of them here at this track, but here's one of them. See this section. Let's have a look when they come back into our view, how they come out the other side. I think it's turn 17 there. There we go.
So there's
McNeil.
Huge lead he's pulled out in the last lap. That is for sure, as these 2 fight, scrapped for 2nd position behind. McNeil has bolted into the distance. These guys were the pace setters yesterday. Although Dusk won the race, Killian set the fastest lap in the race and finished in position number 4. But he is really having to defend a lot early on in this one. He came home strong. Maybe that's the way that his car is set up to come home strong late on. They're long races, 25 minutes in duration.
Around the outside here for Dusk. Can he get it done? You bet you can.
Wow.
That's a good pass. Doing it going around the long way there at turn 1. Not easy to do. So a little bit of talent there from the young driver. In the 35 car there in Harrison Dust, the Tasmanian. Gee, there's been a lot of champion race car drivers come from that part of the world. He might be the future one.
Yeah, exactly right. He's forced to go defensive. Here we are, further back in the McGale class. We got the number 3, the number 73, and the number 21. It's Samuels, Stewart, and Lane. These guys were locked in combat for much of the race yesterday, and it's battle resume on Sunday morning out there at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Marold, has actually got ahead of Morgan and has been for the entirety of the race so far. It's just been so action-packed. I haven't got around to mentioning it until now. But Marrell to be ahead of one of the Gen 2 machines is a fantastic performance. So in the older spec class, in an outright 6th position. Great performance there. Oh, mistake from Dusk. He flicks up the dust around turn number 13, and around the outside goes Killian. Brave on the brakes. Swings it around the outside. I think Dusk, with all the dirt and debris on the tyres, didn't want to brake too late and understeer into Killian, and he pulled back a little bit, but that allowed the 13 to swing around the outside. But look, their fighting has brought Imogen Radburn and Brock Burton into this fight as well, as they swing it into the final corner. Who's going to get the run, the tow down the straight? We've got 2 AGI sport cars, the 2 blue machines, and the 2 Tim Macro Racing cars, the red and black ones. But out in front, it's the Valente Rosso car leading the way. Here we go towards turn number 1. Radburn's got the nice exit. She's got the slipstream and she's got the move. So Dusk has lost 2 places in a handful of corners, and it all began to unravel with that mistake at turn number 13, the fast blind right-hander.
Well, Radburn's the fastest car of that 4. So that's the reason why she's picked up that position. She is absolutely picking them off here. And she will be challenging for the lead very shortly if that's the case. And getting right up behind Killian there. Under brakes as well, just as they exit turn 6. She was certainly the one that was charging through the pack there. Dustin's got a bit of work to do too after his little indiscretion earlier in the previous lap. There they are, so top 4 now is starting to get away. They've got away from Brock Burton a little bit. So they come down over the crest there. It was a great shot. There's Dust there, and there's Burton just behind him, so not too far away either. McNeil's certainly got a nice little break too. Over 4 seconds on that previous lap, our race leader. So while this other 4 cars behind him are trying to sort themselves out, he's just snuck away.
Great racing action again here in race number 2 of the AU4 Championship. This is round number 1 of their series. Round 2 will take place again here in the middle of July. Phillip Island will play host to round number 3 before the series heads to Sydney Motorsport Park for the final 2 events in late August and late September. Through they come to complete lap number 5 of the race. Fastest lap of the race last time through for Killian in the number 13 machine. And as you can see, he's broken away from the trio behind. He's pulled a little margin, just over a second, etching out the gap little by little, sector after sector. That is good news for the youngster who swings it around turn number 5. Faster than the leader by 4/10 last time by.
He's just done the fastest lap of the race there, Killian. So that does show on track as well, as you just mentioned there, Dan. So he's certainly the one to pick up. He's currently in 2nd position. So Radburn, who was closing in on our 2nd place getter, Killian, has to slip back a little bit further after Killian's just put in that good lap. Sports machine there, Burton.
After some frantic action, they have spread out a little bit now, haven't they? All of them, you know, you said about Radburn just losing touch with Killian, but Dusk has fallen off the tail of Radburn himself. So they are spreading out a little bit, this group, in the midway stage of this race.
Oh,
another
Dusk
mistake.
again, was it?
Is, yep,
Yeah.
the number 35.
Jeez.
Once again, he doesn't like that corner. And
Having a little bit of trouble eating that turn 13. Getting himself out in the grass, and tell you what, it's giving Burton a massive look in here. Back there on the Hoyts entry. He down here to turn 17. It's a very deceptive corner, that one. It really rolls down the hill on the exit there as you come back towards 18. Yeah, so certainly Burton keeping nice and close to Dust this time around. He's got to try and recover from that little exit issue that he's got there at turn 13. He's done that in the last 2 laps. So we'll have to sort out that braking issue. Emma Burton very close at turn 1 that time around, going down through the S's between, well, not the S's, but turns 2 and 3. It's a bit like an S's complex. Here they go, the two red machines there, making their way down towards turn 6. Good under brakes, Burton, and once again, very strong under brakes. Probably not as strong as dusk. We saw that at a couple of corners, a little bit wide.
Kokoto, which we saw stall on the grid, we thought he'd be pushed back into the lane and start the race from pit lane. Sadly, it appears that was a little bit more terminal than we first thought. He's not made it out to start this race, so that's a real shame for the driver of the number 44 machine, another karting graduate. And Filippetto also not making the start of this one, a open wheel veteran, one of our Masters competitors. Did a couple of rounds in this series last year, notably at Sydney Motorsport Park, and here with a finish off 8th position, but won't be finishing 8th in this one because he did not take the start. The number 77 to move for position. That's Morgan, I believe, up the inside, is it? No, that's our race leader, lapping the tail of the field, I think.
It is, yeah, that's the lap car. And I think it's Castitas, is it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I think it is. They've got the orange markings on the race car there.
That's our other Masters class entry of Catsitas, who races in Formula race cars in New South Wales quite a bit in a Formula Renault car. But this weekend he switched it for the Formula 4 machine, and he's just getting out the way of Imogen Radburn down in towards turn number 1. He's parked right towards the apex of turn number 1. Hopefully he stayed out the way of the two behind of Dusk and Burton as they come through. Yes, he has. A great heads-up driving there from Katsidis, who, yes, has gone a lap down in the Gen 1 machinery. To just talk a little bit more about that, so our current car, the ones that we're looking at on the screen, that is the Tatis F4 T421.
Oh, a
spin.
Spinner.
That's the number 3, I think, of Samuels.
Yeah, confirmed. That looks like a 3 on the side of that car. And that's a little spin. He's got back on track fairly quickly there. Yeah, it's definitely the 3 car of Samuels there.
So he's lost a couple of places with that spin. He was just inside the top 10. Now he's weaving, trying to get the dirt and debris off the tyres. And you can see by the colour of the tyres just how dirty and dusty they got when he ran wide and spun around there at turn number 17. The old McGale chassis, the French-built machine. But the Tatis F4 T421 Generation 2 is homologated back in 2021. It's used all around the world in GB4 and many other championships. It's powered by a Fiat Abarth engine, a 1.4 litre turbocharged motor that produces 160 brake horsepower. So it's a little pocket rocket. It's got all the mod cons that you'd expect it to have. A sequential gearbox, 6-speed sequential gearbox. Yes, as we see them come onto the pit straight, that lead margin has come down significantly the last couple of laps. Fastest lap of the race just set by Killian. We have a look at the replay, all by himself, ran wide.
Oh, he got out in the gravel a bit there too.
Oh,
yes.
Spun coming back on. So a bit too much power when he came back onto the tarmac. No grip, and around went the F4 car. So an off-track excursion on the exit of turn 17 turned into a spin on the run towards turn 18. So a couple of mistakes there for the youngster, but he'll learn from that. Of course, these guys are so young competing in this racing series. But go back to the points out front, Killian, 51.2, 0.6 of a second faster than McNeil. The lead has been slashed down to 1.6 seconds. We've got to keep an eye on that in the closing stages. Still 6 minutes left in this race, plenty of time.
Certainly is. So it's the second car that was given an eye on with that fast time in the Killian entry. Trying to chase down McNeil. As you mentioned, that gap has certainly narrowed. And here's the next group. That's Radburn, Dusk and Burton in that order. Certainly Dusk has made up a little bit of ground too. I would have thought a little bit quicker on that lap. So he's taken some, now that margin between him and Radburn. Radburn currently in third position on track. And here's the lead two. This is McNeil and Killian.
That's a lot less than 1.6 seconds.
It certainly is.
It's It's come down significantly once again. And here's the fight for third position. Radburn, Dusk and Burton. So through they go, but this is it for the lead as they come across the line. 5 minutes left on the clock. The margin now down to 0.7 of a second. Another 9/10 taken away on that lap. And look at Radburn. She feels the need to go defensive on the run towards turn number 1.
And you can see that just before that in the earlier shot, that Dusk was taking the ground off her. So the action line marking entry certainly on the defence at the moment.
Dusk certainly has pace, doesn't he? But he just keeps making that error at turn 13. He's eliminated those errors and he's ranged in, honed in on the back of Imogen Radburn once again. So that just shows that he does have the pace, and that's why he won the race yesterday.
He's certainly, absolutely correct. And there they are. So I don't think the lead to us. I mean, Neil will certainly be on the defence too. There they are, just going over the crest there at turn 7 to see him on the long shot there. There they are. Oh, yes. So Killian certainly on the charge here. Has McNeil responded? Well, Killian did the fastest lap of the race so far in that previous lap, and this is game on.
A little bit wide through Crofty Corner, and look at that. That's the first little look from Killian. He got a great run out of the sweeping turn number 12, and McNeil is going to be seeing the AGI Sport Car in his mirrors now. What can he do? 3 minutes or 3.5 minutes still to go. Can he stop the relentless speed of Killian? That is the question.
He's got better pace. This is going to be a massive opportunity. Super pace here for Killian at the moment.
McNeil being smart about it though. He's not defending clean air. He's only defending when he needs to. Into the final corner. Look at the exit from the AGI Sport Car. He's got the slipstream, he's got the toe. McNeil pulls to the inside of the circuit, lets his intentions be known. I'm going to defend this for all my might. Down towards turn 1. We've seen Killian pull off an overtake around the outside here already in this race. Can he do it again? Not quite. The number 11 late on the brakes, but a bit of a twitch on the exit. They're almost touching through turn number 2. This is fantastic action. Look at Killian trying, looking left, looking right, looking everywhere for a way through. Not able to do it at the moment. McNeil goes slightly defensive into 5, and that's going to affect his run. Into turn 6 of 13, dives up the inside. Killian locks up, runs a little bit wide. Big sideways moment. He caught it, and he takes the lead.
Yeah, it was going to happen sooner or later. Now he's got the pace. He should get away from McNeil here. See how close he was trying to get that position. He eventually had the nose cone right under the rear of McNeil's car there in those first few corners of the circuit there. So he's virtually out worried if he's got past him. It's the other 3 behind him. I mentioned Radburn, Dusk and Burton. They were very close while we're watching our lead pair. And now we can see Killian now starting to run away. Look at all the gap he's got him. He's got some super pace. Wow, look at the gap.
Again, McNeil made the same mistake he did last lap at turn 12. He just runs about a car width wide, and when the corner's that long and that loaded, running a metre wide means you lose a lot of time. Here it is, the battle you were just referring to, the trio, 3rd, 4th and 5th, Imogen Radburn. Then we have the number 35 of Harrison Dusk and Brock Burton in car number 30 at the tail of the trio. Harrison Dusk is, as we say, a reasonably established karter from Tasmania, doing well both in state competition and national competition. But he was also a finalist in the Ferrari Driver Academy last year, the little program that takes place over in Malaysia. So to be a finalist in that shows how highly regarded he already is. And he's on the tail of Imogen Radburn on the blast towards turn 1.
Nice and close under brakes there too at turn 1. Just in that shot, getting into not too many more laps in this race. It's only getting down towards the last bit. So this is for 3rd position. So can Dusk get up and get himself on the podium in this race? We're about to find out. But certainly Radburn certainly responded very quick down that section between turns 5 and 6 under the brake. And actually, just having a look there, I think Dusk has gone on the defence a little bit there, but Burton got the nose cone right up underneath him in the rear of the car. Very close there under brakes.
It's been a fascinating first couple of races. We've seen different drivers be fast at different times. Dusk was very much the pace setter for much of the race yesterday, but we saw that Radburn and McNeil had good pace in that one. In this race, we saw McNeil lead by quite some margin early on. However, Killian's come on strong late in the race. So all weekend long, we've seen these 5 drivers fast at different times. I'm really looking forward to race number 3 later on this afternoon, when we have a different grid once again for that race. So there's going to be lots of talking points in that one. Make sure you stay tuned on the screens of Blendline TV.
So there's our second, third and fourth positions there. I think Radburn, she's responded nicely there at the moment. And not too many changes as far as those places are concerned. And we might be nearly on our last lap here.
Yeah, we'll be on the last lap now.
Just so, yeah.
Radburn started her open wheeler career in Formula Ford, but moved to Formula 4 last year, and she's the highest returning place driver from last year's championship. So she certainly kick-started this season with a very strong result, her first top 3 finish in the championship, and she's hoping to make that a repeat here in this race, but she's not going to have it easy, is she? She has both of the Tim Macro Racing cars right on her gearbox. However, in the last couple of corners, she has broken away a little bit. That's the biggest margin I've seen between her and the Tim Macro cars in quite some time.
Yes, it certainly has been. Oh, geez. Just have a look at there. Bert, he's good under brakes there, isn't he?
Yeah.
Gets right up underneath dust there through that section. And then but certainly in a straight line, Dust has got the better pace. He's not too sure about his braking capabilities, Dusk, is he? He's had a few little issues during this race. So he's probably not quite as confident as probably what Burton is under brakes. And there they are there at the moment. It's the Hoyt's entry there with Burton on board. So there is the Radburn entry there in the AGI entry.
I think in the last couple of corners, Dusk has closed a little bit, but I think it might be a little bit too little too late with just a handful of corners to go. There is the number 3 machine of Samuels, who we saw have the off-track excursion earlier on. And now he's just about to be lapped. He should just about stay on the lead lap, I think. Behind, though, Killian. He finished in 4th yesterday, set the fastest lap of the race. He's been very fast again in this one, and he takes his first victory in the AU4 Championship. Does so by 2.2 seconds ahead of Isaac McNeil. Radburn holds on to 3rd, Dusk in position number 4. So both the race winners have also bagged a 4th place finish. And it's very tight in the points at the moment, because McNeil got a couple of a 3rd and a 2nd. Radburn's got a 2nd and a 3rd, so they really have done all a bit of a reverse on each other. The points are very, very close in the top 4 going into the final race later on this afternoon. But Killian, he started from pole, dropped back a couple of positions early on, but once he found his rhythm after the first couple of laps, he was unstoppable, came through like a train, and in the end won by a reasonable margin.
There's a long way between 6. We're just waiting for the Morgan entry to come through, and there she is.
Yeah,
so she'll make her way through, Georgie Morgan.
Unfortunately, she didn't finish yesterday, so good to see her get her first finish in the series. And just behind, Marold in the first of the McGale cars. He's closed in late on by young Kobe Wilson, but he did hold on by a margin of just a smidge over 3 seconds. So Marold from Wilson and Fitzpatrick coming across the line to finish or round out the podium place getters in that one. That was a eventful race up the front. We didn't see too much of the McGale cars, but it looks to me like they had a little battle as well. Not so much wheel to wheel, but on the times matching each other throughout that race. Next across the line is the number 73 of Diago Stewart. And then following that, we have the last person on the lead lap, which was Lane in position number 11. Great race, that one. Thoroughly enjoyed AU4 once again. But we've got a different winner. Last year, Jimmy Pazik dominated the series, but this year we have a real title battle in front of us.
Certainly seems the way. Lots of changes in the points, as you mentioned there, Dan. 2 very different results from the first 2 races of the weekend. So we'll come down to the last race this afternoon to decide who takes the round, and that's the way we want it.
Absolutely.
That keeps us on the edge of our seat.
Great race, that one. Their final race of the weekend will take place this afternoon at 1:55 p.m. local time. So they've got around a 4-hour break or a 3-hour break before they'll be back on the racetrack. Can't wait for that one. But our winner of race number 2, in the end, it went the way of Noah Killian in car number 13. Unlucky for some, certainly not for him in that one.
Definitely not.
A very good performance from the youngster. We'll be back on Blendline TV on the other side of this.
TyreCycle's here with the Shell V-Powered Motorsport Park in partnership with Motorsport Australia to collect the end-of-life tyres from this race weekend.
At Motorsport Australia, we see the value in partnering with industry experts as we work to shape a more sustainable future for motorsport.
TyreCycle is Australia's largest and only national collector and recycler of end-of-life tyres. We have a capability of recycling in excess of 20 million tyres a year, creating new products from what is somebody else's waste.
Tyres are one of motorsport's biggest waste challenges. This pilot is a major step towards solving that sustainably.
The tyres we collect and recycle go to a new life, whether it be in a playground, a sports field, in a road, or is used in alternate fuel. One way or another, the tyres we collect are recovered for a better use.
Motorsport Australia will use what we've learnt from this weekend to help in building frameworks that can be rolled out at more motorsport events in Australia.
We're just really pleased that we can be part of an innovative program and something that I think is going to be the future of these motorsport events. So we're really proud to partner with a great company like TyreCycle and also Motorsport Australia to deliver a service not only to the competitors but also do something for the environment too. So as we continue to evolve our sustainability strategy, this is one piece of it.
It's great for TyreCycle to be partnering with the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park and Motorsport Australia in delivering positive outcomes for the end-of-life tyres.
I did see the TyreCycle truck at the back of the paddock. Great that initiative has been made by the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. We have Hyundai XL Trophy Series, lots of tyres on the racetrack with a huge field of cars this weekend. We can see that number 11 is back out there after retiring from the Masters race earlier on. Gallia has got that machine repaired once again and back out onto the circuit. But yeah, a huge field of cars, nearly 30 in total. And you can just notice there's a car stop.
Yeah, that's Connor Gowling, the debutant there. He's got himself, well, he hasn't got out a pit exit there. You can see there on shot car number 16, the all-white Hyundai there. So there's some issues there with the debutant here this weekend. And there's a couple of them certainly in this particular field. There's a big field, we'll bring them around. So we'll go back to our grid. It'll be Joel Johnson on pole position, who's taken all the race victories so far this weekend. We've seen it many times. So the Mildura pilot there, well, not a pilot, but driver in pole position alongside him, Aaron Oliver. They were the dominant ones from the qualifying session yesterday, and they're still up at the front of the field. Then we go back to Fletcher Lewis. Alongside of him will be Baden Colwill, and it'll be Bailey Fred, another young guy that won our talent search competition earlier this year. And then back to the 22 car, the Rabilla Racing entry of Brodie Dominic. Then we go back to Jackson Sullivan in the 45 car, a pretty successful meeting too so far. Picked up a few places over the weekend. And the people that will come back to this series, Brad Vaughan comes back from the Dunlop 2 series here this week, comes back to his old category, back here in Circuit XLs. Then back to Shane Nowicki, Tyler Craig on debut, the BTA Excavations entry on debut also this weekend has been pretty strong.
What a job he has done.
Yeah, he's done a terrific job. Just in front of Aidan Brand in the B Sport entry. Another guy from the TA2 series coming back to XL Racing here this weekend is Brad Gardner. That's the car that is for sale out there, so we won't be able to miss him out on track. And we go back to Isaac Sparks, who's made up heaps of ground yesterday after not finishing in the first race. Going to pick his way through the field. Then Jake Gallia, Bailey Perry with the Southeast, Jacob Lengs, Magnus Paul, Cam Quinn in the Exoterra entry. Then back to Ian Morrison, Matt Zatani, who had a big spin yesterday also. Sam Woodland in the second of the Exoterra entries there. Elliot Woodward in the budget entry. Ethan Whitehead, Jamie Eels, Connor Gowling. I don't know whether he's made it out there or not. Max Mellengraf on debut also. Jet Zerk didn't finish yesterday. Had some contact during the race yesterday. Had a damaged rim on the back of that car. So he's got a few war wounds on the Alan Moffat-inspired livery on that car. And then Adrian Gallagher at the back of the field, if he's been able to make it. We can't see that on our camera shot.
Just about we're able to get through the grid before the start of this one. Green flag at the back. Perfectly timed there, Mark. We are about to go racing. Can anyone stop Joel Johnson? The lights are out. Immediately Aaron Oliver pulls towards the number 5 machine. He's trying to get a tow, trying to slot in behind, and he has done just that, although Fletcher Lewis has something to say about it. He side drafts straight up the inside towards turn number 1, but look out, they have Colwill on the outside as well, so 3 wide for second into the first corner. Who's going to yield? The answer in the end is Fletcher Lewis on the inside. He has decided to rescind his fight there. And the other two continue, though, to go side by side. The Penrite-sponsored machine of Aaron Oliver alongside Colwell, and they've made contact on the exit of the corner.
One. Gee, that was nearly a moment.
Nearly a moment. It was definitely a moment.
It could have been a bigger moment. Gee, that was Colwell that got into the back of it in a big way. It actually lifted the back of the car up.
That was a strange interaction there, because they were side by side on the exit and just sort of interlocked wheels, and it threw the car in the air, as you say. Lucky to get away with that, Colwell, but he has lost a handful of positions behind the likes of Freed, Dominic, Vaughan as well. I can see just ahead in the number 50 car. In fact, Vaughan has made a very good start up to 4th position. He had problems in the race yesterday. I think it was some sort of gearbox issue. He dropped back midway through the race, but then settled back in again. Here's a replay.
Have a look at the back of this car, the Penrite car. Look at the air time it gets when we get the contact. Oh, can't really see it from that angle, but a fair bit of lift there. So, as you said there, Vaughan was the winner out of all of that. He's picked up plenty of bases, and he's
having a look at Lewis.
Yeah, he's got Lewis in sights in the Angerson Motors entry there for Brad Vaughan. Brady Dominic, look at them all there. Colwell back in that group, and Sullivan. So all nose to tail. Shame the Wiki not too far away from that group either. So there's certainly going to be game on here in a minute. There's going to be position changes everywhere down through this turn.
This looks frantic further back.
That's Zirk. Zirk up on the inside picks up the position there. I think that was Redwood on the outside.
We saw Redwood was aggressive yesterday and aggressive here at turn 17. Oh no, Gallia, Jake Gallia is off on the outside of turn number 17. Not sure what has happened there. He'll rejoin at the very tail, or very close anyway, to the tail of the field. Out in front, Joel Johnson has got a margin of 2 seconds. Oliver forced to go right down the inside line. Vaughan all the way, 4 wheels through the grass, rally style. Late on the brakes will also take Aaron Oliver and Fletcher Lewis. Oh, my goodness me, he's brave.
That's 2 for the price of 1. Oliver tries to follow him through. Switches back on the inside there of Lewis. Look at them all, they're all paired off. Going down there through turn 3 and 4. So now all of a sudden, he's got all these bunch of cars behind him, Vaughan. What a move. But he's got 2 young guns behind him. This will take him up into 2nd position, obviously. But for how long?
Aaron Oliver's lost 3 places in about 3 corners.
Look out for Dominic, trying to stick his nose up on the inside there of Fletcher Lewis. Didn't make the move stick. Oh, this game on. It's going to be one of these races again. Up the crest they go to the climb to turn 7.
Oliver's going to get a touch, a helpful hand from Colwell, touching him on the tail. And Colwell's going to follow through as well and look behind the 45 of Sullivan. So it's just switching corner by corner. If you're hung out to dry on the outside at one corner, you're not going to lose 1 position. Because this train is so close together, you're losing 3 or 4 positions. We've seen it already on this lap with Aaron Oliver, and we've now seen it with Brodie Dominic as well.
Certainly has. He's got pushed wide, as you mentioned, well tidied up there. Now let's have a look at Dominic. He's up behind Jackson Sullivan there in the auto sport entry. You saw that there on the camera. Vaughan wide there, and he's given Lewis a massive look in. And also Oliver, they're all backed up behind Brad Vaughan there in the Angerson Motors entry. Oh, gee, how close do you like it? That's about close enough. It's the 2nd position and beyond. Don't worry about Joel Johnson. He's in a world of his own. Oh, here we go. What's Oliver trying to do? Trying to out-worry Fletcher Lewis. Oh, he cuts across the nose there of Colwell as well. Oh, goodness me. It's all happening. Typical Excel style racing, isn't it?
You don't need a blanket throw of these. In fact, I think you struggle to even throw a towel over them. Maybe a flannel is what is separating these guys.
A face washer.
They come on to pit straight. Great exit from Fletcher Lewis. He's getting a nudge and push bump draft from Oliver directly behind. Vaughan's gone to the pit wall to try and break any toe, but doesn't matter. The others are helping each other out, and as a result, he's been absolutely swamped on the run towards turn number 1. But the 2 people that helped each other out on pit straight, they've now turned the gun on each other. They're going to war out in front, and Oliver sneaks around the outside. Brilliant stuff through turn number 2 and 3, and Vaughan is now the one being hung out to dry, losing places hand over fist. So what can Vaughan do? Can he just about hold on to fourth? He'll have the inside for 5. Oh, that's brave stuff from Dominic firing up the inside.
Look at Jackson trying to stick his nose in. He wants a beat of that as well. So on the inside there for Vaughan, on the inside of Lewis. Gives himself a bit of track position there at turn 6. But you don't want to be there at the next corner, as we mentioned earlier.
This is XL Racing at its very, very best here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. This is sensational action. The leader, though, has gone 4 seconds down the road. We cannot see the Autobahn entry, but we can see this train of cars. From second down to 11th position, I think it is 10th position, separated by just 3 seconds. Incredible stuff. Here they come.
Here they come.
Over the brow of the hill. It's a freight train of XLs this afternoon here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park through turn number 13. Who's going to make the next move? Who's going to make the next error?
Jackson was very wide there, just at the back of that train there. He got over the top of the curb. That's Cam Queen, is it? No, that's the Jamie Hills entry. The 31 car. That's their Victorian competitor in this field.
Ultra defensive from Aaron Oliver in towards the penultimate corner. Watch for Lewis. He'll try and get the cut back. As a result, the compromise line from Lewis will allow Fletcher to have a look, but not quite close enough. They've broken away a little bit from Brad Vaughan on this lap, so Vaughan will be hoping that he's just about close enough to get the slipstream ahead. I think he is. I think he'll just about get away with it, but look at that. All the way back to Gartner in position number 13. They are nose to tail.
Now this might explain there we go, just a little bit of a tank slapper there that got a bit out of control there for Eels.
Nearly caught it. Very nearly caught that, but the flick back on the grass is what did the damage. A couple of 3-digit numbers fighting, 458 and 242, and Sparks picks the pocket.
He should be the hard charger in that field. In fact, he's got himself back inside the top 10, so that's where he qualified yesterday. So he's basically got himself back inside of the top 10. Didn't finish race 1 yesterday with an off-road excursion, but he's back to fight another day, and he's got the debutant in front of him there, Tyler Craig, and the B-Sport entries come into the fray. That's Aiden Brand. Car 242, all the big numbered cars there,
yes.
all amongst each other.
That's close. Sparks around the outside. He's going to hold on to the position, though, I think, because he's going to get a good exit out of turn number 6, and he does so. That's good stuff from Isaac Sparks. But yeah, he finished the race yesterday. He said he didn't finish race number 1. He did recover in race number 2 to finish inside of the top 10. But yeah, it's been a bit of a strugglesome weekend in that sense for him. In the end, in yesterday's second race, recovered from the very tail to finish. Oh no, in the end, sorry, it was 13th, so just outside the top 10. But now he is inside the top 10. But he's not been able to make too much progress because he's on the outside here at turn 13. Back through comes the 242 of Brand. And as well, Brad Gartner, the TA2 front runner, is vying into contention as well. I said to Brad, what are you doing in XLs this weekend? He goes, oh mate, they're good little racing cars. And there's a weekend off, why wouldn't I race them? He'll be in the TA2 next week in Sydney.
That's right, dead right.
Oh, I can hear a tyre scorched, and there it is, it's Colwell. Huge lock-up down there. Oh, there's dust, there's debris, and off goes the 45. Contact there. Contact with the number 35 machine of Freed, pushing him a little bit wide there. But they've all shuffled around in this pack on the last lap, haven't they? And here we go, on to pit straight. Dominic is moving through on Brad Vaughan, but Vaughan's going to get a nudge from Colwell, which will push him back ahead. This is NASCAR racing out there at the moment.
Pretty much is. But certainly Fletcher Lewis has gone up into second position in front of Brad Vaughan there. So, in fact, it's not Vaughan, it's actually Oliver. I couldn't even see him. He's tucked it right in behind there. So Oliver third, Dominic third, Then back to Vaughan. A couple of young guns there. That's Barty Fred and Brody Dominic there.
Oh,
right up on the curb.
Yeah, that really unsettled the car. He was lucky there. He didn't want to open up the steering wheel and bang doors with Freed. That was a good catch. And I can see some hands moving about there in the Freed machine. Not sure what was being signalled, but certainly some movement within the cockpit going on. Another lockup just ahead for Colwell. To be honest, the lockup was that significant at turn 17. He'll be nursing that. It'll be like a 50-cent piece out there. He'll be feeling that underneath as he's driving around. It'll be vibrating like a washing machine, or a washing machine, I should say.
Or some sort of electrical appliance.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
It's something that does washing.
Something we don't do.
Oh, there's a cone underneath the front of Dominic's machine.
It is too. Well spotted there, Dan. Gee, meanwhile, Johnson's nearly 7 seconds in front.
There it goes.
Let's
It's
have a
just
look
dropped out the tail of the car
There it
there out of
goes.
turn number 12. But is there something as well under Vaughan's car? I don't think so. I think it's just a low hanging.
Oliver on the attack here. So he's looking for the second position here on the inside. He's actually going to be in the outside of that corner. Oh, under brakes, had to back off there a little bit. Try and get himself on the inside of turn 15, not quite close enough. That second position beyond there, the wins entry there of Fletcher Lewis, only in second position. In front of Aaron Oliver, is certainly on the attack there in the Penrite entry. And he wants to get back his second position. We know the car's got plenty of pace to do it, it's just about getting past.
Aaron Oliver, second last round, second in the championship, but he's going to have to settle for third in this one. Meanwhile, out in front, Joel Johnson has taken the checkered flag. Here we go, though, drag race to the line, a bad exit for Fletcher Lewis. He pulls to the inside of the track. He just about holds on by a margin of 0.03 of a second ahead of the Penrite-sponsored machine. Mighty close at the end. I don't know what happened to him on the exit of the final corner.
Let's look at the back of that car there. I think that's the Paul entry. I think he's picked up the witch's hat. he's picked up the scraps there. He's underneath that car. So somebody go and retrieve, get rid of that witch's hat.
It's done a bit of a lap, hasn't it? It's under several different cars. But out in front, Johnson taking another race victory in the SA XL Trophy Series. Lewis from Oliver. Vaughan held on to fourth. Just didn't have the pace late on to match Lewis and Oliver, did he? Fourth, I think, was the best he could have achieved in that race. He beat home Colwell, Freed, Sullivan. And then there was a bit of a gap towards the end. They ended up from 8th backwards getting involved in their own scrap and lost the rest of the group. Craig prevailed there ahead of the number 25 of Nowicki. And then we had Brand in the 242 car, with Sparks in the end being shuffled back. He was inside the top 10 briefly, back down to 11th, ahead of Brad Gardner in 12th.
And a little bit further back, we go back to Matt Titania, made up plenty of ground. So did Jet Zirk. He started from the rear of the field.
Yeah.
Bailey Perryman, Jacob Legs, Cam Quinn, Magnus Paul with an extra passenger aboard, or underneath the car. Then we go back to Sam Woodland, Adrian Gallia, Ayn Morrison, Elliot Redwood, Ethan Whitehead. Jamie Hills had a bit of a spin during that race. Then we go back to Max Mellengraf, on debut, and Brody Dominic is in the final position.
Oh, actually, no, not
No,
come
that
across
takes-
the line.
That's something.
Oh, there is a 22, so it has crossed the line.
Yeah.
It's clearly some timing issue with that
Yeah,
car.
it hasn't come up on our screen, so that is incorrect. It was a lot further up in the field than that.
Certainly inside the top 10, that is for certain. So we'll get clarification on that between now and the next race later on this afternoon. The final XL Trophy race will commence at 2:30 local time here in South Australia after the lunch break. We've got a couple more races though before the lunch break. The South Australian Aussie Racing Cars for their fourth and final race of their weekend, and then it's race 3 of improved production. So plenty more action to come here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Stay with us, we'll be back on the other side of this.
TyreCycle's here with the Shell V-Powered Motorsport Park in partnership with Motorsport Australia to collect the end-of-life tyres from this race weekend.
At Motorsport Australia, we see the value in partnering with industry experts as we work to shape a more sustainable future for motorsport.
TyreCycle is Australia's largest and only national collector and recycler of end-of-life tyres. We have a capability of recycling in excess of 20 million tyres a year, creating new products from what is somebody else's waste.
Tyres are one of motorsport's biggest waste challenges. This pilot is a major step towards solving that sustainably.
The tyres we collect and recycle go to a new life, whether it be in a playground, a sports field, in a road, or is used an alternate fuel. One way or another, the tyres we collect are recovered for a better use.
Motorsport Australia will use what we've learnt from this weekend to help in building frameworks that can be rolled out at more motorsport events in Australia.
We're just really pleased that we can be part of an innovative program and something that I think is going to be the future of these motorsport events. So we're really proud to partner with a great company like TyreCycle and also Motorsport Australia to deliver a service not only to the competitors but also do something for the environment too. So as we continue to evolve our sustainability strategy, this is one piece of it.
It's great for TyreCycle to be partnering with the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park and Motorsport Australia in delivering positive outcomes for the end-of-life tyres.
A category familiar to many around the nation. It's been a national category for well over 2 decades, but started last year, the South Australian Aussie Racing Car Series, the first state-level Aussie Racing Car category. And I'm Dan McCarthy alongside me, Mark Nancaro, for this one, their 4th race of the weekend. They've got a nice early knockoff. They'll be home by lunch.
Yes, early start, early finish for this crew. And they're and about, and of course, as you mentioned, this is their last race for the weekend, and it has been a dominated affair taken by Asher Johnson here for the weekend. He's had his challenges, but no one's been really quite close enough, so that's how they'll start again on pole position for Asher Johnson. And certainly Nathan Barber has been the bridesmaid for the weekend, been chasing a race leader around. So let's see if he can get a nice clean start here once again in car number 55 in the Ballarat Performance Auto Wreckers entry. Next line of the grid will be Glenn Boyd. Alongside of him with Dean Mikulik. Glenn's been gradually finding his way through the field over the weekend. Made up plenty of ground. Next pair will be Leighton McKechnie and Greg Edwards. Then we've got the next pair there of Jackson Hill in the all-black AU Falcon. The green-eyed monster back there with Scott Blake in car number 7 in the Super Property Valuations entry. And we go back to the last pair there of Glenn Hill, and I've got Shane Mann at the back of the pack there. So he'll be certainly hard charging his way through the field. Not too sure why he's on the back of the grid, but oh, he did, that's correct.
If you remember, he spun out late on in the race. Earlier on today, he was right in that fight with Barber.
Had it parked up against the tyre bundle down there. So that's the reason he's at the back. So he's got to pick his way through a few to do that pretty quickly, I would have thought. 22 minutes, much doubt about that. So Aussie Racing Cars, South Australian style here for the last time this weekend. To get them in their rolling start formation. And we'll be underway. It's been great racing from these crew all weekend. It's been very entertaining. Been lots of chops and changes throughout the field, but it has been dominated by that Mustang body car out the front there, and Asa Johnson. So has come into the last few corners, ready to be launched away here by behind our blue Hyundai safety car there, and it's been put out of harm's way. A little bit of tyre scrubbing there, that's just to get a little bit of heat in the rubber. Bishop would still be reasonably cold. Conditions are a little bit fresh still, even though the sun is out. A little bit of heat there. So here we go for the last time this weekend for this SA Aussie Racing Cars as they get into itself in proper formation. Greg Edwards there alongside of Leighton McKechnie sort each other out there a little bit. Well, there's a bit of debris on the road there. What is that?
It's not the cone still, is it?
I'm not too sure what that is. There's a bit of rubbish or something on the track there. So we'll have to sort that out very quickly. Anyway, but it looks like we've got a start here, just the same. Barber on the outside here of Johnson. A very even start as they spread eagle trying to find track position down towards turn 1.
4 wide.
Oh, Dean Mikulik had a good look at around the outside. Look at Boyd on the inside, better track position. But the race lead down to turn 1 will go to Johnson in front of Barber, who was very close there. So he's just got to stick to his guns in the Ballarat Ballarat Performance Auto Wreckers entry.
Good start from Mann. He's already around the outside of McKechnie, so he is inside the top 5 already. Great start from him from the tail of the field, as we say, spun out a third earlier on, and he's already right in amongst the drivers that he's normally competing against. A lock-up further forwards. Who's locked up down at the hairpin?
It's got to be Nathan Barber, surely.
It is.
It couldn't be anybody else. That's the hill up there at turn 7.
Mikulik was in 3rd position coming out of the hairpin, but he pulled over hard to the left-hand side, and I think he did drop a position there to Glenn Boyd as they come on through. Yeah, Boyd has gone through. So Mikulik dropping a position there after moving forward early on in this race. There's the number 33 P-plate on the back, a relative rookie to the series.
That's Greg Edwards, certainly no rookie in driving senses, but certainly back in this series. Mikulik there in front of Shane Mann, who's a hard charger from the back of the pack there.
Oh, Boyd's got a problem.
Issue. Mikulik's gone straight past him, so Glenn Boyd with issue. Mann's done the same. So looks like a mechanical issue there for Glenn Boyd, unfortunately, down through that section of the track. Let's have a look to see what's happening there. He's definitely got an issue. So he might be looking for pit lane in just a moment, in a couple of corners' time.
No, I think it's back up to pace now.
Yeah.
Not sure what happened there.
Must have missed a gear, I'm not too sure.
It's hard to miss a gear, though, in these sequential gearboxes.
That's correct. Just about to mention that.
Local yellows, that's for the debris here at the final corner, so no overtaking around here.
Yeah,
that's right in an awkward position, isn't it? It's pretty much right slap bang on the racing line. Some people going left, other people going right, but they have all managed to make their way through without touching it, which is good news. Nose to tail, though, on the run towards turn 1. Shane Mann up the inside for 3rd position. Who's going to break later? The Mustang on the inside. Mann up to 3rd.
Certainly Glenn Boyd has recovered there, whatever that problem was. Plenty of pace. So Mann up for another position, gets himself inside the top 3. In front of Dean Mikulik there. Well, our front 2 start to really draw away. Well, certainly Johnson is.
Mann,
that's the 3rd position car at the moment, the safe direction entry.
heading in the right direction, up to 3rd, as we say, from the tail of the pack. But does he have the pace to match Barber or potentially even Johnston as well in this one? Johnston in this race, for the first time all weekend, has not just bolted into the distance on the first couple of laps. Barber's kept with him. That could be important come later on in the race, because as we've seen, Barber's got stronger and stronger as each race has gone on. If he can remain within touching distance, maybe he can be a threat late on for the race lead. But for now, it's a 1 second margin, or nearly a 1 second margin, Johnston over Barber.
Yes, as you mentioned, Barber's sticking to his guns. The pair on screen there of Greg Edwards and Leighton McKechnie there. Well, they were having their own dice also yesterday. So a bit of the same again, this pairing. And they're currently in 6th and 7th position on track. So fairly evenly matched, these two. We saw this a fair bit yesterday. So let's have a look to see where they come out. So it's still Edwards on top there in the orange Toyota bodied car there. And the only Camaro body car in the field there of Leighton McKechnie.
If you are watching on Blendline TV and you thought, I didn't see a stream yesterday, it was live streamed on Blendline TV Premium. So you can watch all of yesterday's action if you go onto the Blendline TV website. But today we are live on the on Facebook and on YouTube as well, which is great news for the South Australian Series to really shine some light on our local categories, showing just how strong South Australian motorsport is, particularly with categories like we got next, improved production. We got, I think it's 17 cars this weekend, a huge array of vehicles, and some really good racing that we've seen in that category, like many that we've seen so far this weekend.
Sorry, just look at Dean Mikulik there, got right up behind Shane Mann there under brakes too, so he's taken significant ground off of Mann there. Found a bit of extra pace inside that lap. So Mikulik's currently running in overall 4th position, but he might be on the challenge here because he's got right up behind our 3rd pace getter, and Mann was very wide on the exit there at turn 6. But the gap was big enough that he can still retain that 3rd position. So these three starting to come together. We've got Glenn Boyd, there we go, Glenn Boyd just behind them. Like I said, whatever his issue was earlier in the race is certainly being rectified. So it is Johnson here looking for a clean sweep here for the weekend. But Barber is sticking to his guns, only 1.1 seconds behind him on that previous lap. It's a bit what we saw in the first race. He was really close up behind Johnson in the first race yesterday. Also had a bit of a spin yesterday as well, a bit of an off-track excursion. Been a few drivers like that in this category over the weekend, and there's one of them. Shane Mann had a massive big spin in the previous race. Good to see no damage occurred either.
Yeah, I was going to say somehow didn't touch anything. Quite remarkable, really, when you spin off at that rate of knots towards a wall. But no, he was got away unscathed, which is very good news. He's managed to just couldn't refire the car. That was the only thing, and that's why he was recorded as a DNF. He still would have got a good result otherwise. The Mustang that we're talking about, the safe direction car, comes on to pit straight just ahead of Mikulik. Really nice design, great livery on the side of the Mikulik machine. That's the Holidays of the World sponsored car, but it's about to lose a place to Glenn Boyd, who's later on the brakes and swings on by. Wasn't a good Saturday for the Boyds, really, was it? Unfortunately, Jack Boyd, a mechanical gremlin, saw him in qualifying. This was meant that his weekend came to a very early end. And same with his father Glenn, unfortunately, didn't start race number 1 yesterday, and he's been on the comeback trail ever since.
Very fierce competitor too. One time a national competitor in the Aussie Racing Cars Series, Glenn.
And his son Jack is racing in the national series.
He is.
Johnson Crail Racing Enterprises.
Just started that endeavour.
Teammate to our race leader out at the head of the field, Asher Johnson, multiple-time former South Australian XL champion, and now moving up into Aussie Racing Cars, and has done pretty well on a national level already in his first year.
Certainly has shown a fair improvement in that national level too. Certainly didn't start off too good in that series, but certainly has shown very much some improvement in that national series. Go back here, that's still Shane Mann there, still under attack now from Glenn Boyd. That gap has just widened between first and second out to nearly 1.8 seconds there between Johnson and Barber. So Johnson has certainly found a bit of pace. And just looking at our race time in that previous lap, that certainly explains that.
Yep. 2:09.4 plays a 2:10.1, so 7/10 of the 1.7 seconds came on the last lap alone. They're about to come around once again to complete the 4th lap of the motor race, so we'll see again if that lap has been extended a little bit more. You can see the karting/drifting circuit in the background here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. A brilliant facility here in South Australia. The karting track is absolutely fantastic, whether it's a hire car or a proper kart, whether you're in one of the fast karts or a little hire car. It is well built for all different types of karts, and same for the drifting as well. The lead margin out in front has been extended a little bit more, out now to 2 seconds.
So there's Dean Mikulik there. Oh, Black Attack car, that's the Green Eye Monster, that's the Jackson Hill entry.
He's not got the white Aussie Racing car too far behind. The number 7 machine, the Super Property Valuations car, driven by rookie Scott Blake, who's got stronger and stronger, hasn't he, as the weekend has gone on. He has just lost that position last time by, but race upon race, we're seeing Blake get stronger.
Yeah, well, it's just a bit of practice. It's a brand new car for Scott, so he's not too used to having a roof on his head. He's very much well known in open wheel categories. Been around for quite some time. He's not a rookie as far as race sense is concerned, but certainly in this category. Oh, someone's had a big off there.
That's Barber.
That's Barber. Gee, so he was sticking to his guns. Look at the rubbish he's throwing back on the track there. That's not good at all.
Fortunately, it's off the racing line where that rubbish has come back on. That isn't, though. That's right on the racing line. But look, he's just ahead of Mann. In fact, just ahead of the train. Mann, Boyd and Mikulik are all now on the tail of Barber. It's now a quartet scrapping for position number 2 in the closing laps of this race. Barber is definitely not looking comfortable. He's still got dirt coming out the back of his Toyota-bodied machine, and he is vulnerable at the moment from Mann, but Mann himself is coming under immense fire from the 58 as well. So this is all to play for. Mann can't attack too hard. He might leave himself vulnerable to those behind. Oh, again,
yeah,
Barber wide. That's going to absolutely slaughter his run onto the straight. He's going to be a sitting duck. He might be a roast duck down here towards turn number 1.
I think Mann's got him.
Yep, he certainly has.
Yeah, he's got
and watch Boyd as well. He might get a 2-for-1 deal. Buy one, you get one free, and he will do if he's late enough on the brakes.
Oh, nice and close. Boyd looking for second position there. Mann holding on. Look at Barber trying to fight back. Trying to keep that thing in a straight line. So Mann still retains that second position in front of Glenn Boyd. Now, Boyd's got a bit of defensive stuff to do because now he's got Barber behind him. And then Dean Mikulik just behind them. So this is all second, what have we got? Second, third, fourth, and fifth position there.
Boyd with the big send up the inside into turn 6. He pulls out of it
at the
very last minute. Yeah, Barber around the outside.
Well, Barber's in better position for turn 7 here, and that's exactly what's going to happen. So we'll get up underneath Boyd there and pick up that position, which is third position on track behind Shane Mann.
That's what I was talking about half a lap ago. I said if you do a sort of half move, a half lunge up the inside of somebody, you might leave yourself vulnerable to those behind, and that's exactly what's happened. A sort of half-hearted move up the inside of Mann, trying to force him into a mistake, affected his run out the corner, and through goes Barber. And Barber's continuing on with that momentum. He's now hounding the tail of Mann. These two had a good scrap for second in the race earlier on today. That was until Mann spun out the final corner and DNF'd from the race. But good scrap this, isn't it, for second place?
Yes, and it's going to go right down to the wire. We're just getting into the last part of this race too. Possibly Johnson might be out onto his last lap really shortly. There we go. There's Mann under attack from Barber. We know Barber's got plenty of pace. Just got to get past him down here at turn 17. And he's pushed Mann nice and wide there, so he should be able to get through down to the next corner. Got a lap car there too, which is going to come into play. That's Jackson Hill. Or was it Glenn? Oh, it's Glenn Hill.
Mann tried for the crisscross, but when he turned into the corner, the rear of the car protested, and it meant that he got a poor exit. Boyd is the one to watch for, but he's not got in the tow, oddly there. Now he's in the tow. Now we'll get the draft on the run towards turn number 1. This is absolutely fantastic. On the final lap of the race, Mann back up the inside of Barber, reclaims second position.
He does. But it's not over yet, not by a long shot. You reckon Barbara will be out on the attack inside this last lap to get up to that second position. Just got away from Glenn Boyd a little bit there on that lap too. So these two fighting it out for second now. They come down to the big sweeper heading down towards turn 6. This is a big passing opportunity if you can just get the car in the right position. It needs to be on the inside there for the pass, Barber.
Man went in a bit deep there. He's made a mistake. He went sort of half defensive and ended up out braking himself. And he lets the 55 through. I'll be kicking himself with that one. He'd done so well to that point, but he made the error at the hairpin and through came Barber. This is proper Aussie racing car racing, isn't it? This is what we've come to love in the National Series. Great slipstreaming duels, 3 wide, 4 wide, very, very often. Brilliant racing. This is some of the best we've seen in the South Aussie Series.
Absolutely, no doubt about that, Dan. Now, Boyd, I thought it was just off the back of Man there a little bit, but he's on the attack too. So all of a sudden, Man becomes a little bit more defensive. So this is for the checkered flag too, by the looks of things. So, and there it is. There's our race leader, Asher Johnson, the Johnson Crow Racing Enterprise entry.
Come into the State Series for the first time this weekend.
And it'll be a clean sweep too. He's dominated this weekend. And he'll go across to collect the checkered flag to take all the race wins here for this round.
Brilliant performance from Johnston. He saw off the early pressure from Barber and was slowly extending the margin. Barber made that mistake. He recovered though. He does cross the line in second position, but boy oh boy did he have to fight for it. Man across the line in third, Boyd fourth, and Mikulik in position number 5. What a race.
Terrific finish. All nice and close together, all those positions. And this is Leighton McKechnie there. And he'll come across to collect overall 7th position. Greg Edwards was in front of him. And we're looking for the green headlights there of Jackson Hill.
The black machine just crossing the line there now was Greg Hill, who went down Glenn Hill, who went down a lap late on in that race.
Same car, but different, well, no headlights virtually on that car.
Yes, no green-eyed monster. It's just a monster without the green eyes. And here is the green-eyed monster for those wondering what we're referring to. If you remember back to the Craig Lowndes, Glenn Seaton era with the Falcons that had the iconic green headlights, and a bit of a nod to that there as he comes across the start-finish line to finish in position number 8. And then that just leaves the rookie. There he is, Blake, coming across the line in 9th position. It does say that Blake has made his way past on that final lap, but the 23 didn't register on the final lap. There we go. It's just corrected on timing. So that's as we saw it across the line. Hill from Blake there. Looking forward to seeing them in action once again. The South Australian Aussie Racing Car Series, a part of the South Australian Motor Racing Championships. This is round 3 of the series. The Aussie Racing Cars will be back later on in the season. Looking forward to seeing them later on down the track. Up next though, we turn to one of the biggest categories in South Australian motor racing, improved production. We'll be back in a moment. Improved Production heading out there for their penultimate race of the weekend, race number 3, the South Australian Series. Great field of competitors here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park, made by the Shaheen family. Sam Shaheen, the man behind it. He's not here this weekend. He's racing a Porsche at Monaco. That's all right. I suppose that's a reasonable excuse not to be here.
I'll probably do the same thing if I could afford it.
That's exactly right. Exactly. So yes, he's enjoying his time over in Europe. But let's turn our attention to what's on the racing track. No Porsches in this one. It's improved production. We've got Nissans. We have a few BMWs. We've got a few Mitsubishi Magnas as well. Mark, I'll let you talk us through the grid.
Yes, this is the grid. So a little bit different to what we saw at the previous race. Obviously, Jason Palmer picking up the victory there at the late part of the previous race. He'll get himself on pole position in the BMW. And Scott Cook there, obviously with a few issues there towards the latter part of that race as well, just crawling across the line there in second position. So the 26 Impulse Boutique entry there of Scott Cook in second position in the Sylvia. Go back to George Michel, who's been pretty consistent also for the weekend, another third position. So he'll be third on the grid. That's a new car for that competitor too in this series. Steve Campbell there in car number 54. In the Lewis Engines entry in the BMW E36, also consistent, another fourth in the last race. So he picks himself up into fourth position on this grid. Then we go back to the 51 car there of Andrew Cogan, looking pretty competitive also. Got himself in front of Ian Statham in that previous race. Ian Statham in the Mitsubishi Magna. There's lots of Missies in that. Back to...
You didn't actually stutter. That is what it is called, the Mitsubishi team.
We go back to Jim Myhill in another one of the Magnas. Back to J.Y. Chen back there in the Como entry in the very little pacey Honda Civic and all that VTEC technology involved in that car. Then we go back to Mark Kempster. Dom Coppola picked up a few cars to get himself inside the top 10 in the previous race. Then we go back to the positions 10 and beyond. We've got Rob Kilmartin, Marco Mack new in the series this year, also in number 1 of the Civics. We've got Keith Wong in the DC5 Integra there, and maybe Greg Lesnikowski, not too sure. Didn't finish the last race, or either did the 52 there of Braden Cogan, who did the slowest lap in history here in production, trying to get himself back to pit lane. Let's see if I can pick up the...
I think he was lapped twice before he got... In half a lap, he was lapped twice.
There they are. So those last two cars did make the field, so Cogan is back. And also Greg Lesnikowski back there in the V8-powered Monaro there.
Lesnikowski really does want to get some points on the board. He's yet to finish a race this weekend in the high-powered Monaro. Hopefully this one is a bit better for him. But out in front, the reigning improved production champion here in South Australia. He'll start from pole position.
Just look at there. Scott Cook's come straight into pit lane there.
No.
So it looks like he's got some issues, unfortunately. So this is going to leave, fortunately for Palmer there, we'll leave him on the front of the grid all alone. It's going to give a great run through here, certainly for Steve Campbell. We'll have no one in front of him. So no one to balk around there at the start. So Jason Palmer left all alone on the front part of the grid, waiting for the green flag. There it is. Track clear to go, 5-second board up. And there's the official scampers for cover. Let's have a look. So Campbell with the clean, no one in front of him, so Palmer gets the clean start, and Statham tries to split the pair.
Wasn't a brilliant start actually for Palmer. It slewed sideways as he went from first to second gear, but it looks like it's good enough for him to hold the lead. There's a car smoking down towards turn number 1. Couldn't quite see where that smoke was coming from, but Palmer leads the way ahead of Mikkel and Campbell in third. Myhill up, great start from 7th position up into 4th place.
Gee, Jim Myhill, as you mentioned, that's a blinding start.
Oh, Palmer's slow.
I saw Palmer go off there. What was that all about? He's not there.
No, he's got a problem. He has a problem.
He's
reigning champion in our race 2, Victor, is going slow. We're under safety car. Why?
And Ian Statham's off as well. And I saw JY Chen also very slow back there in the Honda. There's a few issues earlier, the multiple cars there.
I hope that's why Palmer was going slowly, that he was the first to see the safety car, but there's a lot that haven't. There's overtakes galore down here at the hairpin. We saw this earlier on, didn't we, in one of the other categories?
Maybe Ian Statham was the start of all that. Not too sure what the issue was. Ian Statham's got the car parked up alongside the wall. So not too sure where that all started. So don't think Palmer's got an issue. As you mentioned, I think he just saw the board come out there and balked, and no one else realised. We already seen that same sort of situation in the previous saloon car race.
The Honda Civic is up in second position. This is absolutely bonkers at the moment. They've all found themselves in a different position.
There's your answer. That's oil. So
I said I saw some smoke down there towards turn number 1.
Oh, look at it.
That's the answer.
That's all the way, and there's the other answer. It's that of Ian Statham's car. Our fire and rescue crew down there just having a quick inspection to make sure there's no flames there.
You don't need to be a mathematical genius to put 2 and 2 together and work out that the oil should be in that Mitsubishi Magna, and it isn't. It's all the way along pit straight. So
I think the whole 5 litres has been exited there.
Yes, I do as well. So.
Look at it. It's going to be messy.
Oh dear.
It's going to be a fairly significant delay because they're going to have to clean that up.
That is huge. That is from where he started on the grid all the way down towards turn number 1, and it's thick as well. That's a lot of oil.
As we describe it in motorsport terms, that is a leg out of the bed. Absolutely no doubt about that at all. That's put a massive hole on the side of the block there.
Yeah.
And that has dropped it. The whole sump there has all disappeared on the track.
Oh, I wouldn't be moving that without any oil. That's a risky thing to do. Oh, under safety car, Chen has gone off the road. The pack's all out of order as well. Mikel's leading them from Campbell. Palmer's down to 4th, but I think Palmer's the first one to see the safety car. So I think we might have to reorder them here because this has been absolute carnage on the opening lap of this race. Everyone is all out of position.
Yeah, everyone's in the wrong position here. So obviously there's going to have to be some sort of oil clean-up here because certainly they can't leave that amount of oil on the track, certainly. So, yeah, I don't know what's happening here, but... So, I mean, Chen might have been off the track. He might have slipped up on that oil. That might be another issue too.
Yeah, he could be right. I didn't see any, though, around the final couple of corners. I thought it was only really on the start line. I'm not ruling it out, though. That is for sure. I'd love to run you through the order, but I don't think it's legitimate. Unless Palmer did have a real problem exiting turn number 3. But the fact he's remained on the circuit says to me that he did slow for safety car. So what we can tell you, what we do know is it is race 3 of improved production and it has just been red flagged. That's about the only 2 facts that we can give you. So understandable that race officials, Motorsport Australia, have elected to red flag this race. That is going to be a lengthy clean-up operation as we head into the lunch break. They'll very much deserve their lunch after cleaning up the oil spillage down pit straight. Got to thank all of our volunteer marshals and officials around the racing circuit. No matter where they are, whether they are people waving flags at flag points, whether they are up in race control, or whether they are scrutineering and all those various other jobs.
Down at flag point 5.0 down there at turn 5. A nice wave. Thanks to our volunteers, and here it comes the kitty litter. That's on board. They're going to need a lot of it.
We'll wait and see if we can get this one underway again, but I have my doubts, unfortunately. This car actually followed into the circuit this morning, so it is driven back home every day. It doesn't stay here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park.
That's our local Women for Wheels Fire and Rescue team.
Yep.
Our long-time group here in SA.
They're at all events, aren't they?
Yeah.
Whether it be the Adelaide 500, when the supercars are here, it is always that same vehicle here in South Australia. I've grown up with that vehicle, following various different race categories around around the state.
I think the old HQ fire unit's still kicking around too. The Women for Wheels unit.
I haven't seen that for a long time, actually. I've only seen that one in the last few years. But well, what a dramatic way to start off this third improved production race.
Oh,
Not the drama we wanted, though.
You can see the wind's playing havoc there too. That dust is blowing up the top of the kilometre. It's just blowing straight down the straight there.
Well, what they should do is go to turn one, and then they'll just blow all the kilometre back down.
They're going the wrong direction. Just start from the top. Oh, there's a few down the other end. There we go.
Look at that. We've got 4 bins now out there as well to clean up the mess. Oh dear, that's not the way we wanted to see this race commence, and it may well be declared. But Statham, I very much doubt we'll see that car back out for race 4 later on today.
I wouldn't think so. Yes, just get that coarse scrubbing brush out and get that kitty litter in there.
Lovely technique there. You can see the bristles scraping across the tarmac on pit straight. That's the way to do it, though. If you just put the dust on top, the dust blows away and the oil's still there. You have to rub the dust in the oil to clean it back up, to soak it up. That's the idea of it. The cement dust soaks up the oil, and it means that, yeah, when the race restarts, the cars drive over the dust. Yeah, okay, the dust gets dispersed, but the oil goes with it. The cars are entering the lane. There's 4.5 minutes left on the clock, so we should explain that it's 16 minutes plus 1 lap. The 16 minutes starts from the moment they leave the dummy grid and head out onto the racetrack at the start of their warm-up lap, and the time continues to tick away no matter what, whether it's under safety car, whether it's under red flags. So time will continue to tick away, and that's why we say with 4 minutes left to go, and the huge 1 kilometre pit straight is almost entirely covered in oil. It's going to be quite a lengthy stoppage. Can see that the go-kart track's being used there at the back of the shot, just behind turn number 17 and 18. You can come down pretty much any days of the week as long as it's not being used by the sprint kart racing or the drifting, but open pretty much 7 days a week. Make sure you visit the Bend website for more details to book your Bend kartdrome session in. Of course, over at Malala, they also now have a kart centre, don't they? The Malala Kartdrome as well, which is very popular. A new addition there, which uses a bit of the actual circuit at Malala, the final sector of the track, as well as the infield. Whereas this is a purpose-built karting and drifting circuit. Also rallycross as well. There's a couple of dirt off sections as well. So great to see the kartdrome being used.
A few up-and-coming drivers look they're ready to just about jump inside the karts there.
Yeah, I drove my sprint kart there a few months back. Brilliant layout, fast sweeping corners to start the lap, and then a relatively technical section towards the end. It's got everything, much like the full circuit that we're racing on here today, the circuit racing track. Great variety at the Bend. You got your fast sweeping section towards the back, but then towards the end of the lap, you got your stop-start technical section as well.
Gets a hammering from our SA drift competition too down there on that circuit. Had a lot of use from our local drift competition.
Yeah, certainly has.
So that's had a fair workout down there.
Of course,
it's just all the different things that happen here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. There's lots of activities coming and going.
Yeah, there's plenty to see and do here over the next few months. The next round 4 of the South Australian Motor Racing Championship, will happen at Malala. Round 5, though, will be back here with Formula 4, or AU4 as it's now known, Porsche 944s, the 2 categories of XLs, Trophy and Masters, as well as Saloon cars, HQs and Formula Vs. And then we get a bit more serious towards the end of the year. The Sam Champ Grand Finale, that'll have Toyota Gazoo Racing Australia Scholarship Series, the Australian Prototype Series. So a couple of national categories, along with XL Trophy, XL Masters, Sports Sedans, Sports Cars, Improved Production, and as well the E30s. But then in September, one that we're really looking forward to, Mark, we've got AU3, Saloon Car Nationals, Formula V Nationals, the Formula 4 Duratec Nationals, and as well a round of the Dunlop Destiny Series as well, the XL Series. Looking forward to that one. And then, of course, that is the same month that Supercars are here for the first endurance race held here with Supercars, the Bend 500, the precursor to the Bathurst 1000. And as well, we've got the SRO round here as well with GT racing, the GT3 cars. GT World Challenge Australia will also be here in September. 3 back-to-back weeks, September 5 to 7, SRO with the GT World Challenge Australia. Supercars here from September 12 to 14, and then the Bend Nationals as well, September 19 to 21.
Yeah, September, what a huge month here at this complex. And just after, a couple of weeks, few weeks after, we have the Bend Classic here as well.
Yep.
And that's also going to be a massive, it gets better every year as well. We certainly saw how successful that meeting was also here last year.
Well, you've been lucky enough to call several of those, haven't you?
Every one of them.
And and it just gets bigger and bigger. You were saying how big the crowd was this year.
Yeah, last October.
Sorry, yes, last year, yes.
Won't be too far away, and October will be upon us again. The way time is certainly ticking over here in 2025.
Already nearly halfway through the year. We're just a few days away from winter. Next week will be winter, apparently. I find that hard to believe myself. What a hot and dry summer and autumn it's been here in South Australia.
Certainly our weather forecast for tomorrow is here in SA is looking very wintry.
Yes.
I think the seasons are certainly about to change here. And
gale force winds and rain with it, which to be fair, in South Australia, we can't say the same for other parts of the country, but in South Australia it'll be a bit of a welcome relief. Of course, in recent days, New South Wales has been badly hit with floods, so we send our regards to all of our New South Wales people if they are watching on. We hope that you are safe and well over there in New South Wales. It's been a difficult week for those guys.
Certainly is. So certainly all hands on deck on track at the moment. Still time ticking on our timing screen, so we're just waiting to see what the officials are going to do here.
Yeah, time has elapsed.
Yeah,
we are now into negative figures, so it's just a case of whether we'll do a one-lap sprint or they might just be sent back around again just to come back into the lane. We will keep you posted as soon as we know anything. But it looks to me, Mark, like the cleanup is coming to a conclusion with people jumping back into the vehicles, and they are heading back towards the pit lane itself. So that's a positive sign. You can see that the dust has all been laid down, and they're now out there with the old leaf blowers to blow away the dust as well. So great, efficient work by the volunteer marshals and officials. But we've sent an whole army down there, haven't we? Showing the size of how bad the oil spillage was down there. But great to see that they have made their way, or making their way back into pit lane, not too far away from getting things back underway again.
So we are just waiting for the officials to make a decision here.
I think either way, Mark,
Yes.
even if we do, I don't think it's worth doing a one-lap sprint based on the fact that we've got, half a lap in the book before we went safety car.
That's right.
I don't really think they can declare this a race or give any points out for this one. So based on that, I think it's unlikely that it's going to be worth going back under green flag conditions, but we'll see. I'd love to see a little sprint race. The improved production guys have been waiting patiently for their second race of the day, their third for the round, and it would be a shame for them to miss out on a race due to that engine failure. But you can see the great work that the officials have done. Of course, not too far away from the AU4 machines, heading out there for their third and final race of the weekend. That won't be too far after the lunch break, scheduled for just before 2 o'clock. So around about 2 hours' time, the AU4 cars will be back out on the racing circuit. They've now got the brush out on the back of the ute. That's a great piece of engineering.
Just to clean it all up and make sure you rub it into that oil. So we're just still waiting to see what's going to happen here. The official words from the officials, obviously, that's being discussed at the moment.
Thanks for staying with us, whether you're watching at the racetrack or here tuning in on Blendline TV. We hope to bring you some action in a few moments. If we don't, we are going into the lunch break, and we'll be back after that at 12:30 local time in just over half an hour. So there is a scheduled lunch break anyway after the conclusion of this race. We're hoping to squeeze in some action, but I do, as I say, think it's a little bit unlikely. Looks like they've pretty much finished now. Pretty much everybody is back in the pit lane, and markets just flashed up on the screen. No, it's not changed to grey, it's changed back to blue. So we await further confirmation at the moment to see exactly what is going to happen. But it's gone back to the original order, I note. Palmer on the first position ahead of Cook and Mikel. For now, we see the end of the cleanup operation. We're not going to speculate too much on what's going to happen until we have official confirmation. What a glorious day it is today. A bit brisk this morning, but it's certainly turned into quite a pleasant day. And although you can hear a bit of wind on the camera, a lot less than yesterday.
Yeah, still a bit of breeze out there, but certainly not as blustery as it was yesterday. So we have got a blue screen, which is a positive. And we've gone back to, well, they've reset the clock. They've gone back to 14 minutes. So that's interesting.
That's potentially very good news. We might get a reasonable race in here, but let's see what happens in the next couple of moments. The course car has gone out onto the circuit to make sure everything is hunky-dory. And yes, as you can see, track cleanup is just coming to a conclusion now. The little Hilux going up and down the lane, just going over the dust cleanup. Just making sure the track is nice and clean. There will still be a bit of dust if we do get a restart here on the circuit, so you can't clean up absolutely everything. You need a lot of cars to go over before it gets completely dispersed. The good thing is, though, Mark, it's not actually on the racing line, is it? It's right in the middle of the road. Yeah,
it certainly is. Goes a little bit one way there. You can see the line, very distinctive line that Ian Statham's left behind. At the end of the kitty litter there, that's probably where they all run out. That's probably the last drops. So just waiting to restart here.
And we have gone green at the end of pit lane. That is absolutely fantastic news. And we have 14 minutes plus the lap. So they've taken a few minutes off the original schedule, but really glad to see that they have got this race restarted. I'll be honest, Mark, I didn't think that was going to happen. So brilliant work from everybody, whether they be the marshals that cleaned up the mess or the people in race control that have rejigged the schedule slightly to get this race back on the programme. Great work by all involved.
And good to see that they've all been put back in the correct order as they should be. Got Chen at the back of the field there, so he's been pushed back to the rear of the field by the looks of things.
Yeah, he was the one that slid off under caution conditions under safety car. So I'm not sure what they're going to do, because they're certainly not in the order that's on timing in front of us. So I don't know if they're going to go back into their original grid slots or what exactly is going to happen from here, whether it's going to be an original race formation or not. But great to have the cars go around. By the time they come back around, there'll probably be about 10 minutes left on the clock. We can see them going through the turn 6 hairpin. It's there's a few trees down in the middle of the track down there towards the back side of the circuit. It's a beautiful part of the world, Tailem Bend. Literally a stone's throw we are here from the Murray River.
Virtually exactly right. Very close here to the Coorong and a few other tourist destinations here in SA. Just 15 minutes down the road from the river city there at Murray Bridge.
Which is growing and growing, isn't it? It's turning into a real hub of activity. And, really cool to see. Not too far from Adelaide, around an hour's drive southeast of the Adelaide CBD, the very same road that takes you all the way to Melbourne. So for our Victorian visitors, it's actually an hour closer to home for them. And only about, so we've got quite a few people from Ballarat this weekend. It's actually only a 6-hour drive from Ballarat, not too far.
Track situated virtually right alongside the Dukes Highway here.
Yeah, certain camera angles you can actually see the Dukes Highway, can't you?
See some of the big rigs going down the highway. So getting these cars back to where they belong, getting them back into formation.
Thanks for staying with us. Oh, the 61 didn't go out straight away of Mikel. Maybe he brought that car back into the lane, I'm not quite sure, but he is far behind the rest of the field. the man who is set to start from effectively second position due to the demise of Cook. So I'm not sure exactly what has
Might have been
occurred
slightly
there.
confused. Maybe he thought it was lunchtime. He headed in early. Changes the front of the grid up a little bit. So looking at that, who have we got on the front? So the front two, we've got Jim Mile and the 54 car there of, well, the 54 BMW there of Steve Campbell. And Chen just trying to get that blue Civic back in its correct position.
Needs to do a bit of a
He's
three-point
looking
turn here.
a little bit skew-whiff at the moment.
Well, this is interesting. Chen's tried to take his original place on the grid. Palmer's slotted into third position, where he was when the red flag was called. So, although they've been sent out here back to the grid, there's a bit of confusion as to who should be in what position. The marshal at the back is running off the circuit, as certainly cars out of position. We've got, I think it's the 49 machine, isn't it, of Myhill at the front of the field. This is even more bizarre than the original red flag to start with. Extra formation lap.
There we go, trying to sort out their order, I think there. There's certainly a bit of confusion on the grid there. There's certainly a couple of the cars there out of position again.
That was the only logical decision, that one. That was the logical decision to be made, with some cars trying to reclaim their original spots, other cars slotting into where they were when the red flag was held. That was the only decision that could be made. And we still have as well a car trying to catch up to the train as well in the number 61 of Mikel. So this is going to eat more time into the running. There is
right down the other end of the straight, so it's got a bit of ground to make up.
Well, we've seen a bit of everything in this improved production race. Unfortunately, though, we've not seen much racing.
No, not at all. There's plenty of the officials that have got themselves a bit of, oh, that's a way, just get the side exhaust just to blow the dust off there as Michelle goes through.
Who needs a leaf blower when you have a Nissan 200 SX?
The side exhaust did a marvellous job.
Why didn't he go out, do a couple of runs up and down the pit straight? It'd have saved the marshals a fair bit of handwork there. But anyway, that was quite comical, wasn't it? But we promise, get a race going at some point soon here. Improved production race number 3 has been bizarre, to say the very least. So what's going to happen then? What order are they going to reform
in? Find out. We don't know too much here either. We're slightly confused as well.
Chen's taken his original position in the queue, but nobody else has, I note. Everybody else is in the same position as what they were when the red flag was called. However, here comes Stephen Campbell up the inside. This just gets more and more bizarre by the moment. So Campbell's moved up to the front. Palmer should move ahead of both of those two. Mikel from the back has to make his way up to second. Wow. Okay. We wait to see what is going to happen here. There's still 6 minutes left on the clock. Stephen Campbell at the head of the field. Not just does circuit racing, Campbell. A couple of years ago took part in the Shannon's Adelaide Rally. And he was a front runner in that, in and around the top 5 for large majority of the weekend. I think he slid down to, I think it was 6th or 7th in the end, but shows that that thing is built for tarmac competition as well.
Yes, it certainly was. And taken on circuit in that same car. Been a pretty competitive car in this field, actually. Also, as you mentioned, fairly competitive rally circles as well. I'll just bring it around. There we go, that's the final turn. Actually, you can see the Dukes Highway right behind us there, behind the fence. Bit of traffic just going up and down the Dukes Highway.
Here they come then, to the grid. Oh, they're all coming in.
What's happening now?
Have they been called, after all this, have they been called into the lane? Campbell, I don't think, knows himself. That was clearly a late decision. It's still on our timing as green flag conditions. So some have come into the garages at the back. Others have come back down the start-finish line.
I think it's been declared. I think that's done.
I think so too, but several cars have decided to come down the lane. They must be cars in the garage, and we have now got checkered flag on our timing screens, unfortunately, due to the confusion and the extra formation lap, race number 3 has not got underway. What a bizarre race that was.
Was a bizarre non-race.
Yeah, a race that never was. Yeah, we had 3 attempts at a race start and got no race start.
I think we call that a phantom race. There's nothing happened there at all. So, oh, well, I'm confused. I can't get any more confused than that. I think it's time for a lunch break.
Yeah, I think so. It's certainly whet the appetite. We're certainly keen for some improved production racing this afternoon. And there will be. We can promise you that there will be improved production racing later on this afternoon, just prior to 3 o'clock. We tried to get you an improved production race, but unfortunately, time has beaten us there. We're going to take a break on Blendline TV for around about half an hour. The next on-track action will be after the lunch break with Sports Sedans at 12:30 local time, followed by Saloon Cars, HQ Holdens, and all the categories that you have already seen. Stay tuned on Blendline TV. We'll be back shortly. Everybody has full tummies here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Lunch break is over, racing back underway, and we have 7 quick fire races to finish things off here in South Australia, round 3 of the South Australian Motor Racing Championships, the SAM Champs. And we're going to kick things off with the South Australian Sports Sedans. They've still got a race later on this afternoon as well. This is their 3rd race, and they will finish off the weekend, or finish off the action later on today with their 4th race. So this is race number 3, and I note, Mark, that we have lost the Honda Civic, the 916 machine of Gavin Ward. Yeah, it's definitely not out there on the racing circuit. It was crawling late on in the race. It fell behind one of the minis. It was a real shame, but clearly the repair's too much to do in between races. He's done for the weekend.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way. As you mentioned there, Gav just crawling his way to the end of the line there in that previous race, and now we'll be left with just the 5 cars remaining in this field. So we have, as normal sports sedan racing goes, you lose a few along the way throughout the weekend, so the usual clause in motion. So let's have a look how they're going to line up. Of course, it has been Ian Wilson's weekend to this date in the TVR Tuscan British-built sports car. In the V8 power machine, the canary yellow car out in front has been dominating, and the other dominating car in the field here is just behind him, is Michael Barsh in the 6-litre Toyota 86 body sports sedan. And other than that, the rest of the field are just minis. So we won't call them just minis because they're very fast little minis. And they will be, of course, obviously Steve Turner, Alex Lee and Steve O'Malley, and they are the 2 cars we can just see on the shot at the moment. Having their own little fight there, but certainly between Alex Lee there and Steve O'Malley. Certainly Steve Turner has dominated the mini brigade to this day, or to this very point. I don't think we'll see too much different here. So let's have a look as a rolling start as they make their way around. So the big heavy capacity V8 powered cars up the front of the field, just a pair of them. It's been absolutely outstanding, that TVR Tuscan so far for the weekend. It has been a very much a dominating force here for round 2 of the South Australian Sports Sedan Championship.
Just getting into formation now. Wilson in the TVR alongside Barch in the Toyota. Of course, Barch had to come back through the field in the race earlier on after a spin at turn number 4. He'll be looking to not do the same in this one. Grid position vacant, the Civic not there, but we do have 2 on the back row. All right, let's get them rolling here to kick things off this afternoon. How bad is the oil spillage? The answer is not too bad. Barch just running over it down towards turn number 1, but the TVR has the poke in a straight line and retains the race lead. It's on for 4th position, a little bit further back there, the 2 minis of Lee and Malley side by side, but out in front it's the yellow TVR.
Michael Barsh dominated the previous round here at the Ben Complex, gave himself a full bag of points at the previous round, so a little bit different, even though we get quite a handy amount of points at this round. Looks like Ian Wilson will collect the full bag at round 2, so things will be a little bit more competition at the top of the points after the completion of this round. Certainly as far as the a lot of capacity sports sedans, more so the minis, obviously Steve Turner's had a fairly successful first 2 rounds. And that's the other 2 there with Alex Lee there with the checkered roof on the red mini there. And also the checkered roof on the yellow mini there of Steve O'Malley. Seems to be a thing, a checkered roof on a mini, doesn't it?
It certainly does.
Very British.
Yeah, certainly is.
Even though these aren't the British form of minis, of course. These, of course, are all manufactured by BMW, or the Binny as we like to call them.
Yeah, the German-made machines on the racetrack here. That's not actually a checkered flag on the 28. Look, it's red and white.
Okay. Some checkers.
Yeah,
Just
but not the checkered flag
yeah.
that finishes the race. Yes, you are correct. It is still a checkered flag.
A tablecloth, we'll call that.
Absolutely.
A picnic blanket.
Through they go, nose to tail. This is the closest battle on the racetrack. Where is he going to be able to make a move is the question. Not down here at turn 17 on this particular occasion. The number 19 of O'Malley just a little bit too far behind on that occasion. But he's got a nice run out the corner. Not enough of a momentum gain to be able to be close enough at turn number 18. Nice run out the final corner though. Lee forced to look in the mirror. Does he have to go defensive? No. Looks like he's got a little bit more poke in a straight line, but look, here comes O'Malley in the straight, down towards turn number 1. Later on the brakes, up the inside. Is he going to squeeze on through? Yes, is the answer. Nice move.
Not quite comfortably there in the end. So he'll pick up that position and take him to overall 4th position on track. So that's the number 19 Steve O'Malley entry. Meanwhile, the other V8 power machines will be out in a world of their own. Looks like O'Malley will draw away from Alex Lee there. Down there to turn 6. There, Wilson Barsh. You see Steve turn just ahead there on the next crest up the hill there in that group of minis.
6 seconds though is the margin in one lap. While those two fought, Turner has bolted away, but he has been the class of the mini battle, hasn't he, all weekend long? He's just been that step ahead of the rest.
Mini challenge car too, that Turner car, so probably got a little bit more poke than the other sports sedan minis. There's been a few other minis that have competed throughout the series. The Gavin Golden's been another one in the full spec sports sedan mini, not here this weekend. So missing an Ash, and obviously Neil Turner not here at this round. That's the senior of the Turners. Of course, that's Steve's father. Been involved with mini racing for over 50 years. Neil.
Wow.
He's been involved with mini racing for a very long time. Did lunge a motor here at an earlier round, so unfortunately that car not ready for this particular round.
Fastest lap by Wilson, it is obviously lap 2, so the first proper flying lap, but straight into the 59s. 59 flat as well. 4 seconds, 4.2 seconds faster than Birch directly behind. So great first flying lap by Wilson. 7 seconds down the road. He's already marching off into the distance at the start of this race. We're only a couple of laps in to the 3rd Sports Sedans race of the weekend. Through they come, the minis. O'Malley has taken that place. We saw it down at turn 1 last lap, and since then has pulled out a 1.3 second margin.
Yeah, he's looking pretty comfortable there at the moment. Steve was a competitor going back some time ago here back in Adelaide at AU4 Motorsport Park. He actually moved state. He went up to Queensland for quite a number of years. And now came back here last year, moved back to Adelaide, and now he comes back to joins the racing fraternity here in the SA Sports Sedans. I think he ran in the old MGF series back a few seasons ago as well. That's now well and truly folded up, but he's done a variety of different things. He did a bit of racing up in Queensland as well in his time away.
That's the voice of South Australian motorsport himself, Martin Ancaro. He's called pretty much every state round over the last couple of decades, and in walking, talking encyclopedia of the Sam Champ series. And it's great to see the event overall, the series overall, so strong at the moment. Sports sedans down in numbers a little bit, but we saw a lot more at round 1, and we saw a lot more at the start of this round as well. But they've slowly been whittled away throughout practice on Friday, qualifying, and now here we are on Sunday afternoon, sadly but left with just 5.
Sports sedans were a very strong category here in SA quite a few seasons ago. Numbers unfortunately virtually fell off to 0. So the Sports Sedan Championship virtually went into hibernation for quite a number of seasons. And over the last couple of years, I've tried to give it a rebirth to try and get the series underway. Certainly, I see a few cars missing from this round. With obviously cars not quite prepared for this particular round, but certainly they were racing in the old South Australian Motor Racing Championship amongst the sports cars, and to make up numbers until they virtually fell off and didn't see any sports sedans at all. There's been some great names that have come from SA sports sedans over the years. I think Monterosso is certainly one of those. It's a really name here to local motorsport fans.
Yes, absolutely. There goes the TVR Tuscan. Certainly far from standard. You can see the sort of MotoGP style winglets in the front, just in front of the wheels down the bottom. You got the big rear wing at the tail, and of course the most notable, I think, that big diffuser out the tail of the car. We'll see it as it goes through the fishbowl. Look at it from the side, it just sticks out the back, doesn't it? Absolutely magnificent piece of engineering, and that would certainly create a lot of downforce.
British engineered car from Trevor Wilkinson at the time. That's what the TVR is short for, Trevor. The cars actually went a one-make series in the UK, certainly into the late 1980s, early 1990s, until the series became separated. A couple of cars did come back here to Australia. That's certainly one of them. And Tom Hutchison, another local South Australian driver, is another one. Had the red version, and not here this weekend, but the battle for the final position on the track there. And still Alex Lee just sticking to his guns at the moment. So the Tuscans there were very strong in competition. He's had this car for quite a number of years. Didn't see it for a little while, but certainly back in full force, certainly here this weekend.
He has managed to squeeze into the 158, so 158.8 versus Barch, who's had a PB lap last time by 2:01.7, marking out to nearly 13 seconds. This is certainly the closest battle on the racetrack. 1.1 seconds when they went across the line last time. I think it might be a little bit closer than that, or it was. I think Lee has made a mistake somewhere around the lap, because he's lost a lot of ground midway through this lap. What's happened to the 28? An unforced error, I think.
He's dropped the back off. I've dropped off the back there of Steve O'Malley. It's really where the only really sort of racing competition is at the moment, at the back of the 5-car field. Been unfortunate for Gav Ward not to get into the afternoon program here.
Started off with 8 at the start of the weekend. We lost Ryan Smith in his Nissan Skyline in the Wingett Garage car before the weekend got started, or the weekend got started proper. Did take part in qualifying. The same for Nathan Mills in the Datsun 1200. Sadly, that was towed away after qualifying on Saturday morning as well. So down to 6 from that point on, and then of course we lost Ward earlier on today. He's running pretty strongly at one point, wasn't he? Keeping on the tail of Barch. Then that driver's window blew out, and then next thing we know, the car is losing a lot of performance. And it wasn't due to aerodynamics of the window falling out. There's something a lot more substantial than that.
I would have thought so.
If it was that, I'm sure he'd be back out there for this one.
You mentioned Ryan Smith there in the Nissan Skyline. Was supposed to be his first round of the series here this weekend. They've had internal engine issues in that car, so the car wasn't quite ready for this round. So obviously he might be back for our future round, which will be round 3 of the series, which I think is coming up in a couple of state rounds' time. As Dan looks for the calendar.
Round 4 does not contain sports sedans.
No, it definitely doesn't. That's a Mallala Motorsport Park, our next round of our state competition.
And neither
here.
does round 5, but they will be back for the 6th and final round, the Sem Champs Grand Finale in mid-August. So that's got a lot of SA categories, XL Trophy, XL Masters. Sports sedans will share the track with GT sports cars. We also have improved production and the E30s, but notably a couple of national categories, Toyota Gazoo Racing Australia Scholarship Series and the Australian Prototype Series as well, as we lead up to the Bend Nationals in September.
That's where we'll see the next round here of the South Australian Sports Sedans. And that, of course, only 3 rounds of the championship, so that'll be their final round. Hopefully we'll get a few more cars on board there for that week, or that weekend, so cars in preparation.
Let's talk championships. This is the second round of their series this year, the South Australian Sports Sedan Series. Michael Barch won all 3 races in the Toyota 86 within that round. Wilson didn't take part, so Wilson is 2 from 2 so far this weekend, but as we say, catching championship leader Barch. However, without scoring any points, it's a long road from there. So Barch 3 firsts and looking to make it 3 seconds if he stays where he is at the moment. And a few other contenders have fallen by the wayside as well. Second in the championship, Ben Madden not here this weekend in the Toyota Supra. Gavin Ward already out in the Honda Civic. So that means that Stephen Turner is his closest rival still here racing this weekend in position number 3. So Barch has certainly extended that margin. Yeah, okay, he's not taking the race victories, but from a championship point of view, all positives for the 86 driver.
Collect 30 points from each race here, if that's the case, if you finish second. That's how the point system works. 35 points for a victory, 30 points for second. Accumulate the points. Another one was Steve Engelhard, also competed at round 1. That's another one that had some issues, an engine issue as well. I think it was a clutch issue that he had there at the previous round, if memory serves me correctly.
And we had a 4th mini as well of Gavin Gold.
Also not here this weekend, that's the full spec, all black sports sedan style mini. A little bit different to what we've got out there at the moment. Well, the older version sort of tissied up a little bit.
Oh, I know which one you mean.
Quite a bit.
Yeah. Here we go, lap traffic. Our race leader sliding up the inside of Lee. Good heads-up driving there from the number 28 Mini. Just leaving a little bit of room in the Mini Sport machine. The Mini Cooper S. And now he's going to latch onto the tail and fly past the number 19 as if he is standing still. So through he goes now on Stephen O'Malley as well in the similarly coloured yellow, a bit more of a faded yellow than the canary yellow that we see on the screen.
I think this might be their final lap as well. Certainly looks like that in her timing, so come through and it should be 7 laps. That's basically what they've been doing in their races, 7 laps in this category. So Ian Wilson to come across to collect. They've got another race, in fact they're the last race on the program on our Blendline TV coverage this afternoon. There is the checkers there for Ian Wilson. Then we go back, obviously, the 2 lap cars there of Steve O'Malley and Alex Lee. And the second car, obviously, is going to be Michael Barch there.
He comes across the line now. In the end, the margin continued to get extended, and officially at the end of the race, 17.993 seconds. 2:02.5 for him at the end, 8/10 away from his best lap time. But despite not spinning at the start of this race, Barch no match for Wilson out at the front of this field. We wait now, it'll be about a minute wait for Stephen Turner in the sole mini that was not lapped, so he remains on the lead lap, making his way around the back section of the course, and here he is now, coming up to turn number 13, the hairy, scary corner blind approach. Just come over the brow of the hill. You can't see the exit of that corner. The curb is hidden over the brow of the hill. It's an awesome piece of tarmac.
Yeah, it certainly is. And we just one we're waiting for to finish off. And if actually finish up an overall 3rd position in this race with a slightly depleted field here at the moment. And you take a podium finish any way you can get them.
Absolutely.
And that's exactly what he'll do here.
Into the
all eyes on you, Steve. We're all waiting for you to come across the line. There's no doubt he'll be looking at the replay of this broadcast a little bit later on this evening. Most of the drivers have been over the weekend.
The delicious malicious, I was going to say there.
Malicious delicious.
Thank you. Yes, entry comes across the line to finish in position number 3. In the end, a minute 49 behind the race leader in that 7-lap affair for the South Australian Sports Sedans. The TBR Tuscan driver, though, makes it 3 from 3 so far this weekend. Can he make it 4 from 4? We'll tune in later on today. For now, though, we're going to take a break in commentary. On the other side of this, we have the final race for the Saloon cars and HQ Holdens. It's going to be an absolute cracker.
TyreCycle's here with the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park in partnership with Motorsport Australia to collect the end-of-life tyres from this race weekend.
At Motorsport Australia, we see the value in partnering with industry experts as we work to shape a more sustainable future for motorsport.
TyreCycle is Australia's largest and only national collector and recycler of end-of-life tyres. We have a capability of recycling in excess of 20 million tyres a year, creating new products from what is somebody else's waste.
Tyres are one of motorsport's biggest waste challenges. This pilot is a major step towards solving that sustainably.
The tyres we collect and recycle go to a new life, whether it be in a playground, a sports field, in a road, or is used in alternate fuel. One way or another, the tyres we collect are recovered for a better use.
Motorsport Australia will use what we've learnt from this weekend to help in building frameworks that can be rolled out at more motorsport events in Australia.
We're just really pleased that we can be part of an innovative program and something that I think is going to be the future of these motorsport events. So we're really proud to partner with a great company like TyreCycle and also Motorsport Australia to deliver service not only to the competitors but also do something for the environment too. So as we continue to evolve our sustainability strategy, this is one piece of it.
It's great for TyreCycle to be partnering with the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park and Motorsport Australia in delivering positive outcomes for the end-of-life tyres.
Sean Jamieson and Scott Dornan slide their way out of pit lane. That can only mean one thing. It's time for some South Australian saloon car action with, let's not forget, Holden HQs as well. We've got about a handful of those at the tail of the field, but out at the head of the field, it's the saloon cars, and it's a Generals 1-2 on the front row of the grid. Scott Dornan won races 1 and 2 yesterday. However, Sean Jamieson turned the tides early on today to take the race victory. Dornan will start out of position number 2. First of the Fords, Kane Baxter Smith, the Victorian visitor, former front runner in the National Series back in the day, comes out a third alongside a stalwart of saloon car racing, Wayne King, many times South Australian champion. Reginald Ralph will start from 5th alongside our West Aussie visitor in Ciela. Blair Davies out of position number 7. Then we have James Jeske, the local, from just down the road. Ben McLeod, Sinclair. Now David Lyons has been whacked with a significant penalty. I'll come on to that in just a moment. Kerry Bright, has he made it out for this one? I'm looking for him and I don't see him. We saw that car.
Yeah, looks like he's there at the back of the field.
No,
there.
it's David Lyons.
Nice lines.
Yeah, so Kerry Bright has not made it out there onto the racing circuit. That's a shame, but I'm not too surprised. Unfortunately, the Victorian visitor came to a stop late on in that race, causing the safety car. The car stopped off the track, clearly had a high speed off, and had to be brought back into the lane on the flatbed truck. He had a wheel failure yesterday and the front right side of the car was significantly down, and I feel the same issue may have reoccurred, so he won't be starting in this one. Nathan Roberts will start from pole in the HQs. He's been dominant so far this weekend. Anderson will start from 2nd, Whitehead 3rd, Hill 4th, and Smith hopefully will get a little bit further in this one. Didn't complete the warm-up lap in the race earlier on today. So fingers crossed that Smith can get out there. Now, we mentioned David Lyons. We saw him on the screen just a few moments ago. We were about to see him come through there. He's the white machine, number 24. We saw him, didn't we, in the race earlier on today, overtaking under safety car. He overtook a total of 3 people under safety car conditions. No surprise for that post-race, slapped with a 15-second time penalty, which demoted him all the way to the back of the field as the race finished under safety car conditions.
Just got the 3 HQs remaining there, have we? I know, there we go. There's Lee Smith there at the back of the pack. It's good to see him back. He hasn't had much of a weekend, so he'll try and fight his way through the small field of HQ Holdens here. So we've got the 5 cars back on track with John Hill just in front of him. Here for our Saloon cars, a combination of HQ Holdens. They've been running in combination for quite a few seasons now. Obviously, with lower numbers these days in HQ Holden racing. All 6-cylinder race cars on track. Obviously, the HQ Holden's still running the old 3.0 litre or 202 cubic inch red motor. And obviously, the Saloon's Commodores with the 3.8 litre motor and the Falcons with the 4 litre motor.
Great camera shot showing inside the cockpit of the car, giving us a real insight into what a driver is doing when they're waiting for the rest of the field to join the queue. The bright red machine, the Sedan Hotels machine. On the left, that's Sean Jamieson. On the right, Scott Dornan in the action line marking car. We got a green flag at the back. The 5-second board is being displayed. We are set for a start. Dornan looks a little bit over to the right hand side. I'm not sure if that's him over to one side or whether the guy behind is out of position. But anyway, we are underway. Pretty even jump on the front row of the grid. Baxter Smith, a good start as well. He looks like he's going to try and thread the needle through the middle. He's going to pick up Scott Dornan anyway on the run towards turn number 1. So Jamieson leads the way. Baxter Smith, great start up to second. And in fact, he's going to go the long way around the outside at turn number 1. Baxter Smith, a fantastic move. Moves up into the race lead. He made that look easy. It certainly wasn't.
No, another winner out of that too was Reg Ralph, the Western Australian, in the sister car there, Sean Jamieson. Got past Wayne King, and that's no mean feat. So that's a terrific effort. So getting his eye in here, he's getting himself set for the Nationals back here in September. Got a very clean start there. So Baxter Smith.
Dornan up the inside into the turn number 6 hairpin. They're side by side on the exit of the corner. So Baxter Smith went a little bit defensive into 5. Jamieson tried to go the long way and ended up being attacked by Scott Dornan. So they head side by side down the hill. They're going to have to go single file down there. And it looks like Dornan has prevailed. So it is Jamieson from Dornan. Jamieson from Dornan in the 5-second. Baxter Smith has pulled a margin. I thought he disappeared there for a moment. He hasn't. He's just pulled a little bit of a margin while those two fight behind. The West Aussie visitor goes defensive down towards turn number 13. Reginald Ralph, this is the highest we've seen him. Oh, big dive from King up the inside. Ultra aggressive late move, but he's made it stick. Good stuff. Good hard saloon car racing. This is why we love this Australian category so very much. King, very aggressive. You can see those top 3 just getting away. And the KW Home Improvements car wants to go with them. He made that stick. Great pass.
Certainly did. Let's have a look at the front. So still got Baxter Smith, but it's under the challenge here with Jamieson. Dornan's coming to that trio as well. So I don't think it's going to be too long. Jamieson certainly on the applied the blowtorch at the moment, looking to get up on the inside. He just followed Baxter Smith a little bit wide, exactly where he went. Yeah. But this is the big opportunity to switch out, get up on the inside down there at turn 1. And I reckon he's got it done, just looking at that camera shot.
Yeah, the Commodore's got a bit of poke in a straight line, got a great exit out the final corner and slings it up the inside. He moves through into the lead, or does he? Baxter Smith doesn't mind this outside line around turn 1, does he? Oh, that was close. He was forced onto the curb there, got 2 wheels in the air, and that's affected his run around the second corner. He had to slot back in behind as a result of that. And look, Scott Dornan is now honing back in as well. Brilliant racing to kick things off in the final saloon encounter.
So a brand new leader here for this race. Changed and swapped things around with Jamieson in front of Baxter Smith. And Scott Dawn on the action line markers. You reckon he's got Baxter Smith in his sights too.
Yeah.
Dwayne King also not too far away.
Yeah, Dornan had a bit of a look there at the turn 6 hairpin, locked up a little bit, but did manage to pull the nose out before any contact was made. But yeah, King is closing in as these guys fight. He crossed the line over a second behind them, 1.3 seconds. He has certainly brought that margin in over the last couple of corners, which is great to see him vie into the fight. He was the previous round winner was Wayne King, but a lot of these guys have travelled interstate just last week at Phillip Island. Sean Jamieson being one of them. Sadly, his weekend ended before it even got going, so it's been a much better weekend for him here at Tailem Bend. Scott Dornan had pretty good success over there at Phillip Island, but the biggest performer of these three was Kane Baxter Smith. He finished third for the round. So great to see a few Victorians coming over here this weekend, including Kane Baxter Smith, and hopefully we'll get a few more later on in the year. Obviously we've got the Nationals, but I think we've got another state round before then where maybe we'll see a couple more Victorians.
Let's have a look at the HQs. Lee Smith trying to pick his way through the small HQ field. He's got past Tony White here. Done that quite easily, trying to improve, and he's done that. So you pick up another position that gets him up into third position in that class. Hasn't managed to finish the race all weekend. He's had a bit of a tight roll weekend. So he'll get away from Tony White here and have Peter Anderson in his sights very shortly. Certainly got a car with plenty of pace. He's the top 3 runner at all of our HQ events here in SA. Dave Lyons has just got past Vince Sayella, the West Aussie there, in a South Australian registered car number 31.
Keen to make up for lost ground after the penalty that put him at rear of grid for this race, so that moves Lyons up into 6th position. However, there's a huge margin between he and the next vehicle down the road. The other West Aussie of Reginald Ralph is certainly far, far, far down the road at this point in time. 4 seconds the margin. Oh, Lyons gets it all locked up into the hairpin. Oh,
gee.
Great save. He should be a drifter with a save like that. Oh, and Ciella's been caught up in that. Oh, goodness, it's still going on. He's had about 4 attempts at trying to get the car back facing in the right direction. David Lyons there, he ran wide, slid into the corner, slid out of the corner, slid through the grass, and finally makes it back onto the race circuit. Unfortunately, Ciella also lost out there. Meanwhile, James Jeske's rubbing his hands together, going, you guys have your little tour of the grass on the outside of the circuit, I'll just pick up the places.
Ciella there didn't really know where to go. He didn't know which way Dave Lyons was heading there.
I don't think Dave Lyons knew which way he was heading.
I don't think he did either. Change of position for HQ with Lee Smith going. See if we can have a look at this. So this, you can see the opposite lock on Dave Lyons, number 24. Oh, a little bit of drifting. Ciella didn't really know which direction he was. He actually got him. He actually got him, but couldn't see that on the previous shot.
And then again had to apply the brakes as Dave Lyons lost it rejoining. Goodness me. So
a bit untidy to say the least, and that's got a bit of front end damage there on that yellow Commodore now. It's one of the BRE prepared cars too here this weekend, just like the Jamieson and Ralph car also this weekend.
David Lyons has got to do all the work again now. He made the move at turn 1 and then threw it away down at turn 6. He tried his best to throw it away. Ciella couldn't find a way through despite him falling off the road.
A few more scratches on the Dave Lyons car. That won't matter. He's already got plenty on there.
Oh, here we go. Came back to Smith. Back up the inside of Jamieson into turn 1. Oh, that's hard racing. Jamieson closing the door. He says, no, you don't. No, thank you. I'm a South Australian. This is my home track. It's my territory. And he holds on to the position. Kane Baxter Smith, the visitor, is being beaten up by the South Aussies at the moment because now Scott Dornan is ranging in on the tail of him in the action line markings. Commodore, where can he go? Is he going to have a big send at turn number 6? Scott Dornan, one of the more aggressive drivers in the Saloon Car Championship, to be fair. So is Kane Baxter Smith. So great to see those two fighting wheel to wheel. No quarter asked, no quarter given between those two.
Exactly right. And there they are, the top 3 with Jamieson, Baxter Smith and Dornan. Go down the consecutive right-handers down the top part of the circuit.
Fastest lap.
They've actually dropped off Wayne King there a little bit too. He was up behind Dornan. So Dornan certainly has found a little bit of pace here.
I think King lost a bit of time the previous lap, but before last. He set the fast lap of the race last lap and caught these guys back up again. So I think the previous lap, while we were looking at that great battle with David Lyons and Ciela, I think that King must have made a mistake. Briefly has fallen off the train, but look, we can see him catching back up once again to make it a 4-car train.
Looked a bit aggressive there, Baxter Smith. He's really got heavy on the brake pedal there, trying to get his nose up on the inside there of Jamison. It's quite close enough. Now they all head down towards turn 17. A couple of wheels just dropped out over the top of the curb. So down the hill to 18 they come. There's the top 4 on the very same shot. And a little bit further back to Reg Ralph, the other Western Australian there, back in 5th position. But these are the dominant 4. And certainly not much. Oh, gee, that was a little bit untidy too. Dornan also in that fray got out a little bit wide. A nice little break there for Jamison to head down and venture out onto lap 5 of this race, with Jamison still in the front in the Morphettvale garage entry. That's the MVG on the front of the bonnet. And of course, here's Sean
Baxter Smith. Baxter Smith got it all crossed up through turn number 1. He just about caught it. Dornan had a bit of a look as a result, but look at that. You can see the margin that's been built with that one small mistake and another one from Baxter Smith. You can tell he's feeling the pressure at the moment from Dornan. A bit of a mistake at turn 1 and again on the exit of 3. Dornan using all the road, the curb, to try and help rotate the vehicle around turn number 5. If this is a taster of what the Nationals are going to be later on in the year, I'm all for it. I cannot wait.
It should be fantastic. Oh dear, Dornan, big looking on Baxter Smith on the back there on the exit of turn 6. Another big look in there. He's much closer here, but not really too many passing opportunities this part of the track. Have to wait till they get down the other side, down the southern end. Oh, that was Baxter Smith. Wheel out. Just got it over in the grass there, so he's driving a little bit defensively. You can certainly feel the heat being applied, and that Vince Yellow, who's had an off down there on the yellow Commodore.
Looks like he's gone off down at turn number 6, the hairpin, so he's just done a quick U-turn and should rejoin the track, hopefully with no further damage. Look at them all using the track.
Dornan.
Scott Dornan turning his Commodore into a rally car and has a little bit of a look up the inside of Baxter Smith. These guys are pushing really hard, but I think at the moment Baxter Smith's approach is the best form of defense is attack, and he's using all the road and more at the moment.
Certainly King had a bit of a look in after the Dornan slight mistake. In fact, he's right on his hammer down there at 17. So not getting him nice and close inside this lap. So time just starting to elapse.
Oh, Baxter Smith understeer on turn in there, pushed him wide. Sorry to cut across you there, Mark, but yeah, Baxter Smith, I was certain he was running off the circuit. He had to come off the throttle a lot there, and it's cost him crucial momentum down the pit straight. He goes defensive. He says to Dornan, if you're going to do it, you're going to have to do it the hard way. What's Dornan's reply going to be? He's going to go, yeah, all right, fair enough. Your corner this time, I'll get you somewhere else.
King was lurking in behind Dornan, and he was trying to, right at the back of Dornan, you can see what he's trying to follow Dornan through wherever he goes. He's doing a bit of the same here at these corners. So this will be the leveler down here. They head down to the sweeper and head down towards the hairpin at turn 6. Close enough. Oh, he's out in the grass there, Dornan. That is not good at all. You don't want to be there.
No, that was hairy. Through comes Wayne King as a result. An unforced error there from Dornan. He was putting all the pressure on, but in the end it was he that made the error. Oh, this is awkward. Around the outside of the HQ3 wide there temporarily at a part of the track that's normally very much single file. King just about holds on with the traditional line. The inside line is able to hold off Dornan, but Dornan will be frustrated with that. He's been the one applying maximum pressure, but it was he that blinked first. Out in front though, Jamison has pulled a substantial margin.
Dornan off again.
Oh, yep.
It was off again in the background there, so it was all coming a bit unglued there for Dornan after all the hard work he's put in.
I think you can see the round slipping away here. He was first in both races yesterday, second in race number 1 earlier on today. Just a second place would have been enough for him to finish on equal points. However, 4th position will see him lose the round right at the death here, and I think that's the frustration for him.
Yeah, it certainly is. Well tallied up there. So there's our race leader there, is Sean Jamieson. So he's been around in Saloon car racing for a very long time. Very experienced, former national champion, national series champion as well. He's got plenty of trophies on the mantelpiece. And comes down, and I think we're going to get another lap in. I reckon we might.
Yep.
Looks like that's the case.
Or King ran a bit wide there at the final corner, so here comes Scott Dornan now, honing up the inside, down towards turn number 1. Dornan later on the break should be able to take the place off the veteran of South Australian Saloon Cars, Wayne King.
Yeah, done that nicely. Obviously they've covered on with a little bit more pace there in a straight line.
You've called a lot of saloon car races over the years. How many state titles has Wayne King won in saloons?
I think it's 4 from memory. I think there was 2 in HQs as well from memory as well. That's sort of off the top of my head. I could be incorrect there, but
still as fast as ever though, isn't he? Won the last round of the series, taking a clean sweep. But this weekend he's been challenged by a Victorian in Baxter Smith, but also the returning Jamieson and Scott Dornan, who missed the previous round. And it's been a fantastic race battle between Baxter Smith, King and Dornan. Has it been decided now though, with half a lap to go? They've spread out a little bit. This is the biggest margin that Baxter Smith has had on these 2 all race long.
the King's still on the back there of Dornan, so not letting him get away after his pass. This will be the last lap too. HQ is still in front, is still Nathan Roberts. Back a little bit further. Let's keep a close eye and see if King can get a pass in here on this final lap. Headlights ablaze. It means business. He's flicked the light switch on. And he's looking to drive a little bit more aggressively. I don't think he's close. Oh, they've got Tony White here. They're in a very awkward position. Which is the lapped HQ.
Around the final sequence of corners. Dornan's pushing hard, but I don't think he's going to quite catch Baxter Smith late on in this race. Out in front, it wasn't a perfect day yesterday. Had to settle for second, but things have certainly gone the way of the Sedan Hotels machine in this particular day. Round the final corner he comes. It's 2 from 2 today, and with it, I believe as well, the round victory. There will have to be some mathematicians get to work, but I believe it is Jamieson that's taken the round. Baxter Smith in position number 2 ahead of Dornan, and then in 4th position Wayne King. We can see the Ciela car, the yellow machine, limping across the line at the end of that race. I hope that the impact that he had on the tail of David Lyons hasn't broken the radiator or something. That was my initial fear, and the fact that the car was running so slowly means that I am a little bit concerned about that, but nevertheless he has made it across the line, albeit 1 lap down. Who's going to win the drag race here though? The Ford or the Holden? I think it's going to be the Ford that's going to prevail in this battle. It's going to go the way of Sinclair as they come across the line to finish the 7-lap race. It is Sinclair that holds on to 9th, ahead of McLeod just behind in 10th position. In the HQs at the moment, there's a couple that started the last lap without being lapped, and this is the race leader. He's dominated this weekend, hasn't he?
Yeah, so Nathan Roberts there in the Excavations SA entry. All the others, you mentioned all the other HQs have all gone a lap down, but it's been Nathan Roberts. It's a clean sweep this weekend, undoubtedly, and he'll take the round win in the HQ group here this weekend. A very successful meeting, that's the date. Lee Smith hasn't had such a successful meeting, but he'll finish up in 2nd in that particular group. In fact, he's still on the same lead lap at this very moment. Either the premier model of the HQ with the double headlights. Bit of an upmarket race car.
Through he goes around the fishbowl and down the hill for the final time of asking. He's got a lead of over 10 seconds over Smith, who finally has had a race go his way. It's been a real disastrous weekend for the driver in number 54. But out in front, Roberts is going to take a clean sweep in the HQs this weekend. Around the final corner, he comes in car number 27. Nathan Roberts takes victory in the HQs.
There he goes. Gets the checkered flags down there. Tell you what, the wind's playing a bit of havoc with that head-on camera too. It's quite breezy down there at the moment. And there's Lee Smith.
Isn't it?
He finally gets across the line in second position. Come from the rear of the field of the HQs in this race.
Across the line to finish in position number 2 in class and 12th outright in what was a very, very entertaining race. Saloon Cars and HQs putting on a real show for us in that final race. They'll be back for round 5 of the state series, so not doing the 4th round, but we'll be back for round 5 in mid-July. Looking forward to seeing them return on the screens of Blendline TV in the coming months. But a great way to finish things off for them. Of course, let's not forget the Saloon Nationals taking place here at the Bend in September as well, where the Victorians and the West Aussies will come over to compete. It's going to be a real barnstorming event, that one. But for now, we're going to take a break in commentary on the other side of this XL Masters. Cars are rolling out onto the circuit. They've just left the pit lane and are out there on the circuit. And there is Sean Panowich, which is good to see after he was a DNS in the race earlier on today. The reigning champion has had a round to forget. Hopefully he can finish things off on a high. I'm Dan McCarthy. Alongside me is Mark Nancaro for what is the final race for the XL Masters. That is for the, shall we politely say, the seasoned veterans of XL Racing.
We won't say old. Oh, did I say it? Oh, sorry. No, it's all good.
The over 35s it is, but we politely call them the Masters.
Only call me old. Nobody else. Anyway, let's go back to the grid here. So it has been a very good weekend for Kim Anderson here in car number 42 in the Air Everywhere entry. And back in the category this weekend after doing a round in the National Aussie Racing Car Series. So he comes back to this group. Second on the grid will be Vaughan Kywell and the 86 car group. The next part of the grid will be Troy Dondas and then Brian Smith. They certainly have been the dominant four in the Masters group so far for the weekend. And that's exactly the way they're going to line up on the grid. Then we go back to Rob Zonetti. Bo Hastings was up there a little bit early. Probably didn't finish a bit further back than what he would have liked also in that previous race in the Titan air conditioning entry. Then we go back to Jordan Johnson, Aaron Semler in the Bailey Vehicle Hoist entry. Back to Rebecca Boggiano, Andrew Young, Alan Hawkins. And they were the last three there in the previous race. And I'm not too sure. It was Sean Panowich is back. So back in this race, and we didn't see anything of Ash Bennett today either. He's another one that's missing off the list. And Adrian Gallia might be there. Yes, he is. He's at the back of the field just behind Alan Hawkins there. And we've got another car at the back of the pack there.
That is Bennett, I believe, in the 24 car.
That is Bennett. Okay, good to see him back. We didn't see him in the earlier race, so whatever that problem is has been rectified, and great to see the Mustang airplane fighter inspired car there at the back of the pack. Does I get that right? It sounds a bit mixed up. I sound like Yoda. Goodness me. It's been a long day. Anyway, we'll get back to the front of the pack here. There's Kim Anderson getting up towards, well, on pole position. I think Brian Smith might get a little bit closer here as well. The two familiar blue coloured cars that we've seen in the series.
Is sort of throughout this weekend, he's had the pace, but he's just been in the wrong place at the wrong time, shuffled out wide occasionally. Oh, Troy Dontas has not pulled up into the right grid position, so a bit of a 3-point turn taking place down here on the pit straights. He's not quite in his grid box again, I don't think, so he's just going to have to slot himself in, or else he'll be receiving a penalty. I've seen a couple of those flash up today in the various different categories. Hopefully he is inside the grid box, so it must be pretty tight, I think. Green flag, though, at the back. We know that the front two are in formation, and they are underway on the run down towards turn number 1. It's hard to tell from this camera angle, but I think it looks to me like it's Colwell that's made the slightly better start, and it is. And Brian Smith's going to follow him through as well, so Anderson not making the start that he would have wanted on the run towards turn number 1 with 2, 3, 4 wide a little bit further back. But out in front, Colwell takes up the running, and the 2023 champ makes his way up to second.
Yeah, so he's done exactly what I thought he might have done to pick his way through that early part of the start. Colwell got to the front clean as a whistle. So, and look how far Dontas has got back off that start. Gee, he's dropped back a couple of positions as well. He's actually got himself behind Rob Zonetti. So he was very slow off the line there. Should have been up inside the top 3, I would have thought. And already you can see Sean Panowich there already on the back of Aaron Semler. So he's got a clean start at the back of the pack as well. So there's a couple of faster cars towards the back. In fact, on the inside to pick up another position. Not quite. Just on the exit there of turn 6. There's Rob Zonetti, the Mish's XL Garage entry. And then Troy Dontas a little bit further back in the Stanford Mowers entry. So, as I mentioned there before, a little bit of a slower start off the line. So with two familiar blue cars up towards the front of the pack with just behind Vaughn Colwell, who got a blinder of a start there. Got himself a nice little break. There he goes. You can just see him in the background. Been a lot going on in this Masters competition, isn't it? It's been very busy over the weekend, and it's about to get busy again because you see that's Rob Zonetti on the inside. That's a nice little pass there on Aaron Semler. He's done that, and in fact, Dontas has followed him through. So a bit of clever skill there involved to get obviously Dontas through that area as well. Just followed Rob Zonetti through, and they've actually got away from Semler.
That's Hastings.
Hastings there, my finally. Wrong car, similar colour.
Yeah, he had to open up the steering, and that's what allowed Dontas through as well. And here comes Troy Dontas recovering from the challenging start, the tardy start on the run towards turn number 1. He's made up great ground, though, later on in this lap, and here he is now on the back of the 25, not driven by Shane Nowicki in the Masters class. Instead, this weekend has got Zonetti behind.
Not the original car he was meant to be in. They unfortunately blew the motor up in the original car during the qualifying session yesterday. So that car is on double duties, running in Trophy and Masters class this weekend. So, Smith on the inside might get the pass done on Anderson there. Get himself up in a second position. And around the outside goes Dontas as well.
I think that's for the race lead. I think Anderson had made his way back to the front. He'd slipstream by Colwell in a
Oh, there it is, the lead too.
Yeah, Colwell got overtaken by Anderson on the run towards turn 1, but Smith picked the pocket of both of them and moves through into the lead.
So he's back in front, what we saw a couple of seasons ago in this championship. Former championship winner in the Masters class. And we've called this many times the 2 blue cars up the front. And Anderson on the inside, and Colwell virtually 3 wide on the exit of that turn. So Colwell's going to get pushed around the outside here of turn 7, not where you want to be. And he'll have to slip back. It's really just narrow right up there, like you said, described before, Dan. Really much single file through that section of the track. And Colwell goes back to 3rd position. Brian Smith back into the lead in the 99 car.
99 from 42. Smith from Anderson with Colwell bringing up the rear. Troy Dontis has made his way to the front of that train behind. Can he now catch up to the leaders? He had a lot of pace to burn in the race earlier on today. And I'm sure it'll be the same in this one, but 7 minutes 40 seconds to go. Time is ticking by. The margin between he and that front group at the end of the last lap was 2.5 seconds. I think it's a little bit less than that now as he pulls away from Zoenetti Hastings, and then we see on the screen Semler in the Bailey's vehicle hoists machine. Look at Panowicz from the back of the field. He's been the quiet achiever. He hasn't been flying through the field, but he's steadily made incremental progression over these first couple of laps, and he is now into 8th position and on the tail of this, what is now a quintet of cars.
Last year's Masters champion there, Sean Panowicz, hasn't had it all his own way this weekend, unfortunately. He's had to do most of his work from the back of the field. Oh, here we go. Anderson is going to get pushed out in the grass in a minute if he gets any wider. Oh, and I think he may have.
That's wild and willing stuff on the run towards turn number 1. Anderson 2 wheels through the grass, but he's toughed it out. He's braved Smith's defensive move and takes the lead back.
Right, used every part of the bit of the track there on the entry there to turn 1. He's got himself there back in the front where he was earlier in this motor race. And Smith back to 2nd, but Colwell's got a bit of pace too. So he'll be looking for a position change as well. And he should be on the attack by the time they get down to turn 6, which they are fastly approaching at this very moment.
Colwell having a look. He's certainly on the inside line, and there's a bit of a lock-up. Oh, you could hear the tyres protesting, squawking around the turn 6 hairpin, but they remain in line. Fastest lap of the entire race, last time by Troy Dontis in position number 4. So he is coming. Dontis is catching them steadily, slowly, and the more they fight, the quicker he's going to catch them as well.
Yeah, he certainly will. There they are, the top 3 there in that screenshot. Now the everywhere entry there of Kim Anderson. But how long? Dontis is definitely the one to mention. As you just said, they're back in 4th position. The Stanford Motors entry got a bit of a kink in the front bonnet too, so he's made some contact somewhere over the weekend. Pretty common thing in the Shell race. They've been pretty much nose to tail. Certainly this top dominating 4 in the Masters class. And go back to Rob Zovanetti back further back behind. He's got a couple of cars behind him, and I think that's Hastings.
Semler's dropped back to the tail of this group this lap, so not sure what's happened to him. He's fallen back, behind the 118, the number 39, and a couple of others as well. Here comes Panowicz up the inside of Hastings. That is for position number 6, but yes, Semler crossed the line in position number 7 last time by, but he is now behind the 49 of Johnston, down in 9th. So the 36 has fallen off this trio that we're looking at on the screen right now.
Another position there for Sean Panowicz now. Here we go. This is a replay. 2 blue cars alongside of each other again down here at turn 1 on this lap. I think Smith might have his nose in front. He's in between the 2 cars, and that's what he's done. So he goes back to the front, Smith, in front of Anderson.
Colwell was
much closer there too. Sorry, Dan, I was just about to mention that, but He said, oh, hello.
Oh, that's Bennett.
That's the big fella in car number 24 there.
He's pulled off on the side of the road. Fastest lap of the race once again. Last time by Troy Dontis. He is now just 0.8 of a second behind, or sorry, 1.2 as they went across the line last time by. My quick maths failing me there. But out in front, top two, nose to tail. Colwell right in there, and look, Dontis is now a part of this battle. Okay, he's not quite on the tail just yet, but any unforced error or mistake from these guys, and Dontis is there to sweep up the pieces, clean up the mess that may happen here. 3 minutes to go in this race, 3 minutes plus 1 lap of racing. Smith swinging it through the back section of the circuit around turn 12, the long loaded left-hander known as Crofty Corner. That's where David Croft did a few laps of the bend and very nearly spun the Mustang around.
Ash Bennett might be concerned here. I'm not too sure. We did see a quick shot of him. He did get straight out the car and was looking pretty concerned down the side. So I don't know if he got himself up against a bit of concrete somewhere. Not too sure where he is, but obviously he's well and truly off the track. Smith and Anderson in that order. Anderson nice and close, trying to get up on the inside there at 14. Not quite close enough again. So come back down. Not too sure where Bennett's parked up here.
I thought it looked around turn 5, something like that,
yeah,
on
right
the side
down,
of the circuit.
Towards the sweeper side. Anyway, we'll just keep a close eye on this front crew at the moment. Still the high beam car wash in through the front, just got pushed a little wide there.
Yeah, he went in a little bit defensive and outbroke himself as a result. Just ran a little bit wide, but this is where we've seen the change of lead the last 2 laps. The slipstream effect down towards turn 1. The wind's got up a little bit again this afternoon. Nothing like what we saw yesterday, but it just means that the headwind is so substantial that a slipstream overtake is quite easy if you have the momentum and have the run out the final corner. Here we go down into turn 1. Smith going defensive, and look, Colwell having to go defensive on Troy Dontis. It is now a 4-way scrap, and Dontis goes around the outside in the Stanford Mowers machine. Is he going to continue around the outside at 3? He's going to have to be brave to do it, but with the banking of turn 3, he can hold the minimum corner speed, get earlier on the power, and does power on through. He's now got the inside for turn number 5, and we'll now have the inside for turn 6. So great racing between those guys. They've been side by side now for 5 consecutive corners, and it looks to me like Dontis has finally made the move.
He's only got it done. That big passing opportunity that we get down there at turn 6. It's going to push Colwell on the outside at 7, and obviously he's going to have to back off there. Certainly he's not going to push on there. That's going to tighten right up on top of him, and he'll get pushed just about off the track there, so he'll have to duck back in. So 2 lots of pairs there.
They're scrapping though through that section. Has affected their momentum, and it's allowed the top 2 to pull away a little bit, so they need to stop fighting each other, the white and green cars, if they want to catch these 2, the blue machines. They might look like teammates, these 2 pairs, but they're not. They're all 4 separate outfits. It's just coincidental that we've got a couple of blue ones and a couple of white and green ones. So there's no team orders. This is all playing for the victory. It's any men for themselves out there at the moment. Brian Smith leading the way, going defensive in the high beam car wash car. I'll get it out in a second. Ahead of the Air Everywhere car of Kim Anderson, who so far this weekend, Kim Anderson has been the man to beat, but he's really having to fight for it in this final race of the weekend for XL Masters.
The 2 green cars behind him have also got up behind Anderson. Oh gee, very defensive there, Brian Smith in the lead. All of a sudden 2 pairs becomes 4. So we're getting towards the end of this race, the last race for the Circuit XL Masters for the weekend.
Oh, understeer.
Oh, Anderson wide. Oh, gee, I tell you what, Dontis' eyes must have been wide as saucers there. He had a massive look. And this is going to give him a big opportunity to pick him up down here at turn 1.
Oh, it's on
look at the trio behind
him
as well. Panowicz is also in that group.
Here we go with 3 wide down towards turn number 1.
Gee, Dontis might get to the front here.
Not quite.
Right, he's going to be pushed wide.
The big loser there, though, is the 42 of Anderson. That off-track excursion at the final corner cost him all the momentum in the world, and he falls to the back of this pack on the final lap of the race. Out of turn number 3, Dontis and Colwill side by side on the run towards the sweeper, and it's going to be Colwill back up to second position. That's the highest he's been for a little while. He lost the place, lost third position this time last lap, now into second as our race leader locks up at the front of the field. It doesn't cost him too much time though through there. He's got away with that. The front 4 still, I believe, Mark, anyone can win this.
Last lap, it's going to be an exciting finish of their weekend, because all of a sudden we've got Colwill on the attack here for the last few corners of this race, trying to can't get himself up in the lead in front of Brian Smith. Very close under brakes there. So down the back to turn 10 they go. And, oh, gee. Tell you what, Dontis hasn't backed off either. He's back there in 27. He might be trying to get past Colwill here. Well, he had a decent look. So, it's anybody's go, really. Here they come, so coming back inside of turn 14.
It's going to come down to this stadium section. Dontis having a look at Colwill, but they're too busy fighting amongst each other. The 99 has broken away just a couple of car lengths. I think that may well be the decisive breakaway in the final half a lap here, as the rest are now fighting for the scraps. Dontis a little bit wide on the exit of the fishbowl through turn 16, and as a result is going to come under pressure from Anderson. Dontis just breaks later and is able to hold on to the position. Out in front though, Brian Smith. He won the first 3 races at Mallala in the opening round. He hasn't won since then, but it's going to be a victory to finish off the round here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. A high quality drive from the 2023 champion. Colwill beats Dontis to the line by less than 0.2 of a second, with Anderson just in behind as well. It's on for the Miners, 49. That is Johnston beating home Semler for 8th position. Wow, there was racing, frenetic racing all the way through the pack in that one.
So who else has gone through there? We've mentioned Semler. It'll be Beck Bosiano. There's Andrew Young towards the back of the pack, and I think he might be it. I don't think Adrian Gallagher has finished the race. Alan Hawkins is still there.
Yeah, Hawkins is still there. Gallagher, unfortunately, has come into the pits with another mechanical problem. It's been a race weekend to forget for the father of the Gallagher brothers. His weekend coming to an early end. Oh, actually, no, he competes in the Trophy Series, so hopefully he'll get that back out and be racing again in the final race. 8 races. He's got a very busy schedule, that's for sure. But
non-finisher there, unfortunately, Ash Bennett. So the big fella down there, he's got himself parked up, so that'll be a recovery moment there for our crew.
We haven't mentioned yet Panowicz. He wasn't in that top 4, but from the back of the field through to finish inside the top 5. A sterling job from him to beat home Zanetti and Hastings. Brian Smith taking the final race of the weekend in XL Masters. Great way to round off their season. Up next though, AU4 on the other side of this break.
TyreCycle is here with the Shell V-Powered Motorsport Park in partnership with Motorsport Australia to collect the end-of-life tyres from this race weekend.
At Motorsport Australia, we see the value in partnering with industry experts as we work to shape a more sustainable future for motorsport.
TyreCycle is Australia's largest and only national collector and recycler of end-of-life tyres. We have a capability of recycling in excess of 20 million tyres a year, creating new products from what is somebody else's waste.
Tyres are one of motorsport's biggest waste challenges. This pilot is a major step towards solving that sustainably.
The tyres we collect and recycle go to a new life, whether it be in a playground, a sports field, in a road, or as used an alternate fuel. One way or another, the tyres we collect are recovered for a better use.
Motorsport Australia will use what we've learnt from this weekend to help in building frameworks that can be rolled out at more motorsport events in Australia.
We're just really pleased that we can be part of an innovative program and something that I think is going to be the future of these motorsport events. So we're really proud to partner with a great company like TyreCycle and also Motorsport Australia to deliver service not only to the competitors but also do something for the environment too. So as we continue to evolve our sustainability strategy, this is one piece of it.
It's great for TyreCycle to be partnering with the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park and Motorsport Australia in delivering positive outcomes for the end-of-life tyres.
The siren sounds, which signals the AU4 cars entering the racetrack. Oh, a bit of drama there for one of the AGI sport cars. Can't quite see which one it is, but not quite aligned right, and it's not heading out onto the racetrack. Bit of drama before the warm-up lap or even the formation lap has even begun. Race number 3 for AU4, previously known as the Australian Formula 4 Championship, the AU simply standing for Australia. And there is the car, I think that's the number 44, is it?
I think it was the 44 there, Dan.
Number 44, sorry, of Kokolewski. So not sure what's happened there, but he is back out onto the track now. There is the number number 11 machine. That is our race 1 podium finisher, top 3 finish for McNeil in the opening encounter, and it was right in the fight, wasn't he, in the race earlier on today. This is the third race, and it's going to be a finishing order of the previous one. However, Harrison Dusk will start a little bit further back, down at the tail of the Gen 2 machines. We'll come on to that in a little bit. I'll explain first what they are. So Gen 2 is the more modern machines, the Tatus chassis, the slightly faster car, around about 5 seconds a lap faster. And then we have these cars, the original cars that you would have seen back racing around a decade ago, the McGale chassis. And we got a good portion of those as well. We've got about 7 or 8 in each of the classes. So we've got the Gen 2 modern machines and then the Gen 1 McGale cars out there on the circuit as well, sharing the racetrack at the same time. Race number 1 was an absolute barnstorm, so as well was race number 2. So if that's anything to go by, strap yourselves in, put the kettle on now, because you won't want to miss the racing action once it gets underway. We're here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park in South Australia. There's quite a few rounds of this series here last year, and we're commencing it again in 2025 here on in the South Australian venue. In comes Imogen Radburn. She's going to perform a practice start at the end of the pit lane before we get things underway. And it looks like everybody is taking that opportunity. In the first couple of races, we saw some head straight out onto the grid and others perform a practice start from the end of pit lane. Everyone is going to perform a practice start this time. So we can see there is the number 88 of Fitzpatrick, who's finished third in both of the first 2 races in the second division, or the original generation chassis cars. Here we go on the blast towards turn number 1, the first of the AGI cars. That's Imogen Radburn behind the wheel. She's the highest returning driver to the series this year after finishing 6th position in last year's championship. Several drivers have gone on to bigger and better things. Jimmy Pizik, he won the series last year, dominated the series last year. There's no other word for it, really. He could not stop winning. He's gone back over to England, competing in the GB4 series using identical Tatus machinery, racing for the Roden team. He won 2 races at Silverstone and now leads the championship over there in Great Britain. So it shows the quality of the series over here. And as well, the young lady as well competing over there overseas in the Formula Race Academy series, the all-female series. That's Joanne Chiconte, who's doing really well over there as well. She's picked up a couple of points over the first couple of rounds. I think she scored a good portion of points in Saudi Arabia, so sits just outside the top 10 in the championship. Former drivers in Australian Formula 4 include Liam Lawson. He's gone on to do all right, hasn't he, over in Formula 1. And did pretty well. His best qualifying result of the season in Monte Carlo overnight. And then as well as that, locally, we've had stars such as Thomas Randall, Will Brown, Jordan Love, Jaden Ojeda, all come through the Australian Formula 4 series. Originally, all of those names were in the McGale chassis. I'm Dan McCarthy. Alongside me is Martin Ancaro. Mark, I'm really looking forward to this.
Yes, this is the final conclusion for the weekend here for AU4 Championship. two different sets of winners over the weekend. So the points and the round will be decided here in this race, and it certainly can go any way at the moment. See, with Killian winning the previous race. Imogen Radburn, who had Isaac McNeil and the car of Brock Burton, the dominant four in the last race. There's the three car on there. That's Jesse Samuels coming up towards the line. Interesting to note. We were talking about there's a lot of young guys in this field. We've got a bit of a shout out to Iago Stewart. He's actually only 14 years of age and having his very first run in this particular series here this weekend at the Bend. And he has a birthday coming up on Tuesday. We do wish him happy birthday for his birthday week. Only 14 years of age, if you don't mind. That's about to change, but he's certainly done a great job. Certainly very competitive in the earlier race.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's one of the several 14-year-olds. Got a couple of 14-year-olds in the field, quite a few 15-year-olds. It's absolutely bonkers. We've got a couple of Masters class entry cars as well within the Gen 1 machines. So they're split, the Gen 1 cars, into the Masters and then the youngsters, whereas in the top category, the Generation 2 chassis machines, it is all outright. There is Isaac McNeil in the Valente Rosso machine. He led a large majority of that last race, didn't he? But in the end, he was overhauled late on by Killian, who came with a real march late on in the race. But the way the points shape up, has been a fascinating start to the weekend. Both Killian and the number 35 machine of Dusk have each scored a first and a fourth, and both Imogen Radburn and Isaac McNeil have both scored a second and a third. So it means that the points are incredibly tight, just to elaborate on the point that you started to make earlier.
Yeah, points have certainly been shared around. That's great to see. It's what you would expect from a championship of this nature. Lots of changes throughout the race. We saw multiple lead changes also, not only in the late previous race, but also the first race yesterday. So it's been well shared. And it does make for a very... makes it a much more interesting series, obviously. There's still some more rounds to come, as we mentioned there earlier, Dan, in this championship. But it all comes down to see who takes out this round here at Shell V Motorsport Park this weekend, as our crews get themselves prepared.
Not too far away from the grid being vacated, and then we will get things underway for this final race. There is the number 6 machine of Wilson, who finished really strongly in the race earlier on today. In the end, he just couldn't quite hunt down Marold, who made a great start and bolted early in the number 31 machine. But Wilson did finish strongly and close the gap down to 3 seconds, but it was very much a case of too little too late. But there is his rival in the number 31 machine. Staggered start for these guys, a bit like they do internationally, not side by side like we have for much of the national racing here in Australia, but a staggered grid formation, Mark.
Yeah, it certainly is. That really does make it a fair playing field too in open wheel racing, I reckon. Certainly seen that so far in the first 2 races of the weekend. So you can see there, Imogen Radburn there, and got the yellow halo there, so we can certainly pick her out. Different colour halos on the AGI Sport entries.
Yeah, we've got 3 towards the pointy end. The navy blue AGI coloured halo pole position for Killian. Then, as you say, the yellow halo for Imogen Radburn, and further back you can see a light blue halo on the 3rd row of the grid. That is Kokotowicz, who unfortunately earlier on today didn't make the start of the race, stalled before the start of the warm-up lap, and they couldn't get that car refired. So good to see it's being repaired and back out there for the start of this one. But he did stall yesterday, but made his way back up to 6th position. He'll be hoping for a clean getaway at the start of this race. The grid has been vacated. The warm-up lap is about to get underway. We'll run you through the grid as they come around, but this is the Formula 4 Series, renamed in the off-season to AU4, and what a grid of cars it is. Really good to see this category really strong at the moment.
Just about to head out onto their warm-up lap. Last race for the weekend here for AU4 here at the Bend. Green flag, they're on their way. into the stiff normally down here at the main straight at the bend. Probably not quite as stiff as it was yesterday. I'm trying to get as much heat into this rubber as possible, left and right combinations there.
One of the Tim Macro cars has been left on the grid. It's a number 2 machine of Georgia Morgan. She didn't finish race number 1, but she did finish strongly in race number 2. However, she has not got this machine underway. The Tatus does not want to fire into life, or the Fiat, a Bath engine I should say, does not want to fire into life. So that's not good news for Georgia Morgan. She'll have to be brought back into the pit lane, and unfortunately she'll be set for a pit lane start, I think, at the start of this one. Hopefully that car can be cleared before the cars come back around to start the race in a few moments' time. The grid, our race 2 winner will come out of pole position. Killian, oh, great news.
Good news there. She's got the car refired.
She'll have to push hard, though, to catch the train, who are over halfway through the lap already. But yeah, going through the grid, Killian will start from pole position. Noah Killian. Alongside him will be Imogen Radburn, who will start this one from second. McNeil finished second in the race earlier on today. He will start this one from third position. The grid is set in this race from the times in Q2 yesterday. They had 2 qualifying sessions, and this grid was set by the times in Q2. So Killian from Radburn and McNeil. Burton, a strong qualifying in position number 3 ahead of Kokoto, which Morgan was set to start from 6th. Hopefully she can find her position back around the grid, but we'll see. She may have to start from the tail of the field as she is so far back. Dusk, though, notably for me, Mark, our race 1 winner yesterday, and he certainly had the pace to fight for the win in the race earlier on today. In the end, ended up in 4th position, couldn't find a way past Imogen Radburn late on in the race. He will be one to look out for, the number 35 red and black Tim Macro racing car. Beyond that, Marold, he's dominated so far in the Generation 1 McGale class. He'll come out of 8th ahead of Wilson. Samuels had a hairy spin earlier on today. Fortunately, he'll be pleased about the reset of positions. He'll come out of 10th ahead of Fitzpatrick, Stewart, Katsidis and Lane, rounding out the 14 driver field. A bit weird to have the pole sitter take up position number 2 on the grid, but as we say, that is due to the staggered start formation. It's going to be a green flag at the back. We still have not got this car on the grid. So what's going to happen here? I think she might have to come into the lane because the starting procedure has already started. I think she's in communication with her team, nodding of the head, and she will have to start from the pit lane, which means green flag at the back. The 5-second board is being displayed. The lights are on. When they go out, the race will be underway, and it is now. There's a staller there. We can see the yellow flags already waving. I think it's another of the Tim Macro cars. No, it was 30 of Burton from 4th on the grid. He has absolutely plummeted down the order at the start of this one. Out in front, though, Killian takes up the running, but for the 2nd race in a row, Isaac McNeil's made a blinder, and he's up to 2nd place.
Yeah, really good start. Certainly Imogen Radburn also very quick off the line. Oh, we've got proper cars out in the grass here. And one of those is O'Neill.
No, that's the McGale cars.
That's the one of the back a bit further.
That's the 88 of Andrew Fitzpatrick, the Fitzpatrick racing machine, the nicely presented green and black car re-entering the circuit. And it looks like that might have been Samuels, I think, as well. So in and around that 3rd position in the McGale class, they've ended up going off the circuit down at turns 1 and 2. But out in front, race 2 Victor has pulled a little bit of a margin early on in this one. McNeil in 2nd, Radburn in 3rd position, and Kokotowicz has got away off the start. He has dropped a place, but he is underway, running strongly in 5th place. Strong start, though, from Dusk, from 7th up to 4th. This is the problem he had, though, last race. He made a good initial start, but couldn't make hay once the tyres came up to temperature. He is now on the tail of Imogen Radburn. Can he find a way by? He wants to do it sooner rather than later. He wants to do it quickly because the top 2 are pulling away. Imogen Radburn not looking too comfortable early on on the cold tyres. She's dropped away from the two gents at the front, but again, she's leading the female charge.
Certainly is, but she's certainly under attack from Dust there at the moment. Front two, just starting to get away. O'Neill just in front there of Radburn. But she's having a big look in the mirror to see where the count of the Tasmanian driver is there in Dusk. And there goes the train of open wheel race cars heading down towards turn one. So still Killian in front from O'Neill. And certainly Radburn now well and truly under attack there.
Just looking at the McGale class order, it was Samuels and Fitzpatrick that had the off-track excursion at turn one. They are now well down 5th and 6th in class rather than 3rd and 4th in class. They are only ahead of Katsidis. Meanwhile, we turn our attention back towards the front because up the inside comes Dusk, late on the brakes into the turn 6 hairpin. Very nice manoeuvre there, made that look very easy.
Yeah, it looks like he's on the attack nice and early here. Dusk, so picks up that other position. Car's got plenty of pace, no problems about that. We certainly saw that yesterday. But can he get things right? He's had a couple of little minor incidents, certainly in the previous race, that did throw him out of position. So he heads up towards the climb there and now gets a little bit of a break from Radburn. And now he'll be on the charge in the 35 car there. And the actual line marking entry there of Imogen Radburn. Coming back down inside of turn 14.
How great is this though? Open wheel racing in Australia. We have 3 different teams in the top 3. AGI Sport leads Valente Rosso, leads Tim Macro Racing. Open wheel racing in this country, very strong in this category. Great to have so many teams, and we do have a little team as well, a one car team of the Fitzpatrick Racing outfit as well. So that just shows how strong this category is this year to have so many cars involved. Oh dear, I'm not sure if a bird was hit there around the final corner.
Something go flying off the track, I don't know what it was.
I thought it looked like an animal of some description.
I thought it might have been a bit of carbon coming off one of the cars. I'm not too sure, but you might be right there.
I hope you're right, to be honest. As they go around turn number 1, Killian has not been able to pull away, has he? Couple of tenths faster than McNeil on the last lap, but it was Dusk who, let's not forget, made the move on Radburn. Also went on to set the fastest lap of the race. So Dusk is certainly the fast one out there at the moment, but he's dragging Imogen Radburn into the fight as well. Now she's got her tyres up to temperature. She's matching the boys at the front.
Killian with a little bit of a brake lock there on the entry there at turn 6. A little bit of smoke at the back of the tyre there, a race leader. So a little bit later on the brake pedal there, heading down towards that section. So Neil giving chase.
I'm glad to see Kokotowicz at the tail of this 5-car train because, as we say, stalled at the start of race 1. Didn't start race number 2, but we saw him race 1. He had pace, he just didn't start there effectively after the stall. And we are now seeing that he is able to keep up with this group, which is great to see. A good end to his weekend, a positive way anyway to end.
Yeah, it certainly will be. So there's our race leader there with Killian. Well, Neil's much closer this time around through that section. So he'll be on the challenge in a minute too. We've seen plenty of this up the front of the packs throughout the weekend. There's been lots of positional changes. And I reckon that's going to happen maybe in this lap because O'Neill certainly looks like he's got plenty of pace at the moment. He's now right up behind our leader. He's looking for the challenge there.
Up the inside.
Just got the nose cone tucked underneath.
He's got a wash out of understeer, so watch now. Dusk will get the run on the pit straight. He's had to pull out to the left-hand side. That's unfortunate for him because McNeil has the tow from the race leader. So he's using the tow from Killian to his advantage and, in fact, might swing up the inside of him. Up the inside into turn number 1. He turns defence into attack. Great move there from the karting champion. McNeil up to position number 1 and nearly followed through by Dusk. Side by side on the exit of the corner. Yes, Dusk has made his way through the AGI Sport car. What's happened to Killian? He's falling like a rock in the water. He's down to 5th. He has been really shoved out and hung out to dry. Out to dry in a rainstorm, quite frankly. He has plummeted down to 5th position at the start of this lap.
Well, from the lead position. So I don't know whether he had some sort of issue. Got a car in the pits there, car number 3 there. So that's the car of Jesse Jane Samuels there. And one of the IGI Sport entries. So he's into the pits early. So we mentioned there with McNeil, our new leader. So let's have a look at the moment. There we go. So now we're looking at Dust. He might be doing a bit of the same. Now he'll charge to get towards the lead. Not quite close enough this time around. Things really do change up the front, don't they, Dan?
Yes.
In this category. Things can change very quickly.
McNeil, though, has bolted away. I think Killian's got a problem. He's dropped off the tail of this pack. Killian is certainly nursing some sort of issue. Look, there he is.
Yeah, he's backed right off there. You can see very distinctively the gap off the back of that pack. So he might be looking for pit lane, I would suggest.
Through he comes. I'm just going to say, I'm not sure if there's front wing damage on the front of the car. No, it looks all right. So really not sure what's gone on there for our race 2 leader and race 2 winner and leader for much of this race. Goes across the line 4 seconds behind the race leader in position number 5. Well, this race has flipped on its head. McNeil led for much of race 2, but was caught late on by Killian. Is he going to get redemption in the final race? Well, Dusk is going to have something to say about that. He has stormed from 7th place on the grid, let's not forget, up to be where he is right now in 2nd position. He won yesterday. He wants to do it again. The number 35 machine, the Tassie, the Tasmanian, is done very well in karting, both in state competition and in national competition, is flying out there on the circuit at the moment. Last time by, though, he was a little bit slower than McNeil by about half a second, but that was all with all the changes of position. It's hard to really read into last lap times.
That's correct. So if you find a bit of pace, very strong down this part of the circuit. Gap just starts to narrow up a little bit. But yeah, we're still Radburn back in 3rd position. Looks like she's got herself settled in. But things can change very quickly in these races. We've seen it throughout the weekend. Oh, a little bit of a slide job there from our race leader through there. A little bit of understeer there.
Oh,
the curb too. Dusk was on the top of the curb too there at 16.
Using all the road. Couldn't use an inch more than that, or else he'd have been grass tracking 2 wheels through the grass. But we focus on the 35 of Harrison Dusk. Car racing debut this weekend. Did compete in the Ferrari Driver Academy finals late last year in Sepang. So clearly already on the radars of some notable racing teams, and you can see why with the way he has flown through this field like a knife through butter to be in 2nd position, and he's catching the former karting star who himself is making his racing debut this weekend. These are the stars of this sport. Where will they go? Who knows? Will they go over to IndyCar? Will they head over to Formula One? Maybe even the World Endurance Championship or Supercars? That's one of the great things about racing at the moment. There's many pathways to take, but one thing we do know is there is a lot of quality open wheel talent on the shores of Australia right now in front of our eyes.
Just take note there, the fastest lap of the race has just gone there to Harrison Dust there on that lap, on the 5th lap. So he has found a bit of pace there inside that lap.
400ths faster than the race leader. They are matching each other out in front and just beginning to edge away from Imogen Radburn. As I say, she was the highest performing driver in the series returning this year, and she has her eyes set on Formula Academy, following in the footsteps of Joanne Ciconte, who's gone over there this year. And she really does have her sights on that, and she is a fantastic young steerer, is Imogen Radburn. And she got a podium finish yesterday for the first time in this series, and she's continued that strong form on into today's action as well. So another podium for her earlier on. In fact, a career best 3rd position again earlier on today. So she's doing really well this weekend. But at the moment, she's just losing touch with these top 2. What's the margin as they come across the line this time by? Another 10th has been taken out. Fastest lap of the race once again from Dusk in car number 35. The official margin, 0.612 seconds. But it's now getting to be close enough where the margin doesn't mean anything. It's all about positioning the car. Where are you going to place it, trying to make the move? somewhere around this racing circuit. McNeil leads Dusk, but it is all to play for. There's still 10 minutes to go.
Certainly is. Certainly Dusk is certainly slowly but surely catching our race leader. But as you mentioned, their track position important. And talking about track position, a couple of other cars coming through. The 31 car, the Road, and the 3 car there of Samuels.
So Samuels is the one that came into the pits at the end of, I think it was lap number 1, certainly one of the early laps. So he is a lap down on the car that he is chasing, which is a bit of a shame for the driver who has done a bit of car racing, albeit couldn't be any more different. Samuels has done a bit of racing in sedans on Speedway, so I'm not sure what advantage that'll give you in the AU4 category, but nevertheless, racing experience in cars, which a lot of these guys don't have.
No, it's certainly a different cup of tea Speedway compared to this stuff.
Maybe that's why he took to the grass at turn 2 on the opening lap. He thought, oh, that's it. That's the grass and the dirt that I'm going for.
And Dust just dropped the wheel out over the curb there too, so pushing a little bit harder just down through that section. And Radburn there also starting to drive a little bit defensively, because obviously Jokovic there getting a little bit closer. So he's been circulating, so they're virtually matching lap times there also. So no advantage given or taken there.
First time in quite some time, McNeil the faster of the leading pair. He was 3/10 faster than Dusk, so the margin is back out in the blink of an eye, out to 9/10 of a second. But it's ebbing and flowing lap after lap, almost sector by sector. At the moment, there is still a lot to play out in this motor race. There's 8 minutes still left on the clock. Oh, bit wide there from Kokatovic. That'll cost him momentum all the way through the fast sweeper and into the turn 6 hairpin as they move on through the Katsitis Magale Formula 4, who goes down a lap in the number 23 machine. I note that Morgan, she did make the start of the race. She had to start from pit lane, but she did so. Georgia Morgan has moved up past a couple of the Magale cars and into 12th position. But it's been a challenging weekend for her overall. She did, though, score some good points in race number 2 earlier on today, but the stall at the start of this one means we've not really seen her true pace. She's stuck behind the Magale of Lane in the number 21 machine, Chloe Lane. So a couple of ladies out there racing wheel to wheel.
There certainly are. Oh, that was a Radburn out there on the grass there on the exit of turn 13 too. Pretty significant too. Big cloud of dust come out the back of that race car, just on the other side of that catch fence. So that's going to drop it back into the clutches of Kokatovic.
Here we are. This looks like a battle on the racetrack. However, I think it's still the Samuels car, the number 3 car, lap down directly behind as they come on through Crofty Corner and the run towards turn number 13. So this is the number 6 machine of Wilson, and that is not Stewart behind. Stewart is in a white machine, the number 73 car, so that is definitely Samuels directly behind. But nevertheless, these two did have a good battle, a ding-dong battle in the race. I think it was yesterday, the number 3 and the number 6. But good to see that they are continuing to battle, albeit one lap apart. This is the old Magale chassis that many of you will be familiar with from the original Formula Ford series, currently being led by Marold. That there is the number 88 of Fitzpatrick, who had that off-track excursion earlier on, and he's honed back onto the tail of Stewart in car number 73. That's Diago Stewart, the driver, the 14-year-old kid who's going to turn 15, as you say, Mark, in just a couple of days' time. Will he get a bit of a birthday present? Well, we'll have to see. A podium finish. He's going to have to fight for it if he wants it. That is for certain in the closing laps of this one. As you look back to our race leader, Isaac McNeil, driving in the Tatus chassis, the Tatus F4 T421 Gen 2 machine, originally homologated back in 2021. It's got all the latest gadgets that you'd expect. Safety-wise, it's got a halo. Oh, off the track.
I just thought I just spotted that earlier. There was a car buried down there.
That's Lane. That's Lane.
That's
she was fighting with Morgan.
Well, this will bring out the safety car, no doubt.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Now that's well and truly in a very dangerous position on the runoff there, on the crest there at turn 16. So that will definitely signify a safety car here.
Through they come to cross the line to complete lap number 9 of this race. The AU4 cars, I'm calling it its old name. AU4 cars getting a lot more racing mileage than some of the other categories this weekend. Longer races, 3 races. But look, Dusk was doing all the attack early on in the race. However, the car looks like it's fading late on. Not sure if they've altered the tyre pressures to try and make hay early and get good track position. But now he's there. He looks to be a bit of a sitting duck at the moment, which is a real surprise for our race 1 winner. Coming under huge pressure from Imogen Radburn. What can she do? Can she go up the inside into turn number 6? No, not able to do so. Dusk defending that one off very cleverly. And will hold on to second position. But I didn't see this battle coming a couple of laps ago.
No, how things change. So another battle was about to begin. It looks still green. I thought we might have seen a safety car, but not at this moment. Interesting point there. But certainly Dust starting to fall back into the clutches here of Imogen Radburn. So very, very close indeed. So that is obviously second and third position. And it's going to be game on, certainly down through this section of the track. Imogen will try and get that car tucked up on the inside down there at 14. She's not quite close enough at this stage. So this is where the stranded car is. There might be just a local yellow down there. And that car's parked up, so they're not going to be too concerned about that at the moment. Go past the lane, stranded car down there in the kitty litter.
Kokotowicz has joined the fight now as well. So while in the middle sector through the high-speed loaded corners, Imogen Radburn not able to stay on the tail of Dusk. I think a little bit of dirty air washout affecting the car, but now she's on the pit straight again. The dirty air becomes your friend because it means that you have a slipstream down the straight towards turn number 1, forces Dusk to go right to the inside line. And she's not able to go around the outside, but she'll get a great run out of the corner. Can she do anything with it? Maybe at turn 3, a late dive up the inside? No. She goes for the outside to get the cutback on the exit of the corner. Brilliant racecraft from Imogen Radburn. She draws alongside Dusk, but again, she's on the wrong side. For turn 5, she gets the cutback, the switchback. Will she dive up the inside at 6? No. Dusk wise to that one in the Tim Macro racing machine. This is high quality racing.
Gets herself on the outside there at turn 7. That's not where she wants to be. Very difficult, virtually no passing opportunities in this section of the track. So she'll just tuck in behind Dust there again. And Kokotowicz there, very patient. Oh, gee, got right up behind Radburn there as well under brakes. So second, third and fourth position also on Sunday are all closed up. So with a minute and a half less in this motor race, still the challenge is on for second position. Certainly a race leader's up and away there, Isaac McNeil. 3.5 second gap on the previous lap, so he's got a nice little buffer.
Before we get on to pit straight when the move could be made, I note that Killian's mechanical issues have got worse. He has now slipped down to 8th position and only a couple of seconds ahead of Morgan. So a day that started so well for young Noah Killian, it's not ending well. Sadly, some sort of mechanical gremlin costing him dearly out there on the race circuit. But here we go, onto the pit straight once again. Equal run around the final corner. Here we go though. This is where the slipstream comes into effect. Radburn closing on the run to 1. Again, identical. Dusk all the way to the inside and sweeps back to the middle of the track, but he locks the rears there temporarily. You could see him working the wheel, trying to keep the car facing in the right direction, and it's going to leave him particularly vulnerable now around this section of the circuit. But he learned his lesson from last time. To leave the cutback open, and this time he sees off the challenge. But Radburn, what can she do into 6? Nothing is the answer, because once again Dusk driving defensively, but he's not doing anything wrong. He's defending cleanly and correctly.
Exactly right. Bit of an instant replay from the last lap as far as positions are concerned here on this section of the track. So Dusk still hiding off all the challenges here for Radburn. She certainly had her moments, but we're starting to get into the last part of this race. So we've gone into negative time here. So we might get another lap in. So where is our race leader? He's got over a 5-second lap lead now, while these others are still trying to sort each other out. There's still dust holding off the challengers from Radburn. And here they come, back inside of turn 14 and back inside the bowl here.
Killian's fall through the field continues. He's now the last person on the lead lap and may well be lapped here on the final lap of this race. He's fallen behind several of the McGale class cars as well. But here we go, they're about to start the final lap of the race. Who's your money on here at the moment? Is Dusk going to hold on? Is Radburn going to sneak on by on the final lap? Or is Kokotowicz potentially going to pick up the pieces? We're going to find out in 4.95 kilometres. This is the best run Radburn's got so far. She's already got her nose in front down towards turn number 1. Dusk's going to have to be last of the late breakers if he wants to hold on to the place. He is, but Imogen Radburn says, no, I'm taking it no matter what you do. Swings around the outside and moves up into second position. A fantastic pass.
Kokotowicz too had a pretty good look in there while that was all happening, just tucked in behind. So he's also very close up behind Duskers as well. So he's just trying to hold on to that third position to get himself on the podium for this race. Goes a big lock up too, that driver I just mentioned. So he's braking much later as well, trying to get past Dusk here. That's Kokotowicz there. Sun blazing off these race cars inside this last lap. So this is possibly another pass, may come up inside this last half lap. We're about to find out once we get back into our passing opportunity corners. A little bit further down the track. And McNeil once again has also increased his lead, and he'll be looking for the checker flag in just a few moments.
Samuels has got past Katsidis for 12th position on the final lap of this race. So there's still a few battles further down the field, but we cannot take our eyes off this, can we? It has been an absolute thriller once again in AU4. A name change in the off-season, but what a category it has evolved into in the rebranding of the series. Brilliant racing here this weekend, and we have our third different winner. Isaac McNeil comes across the line to greet. No, we're going another lap, I think. Oh, there is a checker flag.
Check it up there, hiding up on the sign. Now that will be confirmed that McNeil will get that victory.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I didn't see the checker flag. Wasn't waving too briskly in the breeze, but I just caught it in the corner of my eye. McNeil then taking the victory in that final race of the weekend. Imogen Radburn in position number 2, getting past Dusk with a fantastic move on the final lap. Kokotowicz threw everything at the number 35, but came home just shy in the end. Good to see Burton come across the line in the top 5 as well, 21 seconds behind our race victor. But we turn our attention to the dominant force in the Gen 1 class this weekend. The number 31 machine, Jensen Marold, has been in a league of his own. He comes across the line, swerving across the line to take the class honours in that category. A local South Australian doing it in at his home racetrack.
Maybe delighted of that, all the pit crew down there cheering him across the line.
A very, very good karter is Marold, finishing 4th in the National Cadet 9 Championship and won the SA Karting Championship on several occasions. But here they come across the line just behind. That's Wilson. Wilson, sorry, has already gone through. And then we see Morgan, Stewart, and as well Fitzpatrick will come through shortly. Here is Fitzpatrick, who has made his way by Stewart actually on the final lap of the race. So a change late on in proceedings there. Fitzpatrick makes his way onto the podium. A very good result for the youngster there in the number 88 machine. And let's not forget that is a privately run car, that one. The number 88 car is part of the Fitzpatrick racing operation. A great pass from him late on in the day, just 15 years of age. He only made his racing debut earlier on in the year, taking part in Formula Open, and that was just to get himself ready for this weekend. Well, Mark, I have to say, AU4, what a start to the season.
Fantastic.
3 different winners.
Isn't that great to see?
Yeah.
Points well and truly shared amongst the championship at this round. And it's always great to see a category not dominated by a single driver at every race, but all separate, different winners. And it's great to see. And giving these young drivers a nice opportunity to see the front part of the field and get a nice little bag of points. Well, that's it for the AU4 category here this weekend.
Certainly is, but they will be back, Mark, for their second round here in just a couple of months' time. Round number 2 of the series will be part of the SEM Champs as well, July 12 to 13. Round 3 at Phillip Island in mid-August before they head to Sydney Motorsport Park to finish off the season in late August, and a round in September to finish. Thoroughly enjoyed having them here at the Bend this weekend. Can't wait to see them again in a couple of months' time. Who's going to prevail? We don't know. That's one of the great things about AU4 in 2025. We're going to catch our breath. We're going to need to, quite frankly, after that one. We'll be back on the other side of this with some state racing. Circuit XL Trophy on the other side of this. Here they come. It's Circuit XL Trophy. XLs have put on a real show for us this weekend, haven't they? In all 4 of the Masters races, and so far in all 3 of the Trophy Series races. Let's see how we go then in this one, the final race. I'm expecting much the same. Huge field of XLs. I think there's 28 in total. That's what we started with at the start of the weekend anyway. Among with the 17 Masters, totaling 45 across all of the 2 divisions. I've got to thank our sponsors, of course, for XL competition. 3-3 Appeal and Merch is the sponsor this weekend for round number 3.
If you're looking for some good T-shirts and a bit of apparel, that's the people to go and see. Last race here for Circuit XL Trophy this weekend, the grand finale, as we like to call it on the weekend. And there's usually a hell for leather at the moment, or certainly will be shortly, but it has been dominated once again by the Autobahn entry out in front there with Joel Johnson, and he's been in a world of his own, and he'll be on pole position again. Then it's all the others behind him tussling for position. We had Fletcher Lewis, Aaron Oliver, Brad Vaughan trying to pick his way through the field. Baden Cowell, Bailey Fred, they're all the top group on the grid at the moment. That's the way they'll line up. So got a few others that made some ground. Jet Zerk started from the back of the field in the previous race, finished up picking up practically half the field there to get through just behind Brad Gardner. And Sparks a bit the same, made up a couple of positions there in that race as well. So Circuit XL Trophy here to come your way as we get towards the end of our program here at round 3 of the South Australian Motor Racing Championship. But a cracking weekend. We've certainly seen plenty of good racing, and certainly from this group, everyone getting a bit of tyre warmth there. You can see on screen left and right, scrubbing those tyres up. Plenty of sun out on the track at the moment. Gee, what a record Joel Johnson's got here. He's just about unbeatable here at this circuit. And once again, looking for a clean sweep here for the weekend.
They've got nearly as many karts as they do XLs. I could see at the kart drone. Look at them all. Tons and tons and tons of them about to hit the racetrack. Well, we're going to turn our attention to this race because we don't really want to look away. It's been so good this weekend. I've said it a lot this year. Can anyone, though, stop Joel Johnson in the Autobahn car? He's looking to go 3 straight rounds this year and 4 straight rounds in total, clean sweeping the weekend with victories. I'm not sure that's ever been done in XL competition, not only in this state, but around the nation as well. It has been absolute domination in South Australian motorsport in recent times. Can anybody take a single race victory off Joel Johnson? They're going to try here in the XL Trophy race, the final race for them this weekend. We look at Brodie Dominic, who will start this race from position number 7 on the grid. Green flag at the back. We've got Johnson in the number 5 machine. Alongside of him is Fletcher Lewis. Let's see, we can see him going on the clutch and away. Good launch from Johnson. Very equal launch to Fletcher Lewis. They're side by side on the run towards turn number 1. It looks like Brad Vaughan has bogged down a little bit, and I think he might lose out to 1 or potentially 2 cars. I know as they come over the brow of the hill, it doesn't look quite so bad. I think he got a bit of a touch, maybe a toe advantage from the car ahead, so he retains position number 4, or does he? No, he goes aggressive, trying to take P3 from Aaron Oliver, and there's a little bit of brushing, a little bit of contact, but that allows Colwell up the inside, and there's more body panel contact. Side by side, 3 wide now on the exit of the corner. Could we even go 4 wide? I think that would be suicidal, quite frankly. Oh, Dominic.
How about Dominic? Oh, wow, what a pass. Down the sweeper there on the inside. That was a super manoeuvre there. It's game on already here, Dan. Look at the group we've got behind. The winner there was Fletcher Lewis. What a start. Gets out behind the race leader there, Joel Johnson. And he certainly picked off Aaron Oliver there pretty quickly as well. But Johnson was the winner, and he goes back to the front. See Bailey Fred there, Baden Cowell and Jackson Sullivan there in that group. And looks like Shane Nowicki and the Mrs. XL Garage Entry just tucked in behind them in this early part of this final race here for Circuit XL Trophy class. And you can see in the background already how John Johnson has already got that nice handy buffer already we've seen during the races, but it could be a good reason for that, because obviously Lewis here is also trying to drive a little bit defensively, because he has got Aaron Oliver well and truly all over the back of him at the moment. And there it is. So that's exactly how I described it. And they come inside of turn 14. Oh, a little bit wide there for Lewis in the wins entry, car number 56. And hot shots there, second, third position. That's that white Angerson Motors entry behind us, being very patient there on Brad Vaughan. But he's got a mirror full of green and black car, and that, of course, is Brodie Dominic. So there's just starting to pair off slightly at the early stage of this race. As we mentioned there before, there's Aaron Oliver in the Penrite every car number 70. Oh, yes, if you don't mind. How about a bit of drafting there? That's right on his hammer.
Here we go, down the straight. He moves to the inside. Fletcher Lewis, though, is following him across the racetrack, trying to block off the move for position, but he's not going to do so. And in fact, the number 70 returns favour, comes back across the track. Here he comes, as you say, Vaughan on the far outside. He's the latest of the three on the brakes. He swings around the outside and goes through. That's the second time we've seen him do that in the last two races. That's bonkers.
Yeah, I just thought I could see exactly what he was up to there, trying to get around the outside. Just a nice bit of talent down there at turn 1. So the Angerson Motors entry picks up that position and gets himself up into second position in front of Oliver now, who was trying to get second position from Lewis. So that's completely changed on its head.
Yeah.
And Dominic this time on the other side of the track from the previous lap.
Oh, lock up from
Vaughan. Massive, massive lock up. And that's going to push him out wide. And all that hard work he's just done has all come unstuck. He's dropped about 4 or 5 positions there. In fact, he's gone beyond Shane Nowicki.
So that's right towards the tail of the top 10, down to 9th position. Wow, one mistake and he has fallen like a rocket. Now he's just clipped the inside grass there. He was ultra late on the brakes into turn 1 with the headwind. However, with the tailwind at turn 6, he wasn't able to get away with the late braking move and runs wide into the turn 6 hairpin. That's a shame for the BJR co-driver, although he is coming back up the inside of Nowicki into turn number 13. He's back on the pace once again, but Nowicki's holding it around the outside and will now have the inside for turn number 14. Vaughan again, though. How late is he under brakes? That's why he's been signed as Bryce Forward's co-driver. He is a very talented steerer.
Certainly is. Got a couple of big donuts down the side door there too. He's not the only car with that problem, because it's been that close. There's been a lot of tyre rubbing on panels here throughout the weekend. And there's another big lock up again for Vaughan. Really heavy on the brake pedal there. And again, he's done it again as well. I think that actually might have been the B-Sport entry with the brake lock as well. Aidan Brand there. Oh, that's a bit of carbon fibre out there at the side of the track that's been kicked up. So I think it's off these cars.
Through they come to complete lap number 2 of the race, and they head down towards turn number 1. Johnson has pulled a significant margin at the start of this race once again, as we've seen so many times. Here comes Zirk up the inside of, oh no, not quite. I thought he was having a go at Sparks there, but not quite able to do so. Gardner's car, which is for sale, is moving up the inside of Zirk as well. So he is trying to promote himself up into 13th position. If you want to buy a Hyundai XL, why not buy that one? Driven by the TA2 muscle car competitor and local South Australian driver, back in the XL after a number of years. I spoke to him earlier on in the weekend. I said, when was the last time you were in an XL? He said, oh, actually, I did do around in 2023. So he's like Brad Vaughan. He might be competing in higher echelons of motorsport, but XL competition, I'll get it out in a second, teaches you great racecraft, and it keeps you razor sharp for whatever it is you're competing in.
Certainly does. Leader there with a nearly 2.4 second lead there. Starting to skip it. There he is in the background. He's Actually got a nice buffer now in front of Aaron Oliver. But this is where all the action lies. You got obviously Fletcher Lewis there and the other young talent search winner there trying to pick him off there, Bailey Fred. I'll tell you what, he's nice and close here on the Star Search entry. Push him on the outside there at turn 14, so not exactly what he wants. It's going to favour, or maybe Cowell, because he's got to try and slip on the inside of Lewis there. That's nice close racing. Everyone gave a little bit there, so nice clean racing through that section of the track. Play here too. So what are we looking for? I think there might have been a bit of a touch. Oh, it's a bit of a touch.
Whoa, that's quite an incredible save down there.
I think one of those cars was Bailey Perriman.
You could see the tyre marks going down the pit straight for about 50 or more metres there. That was quite a moment. Good save from all involved. That could have been much, much worse, but you don't want to do that, do you? Oh, same with Brody Dominic running wide, coming onto the pit straight. You don't want to make contact with cars on pit straight. Maybe if it's side to side, door to door, but not when it's front bumper to rear bumper. That's when it starts to get sketchy.
Sketchy might be about this moment. Here we go. Everyone trying to clear out, and Cowell around the outside there of Lewis. Pushes him extra wide as well. Look at the 45 car there. That's Sullivan in the Autosport entry there, trying to out-worry Brody Dominic there as well. Jesus, game on in this group. Have a look at them. All 6 of them there. So that's positions, so best positions 4 and back. 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th position there.
It's actually 3rd. It was just that
third.
Fletcher Lewis crossed the line in 3rd, but he's been demoted to 5th. So, yeah, Fried is up to the front of that group into position number 3. Now, these two have been battling all weekend long in and around 20th position, both Woodland and Redwood. But the aggression between these two has been quite remarkable. Let's see how they go in the 4th battle out there on the race circuit. Here we are, down towards turn number 6. Oh, a huge lockup from both cars actually, but more notably the number 97. So unfortunately it appears that that's very much advantage Redwood at this point in time. Woodland at this point in
the
time.
Exoterra entry there. There he is. Now let's have a look, go back here again with Fred now. Cowell looking for the pass. It's turn 13 there, the blind crest over the top.
Here we go,
This
Colwell
is a very
showing
good
the
passing
nose.
opportunity at this corner. Just got to get in the right position, got to get that nose tucked right up underneath.
Brad Vaughan's right on the tail of this train now as well, so after the mistake at turn 6 a couple of laps ago, he's reset, regrouped, and he's coming back towards them. Out in front, Joel Johnson leads by 2.9 seconds, but this is the fight for 3rd position. Colwell, tap, 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 rat-a-tat-tat, I'm on your tail, he says. Right on the tail of the Star Search entry. And look, Fletcher Lewis now is doing a bit of the bumping. This is good racing around the final corner. 35 leading the group, but how much longer will that be for? The answer, not much time at all. And now he's going to be swamped. The others all are in a train giving each other a tow on the inside of the circuit, and he's got nobody. He's been left out to dry on the clothesline for days.
Looking forward again. Breathing down the neck there. He couldn't get around Fred there. Cowell goes through. Anything was possible there. Or Fred on the outside, trying to pick up that position. That's Cam Quinn on the inside there, the TCM entry. Who's he got on the other side? The 61 car, Jacob Langs. They're a little bit further back in the field. Good to see Gallia's out there circulating in the Grunter Racing entry, just tucked in behind them.
Sadly, his father, though, not out there, Adrian Gallia. We saw him retire from the Masters race earlier on today. And, oh my goodness, this is going to be huge, and it is huge. Oh, no.
Major contact.
Clearly there was contact going into the corner. He went onto the grass on the inside of the circuit, out of control. And Sullivan has sideswiped Colwell at a vast rate of knots. The driver door there making contact with the other machine, but I think I could see some movement in the cockpit. That was a big hit, but that is not what you want to see. Clearly there was contact going in to the turn 6 hairpin, and somebody else has had an off-track excursion down at the backside of the circuit as well.
Have a look.
Here's a replay, so watch for Sullivan. He's going to go into the hairpin up the inside. Oh, no, he's just outbroke
broke
himself.
himself.
He's gone onto the grass on the inside and bang!
Wow.
Into the side of Colwill, who had absolutely no idea that was coming. Bam! In the door. Both drivers out of the race for the time being. Yellow flag still down there, but the racing is continuing here. They're still bumping, nudging into each other, and we have just gone safety car conditions.
Yeah,
and
wow.
I can understand
It's gotta
why.
be. That's a big hit on young Jackson there. I hope he's okay, because that's a big hit in the driver's door. And unfortunately, there's significant damage on that race car as well. And that is a big shunt. Gee, he must have just about shut his eyes. He knew what was coming.
I don't think he did. I don't think he had any idea. The moment he knew was when he turned into the apex of the corner and bang, in came the other car. This is further back down the field at turn number 3. Oh dear, the
that's
rookie
Connor
Golding.
Gowling there on the side of Max Mallengraf there. A couple of debutantes learning the hard way. So safety car.
We've just gone red flag, unfortunately, late on in the day here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. So this is likely going to see the end of this race. We'd already started the final lap of the race when the safety car was called, so I think we're going to end up under safety car conditions anyway.
Sure.
We can see Colwill moving around in his machine in the number 15 car, but that is a badly bruised XL. Here it is once again. So just look then, the number 45 up the inside of Vaughan and went up the inside of Freed, but he outbroke himself. He thought, I'll take to the grass, I think, or was he forced on there? No, he took to the grass, I think, to try and avoid everybody. But sadly, he did not avoid the driver at the front of the field. Colwill collected heavily down there at the hairpin. Oh, man, you don't like to see that.
Very serious contact. I hope he's all good down there. We'll get some word from our officials soon, hopefully, that he's all okay, because getting it there in the B pillar like that is not a pleasant experience.
No, certainly not. But out on the racetrack, it will, I think, be Joel Johnson that will be declared the winner of the race. Yet another clean sweep. There we see the red flags waving in this race. Of course, XL Racing here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. They've had a lot of races here over the years, and a huge championship for them once again in season 2025. They'll be out again at the next round number 4 of the series here, in Malala, June 13 to 15. You haven't been out there yet this year, apart from when we called the truck racing, but you haven't been out there for quite some time.
No.
Good news though, Colwill getting out of his XL, which is great to see him unaided, jumping out of the machine. His car looking a little bit worse for wear, but glad to see that he himself is fine.
I think he's going over to check on Jackson there to see if he's okay, so bit of good sportsmanship there, bit of concern. So red flag conditions here for the final race of Circuit XL Trophy.
So red flag conditions, as I was saying, going through the calendar at Malala, the next round for these guys, followed by the next round back here at the Bend in July. And then, of course, they'll be racing in August. They do every single round of the State Series, don't they? They are very, very busy. And there he is again. That's Colwill. And as well,
young Jackson there as well.
That's
He's out.
great.
That's great news. So he's all well. He's going to be a little bit sore from that hit. So he's just storching over a little bit there, but he's all good.
Great to see if everybody is on the top of the tower. We want to give that a round of applause. Great to see that both drivers are out of their car and are okay. A huge impact down there at the turn 6 hairpin. Great to see both drivers are all right and supporting each other as well. Yes, okay, they've both been knocked out of the race, but they are clearly mates, and great to see checking on each other. And happy to say that they are both okay. They'll probably wake up a little bit bruised in the morning, but other than that, it appears that they are okay. The wind's certainly picking up again. We can see on the little windmill there, and also from that head-on shot down towards the pit straight. It is certainly gusty out there once again as the cars come into the lane. It's going to be a bit of a clean-up operation down there, and the race has been made official. So Joel Johnson, for the third straight round this year and fourth straight round in the last 4 events in XL Trophy, takes a clean sweep. Aaron Oliver again, the best of the rest, the bridesmaid in second position. I'm not going to say that these are official results. Under red flag conditions, we do go back a lap. So I'm not sure what the results were on the previous lap, but what we can say very comfortably is it was Joel Johnson from Aaron Oliver. The rest of the pack were swapping and changing positions corner after corner. So make sure you head onto the South Australian XL website, XLs for all of the latest news there. They'll keep you up to date. It's a great social media platform that they have, and they do keep you up to date on all things Hyundai XL. So stay tuned to keep abreast of what the official results were for that one.
And I think we've got just the one more race to come here this afternoon with improved production. I do believe that Sports Sedans has been omitted from the field.
Yes, I don't believe it is official. So due to the low entry numbers, the Sports Sedans field has said we're just happy with the 3 this weekend. They've elected not to go out for their 4th and final race. So the final race on the program will be coming up next. Improved production, race number 4. The Sam Champs on the other side of this.
TyreCycle is here with the Shell V-Powered Motorsport Park in partnership with Motorsport Australia to collect the end-of-life tyres from this race weekend.
At Motorsport Australia, we see the value in partnering with industry experts as we work to shape a more sustainable future for motorsport.
TyreCycle is Australia's largest and only national collector and recycler of end-of-life tyres. We have a capability of recycling in excess of 20 million tyres a year, creating new products from what is somebody else's waste.
Tyres are one of motorsport's biggest waste challenges. This pilot is a major step towards solving that sustainably.
The tyres we collect and recycle go to a new life, whether it be in a playground, a sports field, in a road, or as used an alternate fuel. One way or another, the tyres we collect are recovered for a better use.
Motorsport Australia will use what we've learnt from this weekend to help in building frameworks that can be rolled out at more motorsport events in Australia.
We're just really pleased that we can be part of an innovative program and something that I think is going to be the future of these motorsport events. So we're really proud to partner with a great company like TyreCycle and also Motorsport Australia to deliver a service not only to the competitors but also do something for the environment too. So as we continue to evolve our sustainability strategy, this is one piece of it.
It's great for TyreCycle to be partnering with the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park and Motorsport Australia in delivering positive outcomes for the end-of-life tyres.
Final race of the weekend, and what has been an action-packed third round of the South Australian Motor Racing Championships, the SAM Champs, delivering the action. Most of it has been good quality. Sadly, we did see a big impact in the race earlier, or not earlier, the one just gone. Fortunately, though, both drivers have got out unscathed, which is great to see. And speaking of great things to see, I saw that Brett Waters is out in the Peugeot for the first time this weekend. Better late than never.
The very last race. Hopefully we can get through and make a race of it, because obviously the previous race was a non-event there due to a little bit of confusion.
Look at that, there he is.
There he is. Good old Brett out there. He's out flying the flag in the French-built Peugeot. So great to see him out there to make up this field. Other problems, I was talking a little bit earlier about Scott Cook. He's had electrical issues throughout the weekend. That's been a little bit trying, to say the least, trying to finish off his races. So that's the reason we didn't quite win the last race. It just sort of creeped home. I think gave Jason Palmer the victory there, well, in the sort of non-race, I guess we can call it. So this is how they'll line up: Jason Palmer, Scott Cook in the Sylvia, George Michelle in the Nissan 200SX, Steve Campbell there in the BMW E36. Then we've got the car of 51 of Andrew Cogan, and one of the BMWs there. Ian Statham, I don't think so. That'll be a non-starter, unless it's got some sort of miracle going there. But we've certainly got the other magnet there of Jim Myhill. Just seen that car go through. Jiawei Chen, Mark Kempster, Don Coppola did a good job of the last race, picking his way through the field. Just in front there, Rob Kilmartin, Marco Mack in the Civic, Keith Wong in the Holden Integra, and then we've got Greg Lesnikowski also had some issues also. Let's have a look to see if that car's made it back. Where is that big Monaro?
So, Cook is back out there, I can see.
Yeah, he should be okay. This is an electrical issue they're having at the moment, just trying to sort out little problems. Just chasing those little annoying electrical problems that can be a bit of a puzzle to unravel at times.
Oh, they're a nightmare, aren't they? Electrical issues in modern motor vehicles. But great to see that he is back out there. Hopefully that car can make it unscathed. And he got away quite lightly, because, of course, he entered the lane before the start of the race earlier on, race number 3. The race that never happened. The engine failure from Statham on the run to turn 1 meant that the race got red flagged. They had a couple of attempts to try and get it going again, but for one reason or another, it didn't happen. And therefore, Cook starts from 2nd position. So it's basically the grid set from the order of race number 2, because race 3 was a non-event. One of the most eventful non-events I've ever seen, though.
One of the most confusing non-events I've ever done. I don't think any of the drivers knew what was going on either. Anyway, let's finish off the day and finish off the weekend with some improved production racing here at round 3 of the South Australian Motor Racing Championships. It's always good to finish off the weekend with a good old humdingy improved production race. And that's exactly the way we're going to do it here at these state rounds. Good to see Brett Waters at the back of the pack here. We'll see him come through the field a little bit. Well, that would be the plan, we would have thought. And then we're away. So they spread out. Oh, look at Michelle trying to get him just about out on the grass here, trying to get around Jason Palmer. And straight to the front goes Scott Cook. So nice clean break there for the new line entry there, looking towards us.
Palmer, though, responding straight away, is he? No, had a look, though, didn't he? Campbell goes through in position number 4. There he is, the number 54 BMW E36, ahead of a whole host of Magners. There they go. The first one leading Chen in the Honda Civic. So I think Chen might have made up a couple of positions there at the start of the race, up to position number 6, but he's behind the 49 machine. That is the Myhill Magna.
Jim Myhill back in the fray there. One of the veterans of improved production racing here in SA. Still steers the car right too. He's been pretty competitive over the weekend. He's been sticking to his guns, but still about sticking to your guns there. Race leader Scott Cook. There was a bit of dust kicked up there of the car on the inside. Trying to pick out who that was. That's Dom Coppola there by the looks of things. And he makes his way through. So that's the 27 car. That's one of the Sylvias in the field. And he's got just the 88 car, that's Marco Mack there, the debutant there this season. Here in the Honda Civic, and Keith Wong just behind him in another Honda, but a different model, in the early model Integra there. And where's that white Peugeot? There he is. Car number 308. Of course, that is a Peugeot GTI 308.
Why don't more drivers do that? If you're in a Toyota 86, put 86 on the side. If you're in a Peugeot 206, put 206 on the side. Makes our life easier.
Certainly does. We'll do anything to make our life easier. Won't make it any harder. Just your mile there under attack there from Gary Chen there in the Como entry. Delivery on that car as well. Shown a bit of pace here over the weekend too. It's been fairly competitive. One of the real veterans of racing area, Jim Myhill, in the Tonsley Park build Mitsubishi Magna. We'll still elaborate on Tonsley Park a bit, don't we?
Kemp's just got a good run here. He comes up the inside of the Honda Civic, and Palmer having a look up the inside as well of Mikel around turn 1, but couldn't make it through. He's got a nice run through 2 and into 3, not able to make it stick. But look at Cook, he has bolted. As I say, that non-event has really saved his weekend. He was set to score a total of no points in the race earlier on, while those around him were going to take maximum points. However, the non-event means that he is effectively at the moment our round winner.
He certainly is. There's Cook just going over the crest there at turn 7. Well, George Michel and Jason Palmer sort out their positions. There's overall 4th position on the track there. Car 54 there is Steve Campbell. Perv's build rally car here at the circuit here this weekend. It's been pretty competitive. It's done. Oh, that's Cook there. No, that was Michel. Very wide there. Certainly gave Jason Palmer a massive look in there. But he just recovered fairly well.
That was as wide as you can possibly get without falling off the road at a vast rate of knots. And speaking of
Keith Wong. So he's got issues. Doesn't look like he's going to finish this last race of the weekend. Another long-time racing steward here in SA, Keith Wong.
We've had 3 non-starters in this race. The number 51 of Andrew Cogan in his M3, the number 20 of Statham due to the engine failure, and Lewandowski in the Monaro, which hardly completed any laps this weekend. It was an absolute disaster, a horror show for him. And now as well, it looks like we have lost Wong potentially as well. It was running slow off the circuit, but out towards the front of the field, not directly at the front. There's Cook well off in the distance. Michels makes a mistake in second, and Palmer's got a nice run as a result. But as these two fight away, Campbell is able to keep up with them, and he's got a lovely run out the final corner. But I'm not sure that car's got the poke of the Palmer E30 in a straight line, and my feelings turn into reality. Palmer pulls back ahead by a comfortable margin down towards turn number 1. That's a shame for Campbell, because that just shows even with the perfect run and those ahead having a compromised exit, he still can't do anything.
Keith Wong there out the car, so he's got that car parked up at a safe position up alongside the concrete wall there. So we'll continue on. I'll tell you what, George Michel is pushing his distance to the ragged edge, isn't he? He's got the car a little bit unsettled in certain areas, and certainly keeping Jason Palmer on his toes. Well, there's the Wong car parked out there at turn 5. Just here on the one. Here we go. So big opportunity here.
Lock up and contact.
Oh, there was contact. Hip and shoulder. Oh, he's pushed Michel off the track there, and actually Campbell's gone up on the inside and gone past him. So, as I mentioned, pushing that distance towards on the ragged edge a few times, and unfortunately he's gone over this time. So Palmer picks up that position and gets himself up in now 2nd position in front of Steve Campbell. Campbell's looking a bit pacey too.
Certainly is.
He certainly might be on the attack here of Jason Palmer.
He's come alive in this final race, hasn't he? Here's a replay. What happened then? Palmer right on the tail. They head towards turn number 6. Palmer slides up the inside. There's a little bit of a late lock. No, it wasn't a lockup. Just there's a bit of dust on the inside of the circuit, and the two made contact midway through the corner. I thought that Palmer was out of control and understeered into Mikel. I'm not quite sure on the replay if he was out of control at all, actually. I think that might have been just two cars fighting hard for track position.
It's the battle of the BMWs here, two completely different models. but the much older B&W E30 than the more modern styled E36.
The E36 is more my generation, but I do have a very big soft spot for the E30 in the Schnitzer colours as well. It's a big 10 out of 10 for me, the number 3 machine.
They've been such an iconic touring car, haven't they, the E30s?
Yeah. Certainly have.
Certainly in those colours too.
Yeah, I was going to say, most notably overseas. Here they come further back. It's the Magna versus the Civic. Well, it's 2 Magnas against a Civic. Chen has moved up ahead of Myhill on this lap and closed in on the tail of Kempster. So last time we saw these guys, it was Myhill at the front, Chen in second and Kempster in third. So they've done the switcheroo. So Chen is chasing a Magna, but the other Magna now.
Yeah, so the battle of the Magnas. Como entry there of Chen. There he is. He's right up behind Mark Kempster too. So as you just mentioned, the second of the Mitsubishi entries. Only the one remains here in this race, unfortunately, after Ian Statham has now got a Magna looking for a spare engine. That's definitely gone, that engine from the previous race.
That won't be recovered, that engine. That is definitely an engine that has ceased to be around the outside for Chen. He tried, but not able to make it stick on that occasion. That was a bold move, not the move I expected to be made. Certainly not there anyway. Turn number 6 around the outside, not a conventional overtaking move. And as a result, he has had to slot back in behind, couldn't make it stick. A unique line there from the 34 of Kempster, almost going defensive into the left-hander of turn number 11. Around Crofty Corner and on the short shoot towards turn 13. This is not normally an overtaking opportunity, but we have seen a couple of moves there this weekend.
Yeah, certainly have. Now, number 13. There's been a few brave moves in that section. So Chen there coming on through.
It's only a couple of weeks until the next round of the State Series, June 13 to 15. I was just thinking about Statham's engine. It's going to be a short turnaround to see if he can get that car back out on the track in just 3 weeks' time.
It shouldn't be a problem because he does own a Mitsubishi wrecking yard, and that's the business written down the side of Mark Kempster's car. So no doubt he'll find a spare engine in one of the old Magnus down there in the yard. Obviously a good one.
Up the inside for third position, the recovering Mikkel up the inside of Campbell. But Campbell closing the door on him down there into the first corner. The 90-degree right-hander. We say 90-degree, but it is quite a fast right-hander. You can go many, many car widths wide, and it is a open corner. Quite a fast 90-degree right-hander, that one.
Mile just goes through, and the 52 car there. That's I've completely forgotten. There's Braden Cole in the red nose car. Got Dom Coppola in front of him. Got the distinctive orange fins there on the back of that car. Very nice looking bit of kit. But this might be changing. I think Kogan's got a bit of pace down the back part of the circuit. That's turn 5. Just going past the stricken Keith Wong Honda down there. And they're currently running in 8th and 9th position. So that's the position at the moment. In fact, Coppola's picked up that position in front of Kogan. So he has picked up a couple more places in this race there, Dom Coppola. Just picking his way through the field. Brett Waters has picked up 11th position, so he's picked up another position in the race in front of Marco Mack.
I think that would be honours in under 2 litres. I'm sure that the Peugeot 308's
no, the Peugeot is definitely an over 2 litre car. And the Mack car, I think, is an under.
Yeah, so, Mack's definitely an under. He won the under 2 litre class at the opening round. So what's the Peugeot got underneath it then? A little turbocharged engine, I assume. But of course, in improved production, engines are upgraded, improved, shall we say, as the title would suggest. Down towards turn 17, the Civic is honing in on the tail.
Yeah, 1.6 litre engine.
Yeah, it is under 2
with
litres.
turbo, yeah.
That's what a lot of hatches have gone down the road of these days. That's why I thought it must be a move for class position, the little hatchback. So yes, Waters has taken up the running in the under 2 litre class, ahead of Mack, who's dominated proceedings in the under 2 litres so far.
He's definitely under 2 litre. That's a naturally aspirated 2 litre Honda Civic, so no turbo on that car.
Down towards turn 1. 34 not as comfortable under brakes, I don't think, as Chen directly behind. Kempster coming into this round 4th in the standings behind Andy Sarandis, who has not taken part this weekend. So Jason Palmer has already taken up the championship lead. Andrew Cogan, though, the other driver in the top 3 in the championship, he's not out in this race, unfortunately, due to mechanical problems. So Kempster, as he did last year, just plugging away with the points, Mr. Consistency, and that's how he earned himself 2nd last year. He has just lost the place, though, as the Honda Civic has made it stick this time all the way around the outside. Great pass from him, but as I say, Kempster, Mr. Consistency, that's what earned him the runner-up position in the standings last year.
I've seen people win the state championship, not win a race.
Yeah. Yep.
It just happens quite often. Kempster's certainly in that fray, very consistent, never wins a race, but certainly right up amongst the points. Got pretty close last year, actually. So just being consistent.
Just lost out a few points here and there to Palmer, round on round. And yeah, in the end, Palmer did take the title.
So this possibly could be the checkered flag by the looks of things. That's the impulse boutique entry there of Scott Cook. And finally, looks like he's going to get across the race, get through without having any issues. Where's that checkered flag? Not yet. No, got one more.
It's time plus a lap, and that was time on that one. So this is now the final lap of the race for Scott Cook out at the head of the field. We talk about former champions. Okay, he hasn't won the last couple, but Scott Cook, a 4-time champion. His first one in 2014, and then he had to play a patient game before winning in 2020, 21, and 2022. So a 4-time champion is the man at the head of the field at the moment. But yeah, he's certainly fought some challenges over those years with the likes of Chris Brown, Miles Bond.
Chris Brown certainly comes to mind there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, no doubt. We saw at Bathurst at Easter time, our local SA champ. And so let's have a look there with Palmer on the shot there. Currently in 2nd position. This is the final lap.
Campbell has fought off the challenge from Mikkel, who just hasn't had the pace since going off the track midway through. He's in 4th position, and I really thought he'd make light work of Campbell and attack Palmer for position number 2, but that has not been the case. It's been a really good final race, actually, hasn't it, from Campbell. Top 3, legitimately, not by people falling off the road or anything like that. Really good performance, great way to end his weekend. As I say, that car has driven in a few tarmac rallies, but well suited to improve production competition. Out in front, though, this man, his day at lunchtime didn't look quite so good. He also had a problem at the end of race number 2, so it hasn't been a clean sweep by any stretch of the imagination, but 2 race victories and a 2nd will be enough for the Nissan Silvia driver to take the round victory. He comes around the final couple of corners in the number 26 Impulse sponsor machine. Impulse Boutique Silvia rounds the final corner, and he will take the final race victory here in improved production this weekend. Jason Palmer threw everything at him early on, but was unable to really take the fight to him and had to fight for 2nd place.
Battle of the Magnus there. Right, Kempster's now got Jim Mile. In fact, he's got past him.
He has.
So he's picked up a position there. So he's been charging through the field there, Kempster.
Actually, he got through several laps ago. Yeah. Myhill's now caught him back up again. So these two have been toing and froing all race long. And it looks like they're going to cross the line pretty much together here at the end of this race. But barring a last lap mistake, the 34 should hold on.
He will and pick up overall 6th position there from Jim Myhill. So we see Cook, Palmer, Campbell, Michelle. Chen finished up in 5th position. Kempster, Myhill, Dom Capola just behind them, and the other Silvia just coming across the line. And it'll be the 52 Braden Cobwell entry. Braden Cogan entry. Then it will be Rob Kilmer. Oh, there's Brett Waters in car number 308.
He is ahead of the Honda Civic down through the gearbox. Well, it's been a troublesome weekend for this car, to say the least. Has not even started a race until right here, right now. But he's going to end the weekend on a high. A lot of work behind the scenes to get the car back ready for this one, and the work has paid off. He's going to win the under 2 litre class in improved production. A big wave to the flag marshal as he comes across the line. He beats home Mac by a margin of just over a second. 1.5 seconds officially the margin at the end.
So that is a wrap there for round 3 of the South Australian Motor Racing Championship, and the last race there for improved production. And to finish off, it was unfortunately the last sports sedan race on the program has been omitted, so we won't be continuing on any further. And thank you to Dan McCarthy and the Blend 9 TV crew for having me back at the broadcast van here once again.
No, thank you, Mark, for all your knowledge and insights. You're certainly fantastic to commentate alongside with all your knowledge. But that concludes round 3 of the South Australian Motor Racing Championships. The next round takes place at Mallala Motorsport Park next month from the mid-June weekend of June 13 to 15, with both XL categories, Trophy and Masters. Improved production will be out again. Formula V's make a return to the schedule, as well as a couple of regularity categories and a couple of super sprints as well, before they return back here in July with Formula 4, 944s, XL, Saloon Cars, HQs, and Formula V's. I'm Dan McCarthy, and Martin and Cara alongside of me. We're signing off. Have a safe journey home, and we hope to see you back here soon at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park.
Have a great afternoon, everyone.